everyone, and welcome to the Quake Pro League as we head into week number 6, and we've got some very spicy matches coming your way shortly. I'm Lethal. Joining me is none other than Dan, aka ZSX. Dan, how you doing, mate? You're looking quite fabulous as always.
Oh, thank you, Lethal. It's been a while since I've been with you, actually. Back in the finals, actually. So no, been really good. Good to be back. You know, nearly approaching halfway through the season, so things are spicing up, and I think people are settling into their groove now.
Yeah, certainly are indeed. We normally save our cast for the finals, don't we? As a little treat, but you know, the odds and ends sometimes we do just jump in here during the odd week or two during the regular season as well. And talk about the match, talking about the players and how they're shaping up so far. Of course, let's talk about last week's matches and the recap to see exactly how things unfolded. Of course, if you guys did only just join us this week and not witness what happened last week, a spicy affair indeed. We had a lot of 2-1s across the board, some close maps and a couple of upsets along the way with this first match between Kron and Razy.
Yeah, as would be expected, Razy has been playing really, really well this season. Obviously, we've got Hon coming up, I think, first today, and I think I expected a little bit more from him so far, but in context, he has played a lot of the players at the top of the leaderboard. Even still, he's been struggling in his season back in the QPL so far, and this was no change to that dynamic, as well as Razy walked away with that one 3-0. Big match up here with Kilson versus Chain, and we were just talking about it before broadcast, but Chain as well is somebody who came off a really strong season finals and just not found that consistency in the league. Again, it's very symptomatic of his performance in league play to date, and it's continuing to be a poor showing from Chain. Whereas Kilson, as one would expect, has been looking pretty glamorous throughout, but he has dropped a few maps here or there, which is something we didn't see as much from him last season.
Yeah, it's interesting with Chain. We normally see him take his weighted clothing off towards the last 8 weeks of the season going into the Quake finals, don't we? And as you can see, this is Nosfa versus Zeniku, where Nosfa actually took this 2-1, which was, through my eyes, a little bit of an upset considering how well Zen has been playing over the course of the last 6 to 12 months. And I must say, Nosfa played extremely well to bring it back. Of course, he lost that first map 14-8, won Molten in a very close affair indeed, 6-5, and just demolished the last one, 19-5, as Nosfa was just playing out of his skull towards that last portion of the map. And then, as we can see, going into Dramus and Strong Sage again. Strong Sage, we mentioned before, he's been scrimming a lot, not even before the Quake Pro League even started, but you can see that his scrims and his duels against Rafa and some of the other players have paid off over time. And he's really been a staple stone so far, and definitely a player to keep a very keen eye on.
Yeah, some people might think it comes as a bit of surprise, but as you rightly point out, we talk about it every week, he just grinds and grinds, and probably is the most committed player in the league so far. I mean, Dramus is somebody I think everyone expected a lot from this season, but again, just hasn't got off to the start he would have wanted. So, want to see more from Dramus, but really good showing from Strong Sage. Then we have Sib versus Saigib, and Sib has found himself actually in the middle of the leaderboard, so he hasn't got a huge amount of victories on the board, but still doing enough to keep himself steady. And Saigib as well has been looking much better than he did last season, which is good for the American.
Certainly was indeed, and Saigib also got that first W to his name, which was great to see. And with Maxa versus Sirius, again, probably it's a bit of an upset for Maxa considering it's hard to say, considering how Max has been playing so far and just how he's been a trendsetter just on that trajectory, like going upwards and just performing so well, of course, placing third at the World Finals previously. And that's the thing with Sirius, one of the best aim duelists, of course, in the league. But of course, what the top players normally do with their veteran experience is to make him as uncomfortable as possible to not give him these opportunities. But in the end, Sirius did take that 2-1. And yeah, it was a great way to iron things out towards the end of last week.
It just shows the level that the league is at now, that everyone is competitive. And as you said, Sirius on a mechanical level is unparalleled, and he is somebody that just develops week on week. This was a massive matchup though in Rafa versus Avec, and it was very, very close to the end. That final map started to slip away from Avec, but it was just so back and forth. When Rafa dropping his first map of the season, I believe, so really, really well played by Avec, and unfortunately that he couldn't turn that around to make it a 2-1 his way. But either way, a clash of the Titans, and Rafa showing his prowess there to take that 2-1. But as you can see, only one 3-0, which is the expected one of the day. it is just where we're at now in the QPL, that it is competitive from top to bottom. All of these players, we've said, have been on the up and up. The Zenekus, the Maxes of the world, they're struggling a little bit, Norm, now just because of that level. Jamis, Strong Sage, again, a newcomer to the league, pushing his way through. He's only got a couple of series to date because he started quite late in the league and already looking really strong. So it is just laying up to be an incredible season already.
And you're talking about how competitive these matches have been for all these players, and it's more due to the fact that now it's not just for seeding they're playing for. Of course, if you do get top 8, of course, throughout the regular season, you go into day 2 of the group stages, avoiding group 1, or sorry, day 1 rather, considering the amount of players coming up from challenges. We already had CNZ qualify already. Europe has got to the grand finals twice, hasn't made it as of yet, but he may do in the other 2 global qualifiers or even the South American qualifiers, considering the circumstances as well. So it's going to be a tough nut to crack for a lot of these players. Of course, Garpi qualifying from the first one as well. And yes, like I said, it's more to play for, not just for the seeding, but day 2 is going to be super important to give himself a bit of a boost here, Dan, a bit of a head start.
I mean, that's a huge point. Like, nobody wants to be in that day 1 if they can avoid it. And you just been pointing out 2 incredible names already. People that have been in the QPL many, many seasons. It is not newcomers coming through this bracket. It is a mixture of newcomers and veterans. Garpi, CNZ, Sparty, all these players that got knocked out could be there to reclaim their place. So anyone wanting to avoid that day 1 has to step up their game now, because in the middle to this leaderboard in QPL, it is very messy, very few points separating these players. So it really is a case of we're getting to that point where every map counts. And with the amount of 2-1s going either way, if somebody can sneak a 3-0 here or there, it can really push them way up on the leaderboard. So exciting times, Ethel. Really, really exciting.
So indeed, you know me, Dan, another bit of chaos, a bit of mayhem, as it could get or continue to get messy during these next set of matches coming up today. It's got a lovely schedule for you all to see exactly what is going to be coming up throughout the course of today. So first match of the day is going to be Sirius versus Quran, and then this match in particular, I'm very curious with Strong Sage and Kilson, just due to the fact that we've both been discussing how Strong Sage has been performing very well. He's, like you said, one of the biggest grinders and strongest work ethic so far from what we've seen over the last 12 months. So have to see what Kilson can do against Strong Sage, but more, what can Strong Sage do against Kilson? And Rafa versus Zen, another classic matchup in itself. And of course, the rest of the matches throughout the day, nothing short of spectacular.
Yeah, the ones I'm looking out for are exactly ones you pointed out. Strong Sage, really keen to see him progressing. Like, everyone's going to expect Kilson to walk away with that one, but I definitely wouldn't put it past Strong Sage to take at least a map. And equally, Zen versus Rafa. Zen's been looking good, not quite as sharp as last season, but he has all of that experience now as much as skill set to push Rafa to the wire. I think even in the past he's taken the set away from Rafa, so that's a big one. And then later in the day, obviously we're looking towards that Tox versus Wenger matchup. Wenger's been looking on form so far this season. Tox's been finding his feet, but also he's been looking a lot sharper than his previous escapades in the league. So really exciting to see how that one plays out. It's going to be action-packed no matter what we look at, but we are starting on Sirius versus Hron, and Sirius has been looking really good so far. Hron's not so much. As I mentioned, I want to see more from him because he is well respected, he's got all the skills, he's very creative, he's just not been able to string all of that together, and the results are showing for it.
Yeah, he's got all the tools in the shed, Dan, but yeah, you are right though. Once he puts those pieces together, it could be an entirely different story. Of course, looking back at the World Championships and how he just flew through that losers bracket and managed to get such a high placement. It shows that he can establish himself, he's got the potential to do it, but it just depends how much he's going to grind in between throughout the season, of course, leading into the Quake World Championships this year as well. And for Sirius, he's been looking fabulous, hasn't he, just in general, like not just his aim skill, but he has adapted quite well as well. And I think he knows his weaknesses in terms of some of the players trying to make him feel as uncomfortable as possible with some of the angles he tries to get with his aim skill. But we'll see what Hron can do in comparison to what some of the other players have done against Sirius in the past. But look at that, Dan. We've got the maps, got the champions. What do you think, mate? What do you think?
So starting up on Blood Covenant, we've got the Nyx versus the Anarchy, and almost probably the most classical pairing on Blood Covenant. I think if you think back all the way to the first stages of Quake Champions, these were the picks you would play. So as you would expect, there a bit more aggression coming out on the Anarchy, much more about the methodical positional play that definitely suits Sirius. I'm actually favoring Sirius on this one. He really does like to slow the game down, play around his rail, and Nyx plays into that playstyle perfectly. Then moving on to Awoken, we have the Ranger against the Strog. Once again, very standard matchup there. Not a lot to talk about. And then we end up on the Molten Falls, which is the BJ versus the Visor. Now, BJ is a little bit more of an unusual pick on Molten Falls. I like the Visor pick a lot there, and we've seen it becoming a bit more meta nowadays. Visor's coming into that zone. So favoring the Visor ever so slightly on that matchup, but otherwise I think it's a fairly standard draft throughout.
If I remember from the top of my head as well, Sirius did actually use the BJ on Molten Falls once before. I'm not sure if that's more just to complement his playstyle, because of course it's not really meta on Molten Falls, so to speak. But if he molds into his playstyle and he seems to be able to accomplish what he wants to do in terms of his strategy behind it, then fair enough, because it worked before. There's no reason why it can't work again. Interesting, we haven't seen a Athena at all, like not even in the banned category at all. Like we would expect maybe an Athena to either come up on Blood Covenant or Awoken. Both very good maps for the Athena to be used, but didn't see it at all, which was a little bit of a shock to the system.
She's fallen down a little bit since her slight rework, and because it just raises her skill level a little bit. You have to be a lot more conscious in the way in which you use her hooks and everything else. So we have seen her less and less this stage so far, but the players that can play her well, so the Vengers of the world, the Rafas of the world, obviously she's still a very top tier pick, but just a lot more difficult to execute, I would say, nowadays.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense as well. And Dan, I'm going to give you a prediction in terms of what you think so far. You talked about Kron and what he can do across the board. We know what Sirius is capable of any way, shape or form. In terms of predictions, what do you feel like how this is going to go? Because I think we would have said it was more of a tighter matchup if we didn't witness what Sirius did against Maxter last week. But now it could be more slightly in his favour in comparison.
I would agree. I just have to think on form and the amount of practice we see coming out from both these players. One would expect Sirius to push this to a 3-0. What I can say is that when Sirius's weaknesses get exposed, they're still quite significant. He's definitely come on a lot this season so far. So if Ron can play the basics well, get those items, he can definitely take a map away. I wouldn't expect him to take the series, but I'm still going to side 3-0 Sirius.
Ooh, 3-0. Oh, all right, Dan. All right, we'll see what happens then. Enough. Do you know what? Chat are literally agreeing with you. 79% now to 21. So I think they're either agreeing with what you're saying, Dan, or they're just listening to you and gone, right, whatever Dan says goes, and we're just going to put all our channel points into Sirius.
They're smart then, aren't they?
Well, this is it. This is it. You know, we need those highlighted messages, don't we? It's extremely important, as we're going to start off from Sirius's perspective here.
Yeah. No more full hand camp from Sirius either, so he's definitely playing Sirius mode. Nice rail coming out from the start. The way he plays around rail is so incredible, really. The positions he takes, obviously the accuracy he pulls out with it. It is, I mean, obviously many people think he has just got unparalleled aim, but the way in which he uses rail is not just great, it's incredibly smart as well. It makes him difficult to play against. A map like Blood Covenant lends itself perfectly. So Kron's obviously taking away the items, but yet to pick up a rail, so has to play slow.
Yeah, he certainly does indeed. He does have the Ghost Walk in his back pocket once again. He's going to back away to see if he can get another angle, but he'll be taking the brunt of that first shot from the rail from Kron. As he's going to use the Ghost Walk quite aggressively, and he has done. That's more his style, but just a little bit too late. Maybe if, of course, he didn't tab behind the side of that wall, could have been different, but looking like he does pick up the Mega in time. He hasn't got any rail left, which is a bit unfortunate. Hasn't got any LG either. And hasn't had the LG for the majority of this game, of course. But hopefully we'll have a Ghost Walk in time before Kron actually does approach him once more. But heavy is up. That will be picked up by Kron anyway, as the items have segregated quite heavily early on.
Yeah, already seeing a very slow game between these two. Ron's been able to read Sirius quite well. Another Ghost Walk coming out there quite early. Ron's going to read it once again. Sirius is being able to backpedal and get away for now. Ron keeping the pressure on. Lovely conversion LG to rail. Ron started this game very stable so far.
Certainly yes indeed, but Kron's having to take a bunch of that damage once again. Heavy's up, but it's going to be taken by Sirius, but at least Kron has the timing for it. See if he can get another angle, but he's in a good position nonetheless. He's only got one rail left though, which is going to be, of course, a key issue. Sirius looking to try and secure his first frag. Kron now just rotating back around, just playing mind games with the audio cues. He's under back once again. Does have to inject if he does get into a spot above it, but Ron might be able to catch him here. Gets him with a direct, so that's give him a little bit of a head start here, but he's only on 36 HP and does manage to get away, but for how long for?
How long for indeed? awkward engagement there. Hron not reading that. Sirius dropping down. A little bit delayed reactions from Hron, who's very much on the back foot now. Sirius able to keep the pressure on, connecting with these rails, forcing Hron away from these major items and also taking the lights to boot. So Hron's got nothing to work with. The inject is up, but doesn't want to use that because he realizes he is very much on the defensive. Gonna have to probably pop it now and get away, but he doesn't even have to get away, so that is extra painful to lose his inject and a frag. Doesn't even feel like he's got any timing at the moment. And as you said, the items are split wildly, so it's difficult to get back onto this map without either setting up a trap or getting a rail. And at the moment, he's got neither. Sirius has got the timing, Face just comes out and actually lands on the Anarchy. He will be going down. Easy second frag for Sirius. 2-1, 3 minutes in.
Ooh, can make it a third here. Yes, he does. 2 for 2. Lovely start here from Sirius. He's going to try and continue make it a third, but he's already hit that first rail and prioritises the frag rather than the heavy, which is perfectly understandable. Doesn't catch him, but at least he has a good idea on where he could possibly be. Now, especially when he's directly underneath him, as he just buzzes on past. Megas him up in the next couple of seconds. Good timing as well. Has the Ghost Walk for, of course, in Sirius is his nature. For the aggressive purposes.
So difficult to defend any of these major items. You saw it on the previous Mega. Hron setting up early to try and defend it. But the fact that obviously Nyx has a Ghost Walk, if Sirius reads that positioning as he did, there's nothing you can do to defend that major item. And this is why it's so difficult without that rail, which he now has, to get into this map once again for Hron. But again, it's only 3-1 lethal. Plenty of time gap, but at the same time, he's got no major items.
You're not wrong, but he does bag the Mega in the end. Sirius is teetering on the edge of rockets to see exactly where he's going to land. He's not trying to feed himself a bit of info. Sprinkle of damage. But nothing as of yet. He's just getting in preparation for this heavy. Of course, he's going to have the advantage in terms of positioning. In that first rail would have been crucial, would have guaranteed that heavy. But the 71 from the Tribot Dan, yeah, that should be hopefully more than enough depending on what shots Hron can hit here. Actually hits one, but still needs to hit a couple more before we can get that frag, which of course is not going to happen. Just past the halfway stage.
Yeah, we can see the dynamic in which this game is playing out. Neither one willing to commit to any close range engagements. It's all being played around this pro with a little bit of Tribot spam for zoning. Incredibly slow, passive gameplay. And this is the way in which Sirius wants to play it. He wants to bait you into these rail duels. He wants to bait you into this angle play. Because inevitably, he'll end up winning that.
Certainly will do is Hron just continuing to try and do that enough chip in order to pursue. Get a better angle for himself, but not as of yet. So let's tag him though, but they've pretty much tagged each other at that point as stacks almost equal. Sirius is just teetering on the edge there, but just continuing to hold that position, just playing the same game. Yes, sure, people may say it's been predictable, but it's a great advantageous angle, and yes, absolutely no reason to move or re-rotate as of yet until he gets a considerable advantage. As he does hits the first rail, looking for the second, but Hron just manages to back away.
He doesn't realize he dropped down. And they found their rhythm in this game this far. Sirius on the heavy side of the map, Hron taking that Mega. The items are pretty much on even key to them now, so we'll continue to trade. And at the end of the day, Sirius is quite happy with the way in which he's playing out. He's not making any rash moves, playing very slow, very passive. Hron is respecting that as well, but Sirius has Ghost Walk. It's difficult to be able to close that gap and to make a play. Lovely Tribot coming out. Lots of dinks there, 80 damage. Ooh. And a rail. There is the inject. At the minute, Hron's holding on to it.
Yeah, he certainly has.
Just going to keep trading.
Yeah, why not? Of course, Sirius doesn't need to change anything as of yet. I'm doing a good enough job as it is. He's having a bit of a lurk here, Dan, to see exactly what shenanigans he's going to be up to. Just finding directly above, hits that first initial rail, which means it's going to give him the opening to go for the Mega. He may not have time, of course, to go for the heavy straight afterwards, but at least he can reposition himself to contest it and maybe secure that full frag. Could be his game plan here. We'll have to see in a moment, but it looks like he will pick up the Mega, head straight for the heavy as is physically possible.
Yeah, I feel that Hron is trying to play Sirius its own game, and we'll get to that point where he needs to raise the tempo, and he just needs to increase the damage output. Maybe move away from the rail, start using heavy machine gun, just has to wear down this Nyx. Sirius is unwilling to commit to any fights. We're just playing this plus black game, defending the choke points. Here he goes aggressively. The Ghost Walk comes out. Ron has to make a play here. It's the first time he's been able to force Sirius into a fairly precarious position, and now he has to capitalize upon that. Here he comes aggressively. Sirius defending the choke point. Huge rocket comes up from Ron. Has to continue chasing. He knows that Sirius is weak and is running out of time. But he does double back to pick up that heavy. That gives Sirius a big lifeline to pick up this Mega now.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Quron's actually gone directly above and trying to pick up those hourglasses. He's only got 9 seconds until this Ghost Walk does reappear. Respawn rather, just tickling him at the DLG. So good rocket damage as well to boot. Almost hits him with that rail. Almost skimmed his skateboard there. Is Sirius now gonna get a decent amount of damage with that try. About 67 pushes the inject out for Quron, and again stacks almost equal once more as Mega's up in just a couple of seconds. Heavy is up and ready and waiting. Almost caught him with that rail, but you're right there. At some point, Quron's now have to play over aggressive and play out position to try and secure some of these frags, but Sirius is doing a good job just keeping himself at bay distance and keeping that Ghost Walk ready in hand.
He has to get a frag in the next 20 seconds. It's the only way he's going to be able to at least tie up this game. And Sirius is playing still this plus back game, defending these choke points and slowing it down. Ron just cannot find an in. I think he knows exactly where Sirius is, but the question is, what could he do to get in on him? Big rail coming out. Here we go. One more opportunity. It's gone for the Mega that we actually second guess. He's gone the wrong way, and Sirius gets away. Does he hear him down below? The answer is yes. He's going to catch him. No! Sirius gets away for now.
Yeah, it certainly does. 30 seconds left. Sirius let him know where he is. That was his last rail as well. Just have to switch to the heavy instead, but does have the LG out ready, and she better take him out here. I'll be quite surprised if he does not. Left on 20 HP, but that's going to seal it here, Dan.
Yeah, and this is what we kind of said from the outset, the way in which Sirius wants to play. He wants to slow it down, he wants to play around that Ghost Walk, he wants to play the rail game, and he got his game. Ron was not able to change the tempo of that map, and said around 7, 8 minutes in, he should have been moving towards using maybe some wider hit scan, some heavy machine gun to try and change the dynamic, trying to change the tempo. But that was too little too late, and he let the time slip away from him, really.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there in some areas, but he just played a very straightforward game of Blood Covenant, didn't he? Nothing too miraculous, nothing too unorthodox, really. Just playing to his advantage as a position and angles, and not really too much reason for him to do anything else unless he had a massive life lead, and of course to pursue and seal some of those frags overall. But he had great heavy control, great use of the rockets and the rail as well, just contesting both of the weapons anytime he sealed a frag against Quron, just to make his life a little bit of a misery throughout the first half, and of course keeping Quron guessing to try and adapt to what he could do. But it was very difficult as Sirius was playing quite awkward in a lot of ways. Of course, barely having to use that Ghost Walk and always having that in his back pocket, and of course just abusing those vials as he sees fit. But you were right though, you know, with a lot of times when there's a minute left, of course you do have an opportunity to bring it back to a 3 frags, but against the Knicks, you know, that's just not possible at all, considering the amount of vials there are on the map, and also with him using it for defensive purposes. But he uses some very aggressive Ghost Walks. We've seen it in the past, and one of the very few players who does use it for the aggressive purposes.
Yeah, he did, and it was nice. It was smart, and it's good to see him play that cerebral way. You know, he had the timing, he understood the positioning of Ron. That's what he needed to do. But Sirius did the basics well. He did what he needed to do, and he allowed Ron to play into his hands a little bit. So it was well played by Sirius. Definitely felt Ron should have been pushing the game a little bit earlier than he did. He respected Sirius too much, but this is also why Sirius is so difficult to play against, particularly on a map like Blood Covenant with a Nyx in his pocket, because you're forced into a slower game and you're forced to play around that rail, and it's very difficult to beat him at that game.
Yeah, certainly, as we had a fantastic example of that, as you could say. Going into Woken now would be the Ranger versus the Strog, and then afterwards will be Molten Falls with the BJ versus the Visor. And I loved how he was using the BJ Molten Falls to his style and to his advantage as well. As like I said before, and I think we all know this, especially as some hardcore Quake fans see, it's not really a usual pick you would have for Molten Falls anyway, as normally you have, you know, some of the slide champions, you know, some have a Nyx thrown in there. Visor can be quite a viable pick if you're running out of options in terms of champions as well. So it's nice to see that he's not really too fussed about what's meta, what counters, etc. It's just something what suits him really the best and what he can obviously proceed with. But going to Awoken, though, we know how strong Ranger can be. Again, I think Strog's a very good pick nonetheless on Awoken anyway. But let's see what Quran can do to try and equalise this series scoreline as we go into map number 2. First series of the day between Sirius and Quran. And we're going to be starting things off. Whose POV is going to be? It's going to be Sirius once again.
Yeah, Strog's a very good pick on this map. Strog's pretty much a good pick on any map. I prefer Ranger ever so slightly, but you know, Strog is incredibly good as well, particularly if you can use the Pika to full potential. And that's just an area I think some players don't play enough around when they play Strog. When we've seen Kron in the past, he's probably one of the more creative players when it comes to using abilities. So we'll see what he has with the Pika. Whereas the Ranger, as we know, just easy to execute. Rocket jump passive on this map is very, very good as well. And the orb is always strong.
Yeah, certainly has helped with Ranger's mobility, of course, as he goes and orbs on in, but slightly misses a jump, but it does not matter too much. But those few seconds have helped him out a little bit to try and catch his prey. He's hovering around top mid and rotating back round to Rockets. So, of course, the items almost in sync, only by a second from each other. It's a matter of if they can have a gentleman's agreement or both go for the same, but it looks like they are both quite curious to see. They are both going for the heavier, but I think they've both got an inkling here, Dan, as both of them just literally sitting on the edge here. Misses that rocket, but of course, he's going to back away. Using the passive, as you mentioned before, and then going to pick up this Mega.
Yeah, I'm surprised Sirius didn't put a little bit more pressure on there, considering... Oh, lovely. Pika coming out, actually, keeping the pressure on. But no, I'm surprised Sirius didn't be a little bit more aggressive there, considering the position he had over Hron with the high ground. Instead, playing it safe, wanting to just play the basics well. And this is just Sirius's mindset. Oh. Safety first a lot of these times. Huge rocket coming out, can't connect with the rail, either one. They're both incredibly low. Hron is up early, but the Mega's not there just yet. Sirius working his way around to this heavy. And they'll be able to trade positions and trade major items. As I say, that Hron dropping in, but unable to connect. A little bit messy from both sides in the opening 2 minutes of Awoken.
Yeah, Mega's still up at the moment. Sirius was a little bit tempted to jump into that choke point, but it's backed away anyway, rightly so. Pika will be coming, just feed us a bit of info, maybe some cheeky damage along the way, which he will not. That's up that orb, mind you. Heavy is up. But of course, out of position for now. Unless he wants to jump down to the TP and try and tag him, but at this point, there's no need for it.
Hron's putting an offset on this as well, which is smart. Sirius is in position to hear that and to do some exit damage. Unable to connect with the rail. Too much respect in my mind from Hron. There was a big split between the major items. Could have taken both. Instead, you can see him playing Sirius at his own game once again with this distance. This distance rail, this distance spam. I want to see Hron using the skill set of the Strog more, using that speed, pressuring the items. Definitely could have been looking to take both major items there. And now he's actually on the back foot here. He's going to be on the defensive for this next heavy. Sirius working his way around. He is able to connect, and he catches it mid-Pika. Easy frag in context.
Certainly was. As soon as the orb came out, you just knew exactly what was going to happen and how the story was going to tell there. Heavy's going to be back up again in 15 seconds. Is good play from Sirius in terms of his advantageous positions. Just getting the high ground now instead of giving it to Hron. But of course, Hron prioritizing the Mega previously. Let's find him. Gets a little bit of damage done. Good use of the LG once again coming out from Sirius. Takes him out and makes that 2-0.
It's
nice
too easy.
approach. Yeah.
It's too easy. And Hron just didn't have timing, so I'm not entirely sure why he's pressuring that item, even taking that fight, when he's not going to win it if he doesn't have timing. And now he finds himself 2-0 down, which are actually 2 easy frags for Sirius that should never have been. And Hron finds himself without a rail.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's going to continue contesting that rail as well. As he gets there in the end, but damage has been done. Oh, catch him in the first. Looking to try and see if he can initiate the second, but I didn't go up on the jump pad. It depends on how he's going to go back towards this Mega, but he's actually going to use the orb, and I love that as well. Perfect timing.
No, that's really, really smart by Sirius to get him another very easy frag here. The orb for this track, going up the jump pad so he doesn't get connected on the way through. Really smart play, and Hronda looks lost, if I'm honest with you. He doesn't really look like he knows what he should be doing. He hasn't got timing of the items. He's just running around the map fairly aimlessly and taking the wrong fights at the wrong time. It's looking bad.
Certainly is, and I must say, Sirius's adaptation is really good. Kind of give me a little bit of a glimpse from the old days, from how Sirius performed. But yeah, he's been looking much better. Of course, he's known for mainly just a couple of things in terms of his positioning and his aim skill, but his adaptation seems to have improved quite a lot, over the course of time. It's just at halfway stages. Quron does manage to get his first frag. Tries to use the orb, left on 47 HP. Does get cleaned up. Heavy's in the next couple of seconds, and Sirius is going to be bagging that. But of course, he needs to try and hit this next rail before staying alive. Yes, he does, making that 5-2 here, Dan.
Yeah, awkward, but gets the frag. Kron's going to come pressuring it again. His peekers have been really good so far. In fact, it's kept him in the game. Peeking around, he knows that Sirius will hit this. Just does enough. And this map is now turned into a little bit of chaos, which I'm sure won't be in Sirius's favor, but it's definitely working out for Kron so far. Once again, he's a little bit late for that heavy. Twice in a row he's late for that heavy. Now gets away for now, but taking so much damage with that mistiming.
Certainly did. Let's see if it'll buy him on the backside as he catches him. Some good rockets coming out from Quron, but Sirius is going to take him down, left on 25 HP. Mega's getting him up in the next couple of seconds, but I like what Sirius is doing here, not just standing on it or just giving himself away, considering how weak he was, and Quron could obviously bag the trade and the Mega, which is going to not pay dividends at all. Great rail coming out for Quron there. As now he's still got time. He's still got 3.5 minutes left. 2 frags behind. Definitely doable.
Definitely doable, but he has to clean his play up a lot. He's got no timing on the items, it looks like. So he needs to clean up that for sure. Can't give Sirius a free map. You can see him waiting on this Mega. It's nowhere to be found for another 15 seconds. Thinks the heavy's up. That's gone as well. Sirius should be able to punish this, and there it is, another easy frag. I mean, you just, at this level, you can't do that. You just cannot do that.
Yeah, we're seeing the pure examples of this at the moment. He's literally chasing down his prey once more. There's a couple of rockets, but he's given and showing a lot of map presence.
Yeah, I get it. Like, all players lose timing, but you cannot afford to just stand and hope the item's coming. If you don't know what it is, you've got to take a smarter position, a more defensive position on the mid-ground.
Yeah, you're absolutely right indeed. Even though he's in this choke point, he does have to stack advantage, and the orb to boot. Good rockets coming out here from Sirius, as does manage to get him 8-4 now here, down 2.5 minutes left, and over the next minute and a half, it's going to be at the realms of possibility for Quron if he doesn't do something soon.
He's unfortunately just a little bit lost once again. He's missed out on the items, doesn't really have the timing. He's used his Pika to no avail. And that frag, the previous frag, was once again down to poor timing from Quron. And it's, you know, it's ironic we're talking about poor timing when Sirius is in the game. He's the one actually playing clean and clinical, something he's massively stepped up this season so far.
Yeah, certainly has done. The LG comes out from both players once again, but the LG looking very good. All coming out. He's tempted to see if he used the Pika once again. Oh, what a rail. There's a verticality, but Sirius is to the over the edge there. Stops him in his tracks as he's using that Pika. That's going to be a done deal here, Dan. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my lord.
Just added more to the plate here, Dan. A couple more rockets, a shotgun to boot. It's not going to reflect the scoreline, of course, now considering what we've already seen. Minute left, and yeah, Sirius has been very clinical, and it's just made it some of these frags as clean as possible, and thinking a lot more about using these positions. Like a good example is what you mentioned earlier. Don't just stand around for these items. If you're not sure, you're worried about a trade, or you think you've mistimed it, then of course get an angle where you can back away and then decide exactly what you're going to get for the future. And at least you'll have the timing afterwards.
And this has been a distinctive mark of change in Sirius's play style throughout this season. Obviously, he's had to develop and learn just to play more cultured. And in the past, he'd be far more focused on his opponent, their positioning, and how to deal damage. He's shifted that mindset now towards map control and just more balanced approach. And you can see how scary he becomes with that. and he was punishing Kron for his mistakes instead. Every single time Kron was standing on the item, not really understanding what it was. Sirius knew exactly what was up, played around it to perfection.
Yeah, look at that. Things have definitely spiraled out of control here. He's going to make... Oh, okay, doesn't make it 16, but it will be 15-5 nonetheless as Kron running out of ideas at the time, very early on in that match in terms of adaptation, and we'll have to see what he can do going into this third map, because I'm sure with the champion picks especially, of course, we know Visor's used quite a lot of Molten Falls, considering how many champions are left after the ban phase. But using the BJ, you know, this is something which is probably not used to or accustomed to, so to speak.
Maybe. We'll see. I don't think it makes too much difference either way. I definitely prefer the vision on this map in particular, if it's going to be a slow game. But yeah, the BG is always useful. That Jeweled is always useful, no matter what map we're playing on. It's slightly more difficult to execute than the vision, but still, particularly if you're in a close combat engagement like this, you pop it, it's free damage. So I don't think it's going to make too difference either here nor there. More important thing is, can Horn just focus, or at least refocus, get his mind on the items once more, because that was a huge letdown on this map.
Yeah, we'll have to see shortly going into that third map. And no, you're right with how Kron's been performing so far. There is, you kind of witness it, and when you get some indicators early on in some of these series or some of these matches, it gets to a point where at some stage or sometimes it doesn't matter the map or the champion picks, you kind of feel like it's a little bit out of question. So unless Kron actually plays not totally different, but of course, like I said, a bit more micromanagement with his usual traits, of course, you know, not just ammo management, but like I said before, the timings and how he does prep and progress for them as well. Molten Falls would be a little bit easier in terms of how large, in terms of the map scale is, but might not change the fact. But of course, preparation for the items will be a lot easier, especially with that piercing sight as well. But Sirius does have the dual wield and the damage in his back pocket as he sees fit. Sirius with a very good start to the season, also a great start in this series as well, trying to make this a clean sweep if he can.
He looks on form for it.
He does.
That's what I predicted. So you know, I think it's going to happen.
So what you say goes, doesn't it, really?
Usually.
Well, to be fair, 99% of your predictions have been right anyway, so I'm not going to judge you now. As yeah, it really looks like it's going to be on the cards for now. And it's last time I saw Sirius play that BJ, he looked incredible. Every time he had the advantageous position, especially with a shotgun on the heavy, or maybe just slightly above the mega, especially around rockets, he'll get it 9 times out of 10 anyway. And I think, you know, you made a few mentions about Sirius and how he's been performing just overall in his playstyle, and he's been looking very clean, very on form. He's not just hunting players down or giving away too many mistakes. He's not really giving too much away, which is going to make some of these players a lot harder to adapt to, which is great to see. And it's so early on in the season, it'll be exciting to see what to expect from him as we get to the later stages, and of course the Great World Championship. So we're now going to kick things off from Sirius's perspective once again. Over towards that lights and pick up that mega a little bit late to throw after timing.
Yeah, I think he's sitting at 3-1 this season, so this will push him to 4-1 already. The question is, can it be that 3-0 sweep? As you say, starting over on Sirius, doesn't have a rail just yet. Ron's defending that area, but when you have a heavy machine gun, you can still do a lot of damage.
Already very Sirius. Got a position for the heavy, just trying to rain down some rockets to make it a little bit worthless. 70 comes out there. Lovely stuff coming out from Sirius. He's going to try and hunt him down if he can. Of course, doesn't have the rail, which is a little bit unfortunate, but clean him up the heavy machine gun doesn't in time, as he had to get about 2 or 3 shots off then also to finish that. But yeah, it was a little bit unlikely. But at least he's got a rail in his arsenal to use finally. We'll have to see how this goes for this next heavy coming up in 10 seconds.
There comes the dual wield. He's caught Kron out in the open, not able to do any damage just yet, and the heavy is not up for a while, Kron, so you're going to live and pray, it appears, but it just will not. And Sirius takes another easy first frag, and there's a good use of the first dual wield.
Yes, and it was indeed 6 seconds between the 2 items, so give him time to contest the next one if he pursues the heavy first. Now, biding his time, yeah.
Normally you'd expect your opponent to be defending that rail, so Sirius gets unlucky there. He's in position early for this heavy armor. Kron having to skirt himself away after missing that rail, but sticks around for a second too long, and lovely positioning, lovely entryway from Sirius to take that frag. 2-0 lead, Kron on the back foot already. They'll continue to trade these items as the Mega and the Heavy were pretty much on the same timing, but still not a lot of differential between the two, so that's a bit of a lifeline for Kron. But you could just defend this rail area if you want to, almost indefinitely. Kron trying to force his way in. It's way too aggressive. He knows his opponent has a dual wield. Why?
Oh, I felt that. I literally felt that.
I don't know what you expect, really. You know you're playing serious with a dual wield and you just walk through. Maybe he was playing the long game for that follow-up, which he just got, but Sirius reads the positioning, goes in aggressively. Big rocket coming out. Oh no, the starting machine gun as well.
Yeah, dearie me, Mega's up though, has been picked up by Kron. Sirius going to rotate back around. Of course, we're on to T2 and just playing with the audio cues just to see if we can get some information onto where Sirius is. Found him. Backing away once again, but Sirius realises that he's in no fit state to continue that engagement. Light will be up shortly.
Kron's got time to pressure this Mega. Coming through, Sirius is in the area, but he's not committing for it. There comes a dual wield, and he's going to melt Kron, who just walks into death.
Deleted, and then the rail straight afterwards. He's now going to rotate back around. Has high ground once again. It's going to catch him a little bit off guard this time around in comparison, because he's been so used to Sirius being around shotgun, and Sirius decided to change things up a little bit, have a more of an aggressive attitude towards the Heavy, and it definitely helped him out by a fair margin. Sealing that 6th frag. It's the first, and now pursuing again.
Lethal, have you seen his LG percentage?
67%!
67% with dual wield. Oh my god.
I didn't even realise. I knew it was good, but I didn't know it was that good. 67% for LG, 71% for the rail. Mind you, it's only 7 shots, but to be fair, 67% LG is just nuts in itself.
Yeah, and Kron's changed the tempo of this match now, going aggressive, but it's not working out either way. As Sirius is just standing his ground and melting him. 65% LG now, it's absolutely nuts. Oh no, Kron, my friend. Let's call it. This is a white towel moment. Throw it in.
Certainly is. Like, I know with the dual LG, it does I think it's 1.4 damage in total, like over the span, but it feels like it's literally twice the damage, isn't it? With the way he just shows it off.
I think Sirius has looked at his percentages and now he's just playing for percentages because he switched to that MG when he thought he's going to miss. Oh no, 10-1. What can you do?
Not much here at this point. It's been unfortunate, but it's like I said before, you give him these opportunities to abuse his aim skill, he's going to take it, isn't he? Straight away. Corona does get his 2nd frag, but he's 8 behind the halfway stage, and I can't really see if it's changing up, especially with him performing so well with his LG to drive by rails, how clinical he's been over the course of this game, and it's been extremely tough, but Sirius, yeah, puts an end to the small possibility here, 11-2, Dan.
Yeah, Sirius is just practicing his aim now. He knows he's won. He's It's literally that. It's a practice round for the last 5 minutes of this game. Kron is, I think Kron is fed up with this game. You can see him just trying to fight fire with fire now. He knows it's over. And Sirius is just racking up basically records in aim percentage for the QPL. 70% LG for a few seconds it was just then. It's just, what can you do?
It's madness, because sometimes he preemptively uses the LG as well around corners, as you saw there, but still has that percentage. It's just disgusting, isn't it? It's pure filth how amazing his LG's been so far. And he's such a scary player. Like, if he gets in tip-top form with his adaptation as well, which we've been seeing signs of over the last few matches, there's no telling what position he could take at the later stages in this league, or maybe in the Quake World Finals.
This is it. I mean, there is still a long way to go for Sirius in terms of his overall game. As I said, when the weaknesses show, they're still significant, but he will continue to develop and continue to grow as long as he puts in the effort and keeps that focus. And I think the mental side of his game's always been an area of question. We haven't seen any detriment to that just yet this stage so far. as long as he can keep that in check, then he's someone to be reckoned with, absolutely.
3 minutes left in play. Is Ron trying to... Something done here, but it's going to have to give up that heavy. Well, that's a 60, that's a 68. So Ron just looking to position himself to see if he can go around towards the rail hourglasses, but not going to happen. See, it's just darting back and forth for the moment to get an idea of where Ron could be, but looks like he's just playing it safe up top. Ron has an inkling he's there from his last audio cue. Does get greeted by him, gets greeted by a duel, a duel with SMG as he goes back through once again, catches him with the rail. Beautiful stuff from Sirius and great preparation.
But ultimately, this isn't the same player we saw in the qualifiers even, or the finals. This is a completely different player already, and we're already 6 weeks or so into the season. Huge strides in his development, and I said at the start of the stage, he's the player I think will develop the most throughout the season, and we can see. The question is, how far can he go?
So yes, indeed, it's going to try and catch him as he goes through that portal. Oh my God, Sirius, put the thing down, mate. We're going to get because of the duel with the LG to boot and finish him off with the shotgun as well. That's good. It was a done deal earlier, but he's pretty much sealed it here. Just a minute 40 left in play. It's Ron now just darting to see if he can test the Mega. Of course, he's just fighting just for the sake of fighting at this stage. He knows it's curtains. And yeah, Sirius, just incredible performance.
Don't know what to say. This is what happens. You can't just go at him. You got to play smarter than him. And unfortunately for Kron, he didn't do either today. Really remarkable performance from Sirius. I don't want to say it wasn't hard for him. He had to play well and he had to do what he did. But, by doing the basics, by keeping the timing, by doing the things he wouldn't have done as a previous player, he puts it all together and this is what happens.
And look at that, 64% LG, 75% rail actually. Make that 76, my God, Sirius.
Oh,
Told you put the thing down, mate. You're taking the mickey now.
Yeah, well, good on Crom for still turning up, pressing plus forward, because it's painful. But we got to see a lot of lovely shots today from Sirius.
We certainly did indeed, and it's just not stopping at all. And messed up his rail percentage a little bit here, but doesn't matter. Sirius is going to take that, making that 22-5. I don't remember the last time we saw scorelines such as this on Molten Falls. Is going to try and continue to contest the rail as well as Sirius. My goodness, he's definitely shown a great introduction back into the Quake Pro League, even though we're going week 6 into it.
He is good at clicking pixels, that is for sure.
That's an understatement, isn't it?
Yeah.
75% rail, 63% LG. He fired 828 shots. He did 3,135 damage. That is unreal.
I genuinely don't think we've ever seen anything like that percentage in the QPL. And it wasn't as if he was just playing for it in the end. He was using it consistently. It was just, an aiming prowess from Sirius today.
Certainly is. He's been in the aim lab a little bit for forehand, of course. First match of the day here.
Yeah.
And to put on just a stellar performance. And, it's like you said before, we'll see how things go as the weeks go by. But from what we've witnessed, and I'm sure what the viewers have witnessed as well, just incredible stuff here from Sis, just in terms of everything which is just fitting the bill in terms of what he's able to do and how he's able to adapt as well. It's just making things very tough for a lot of these players. And sure enough, he could be in one of those top 8 spots, we'll have to see, but definitely on the warpath here for it, consider he's now going, I think you mentioned 4-1 now, I believe. Yeah,
he's at 4-1, which is a really, really impressive performance, particularly when he's played some good players, as we said, beating Maxter last week. So on a bit of a roll, and this is what happens if you don't put all of the ingredients together and play your best game against the likes of Sirius. He slaps your cheeks, and, Kron made a lot of mistakes. Let's not beat around the bush there, but Sirius didn't. And that's the point of difference for me. In the past, Sirius would have got far more concentrated on how do I do damage, how do I play safe, whereas now he's playing infinitely more cultured, and he's a scary player.
Yeah, you kind of feel like as well with Sirius's rotations and the paths he's take is, you know, sometimes he may repeat some of the same rotations, etc. But if he's going to get those angles and the advantage every single time, there's no reason why he shouldn't change things up too much. So obviously he changes little things here and there, like for example, instead of just sitting at shotgun willy-nilly and just waiting to defend the heavy or to drop a few rockets down, he will just maybe jump over straight to the nail and capture through the TP. Changes little bits of his gameplay here and there just to change things up. It's not a massive change in terms of path of rotation, but it's enough to really make a little bit more of a surprise attack for your opponent, as Ron managed to witness quite a few times. But with the scoreline, of course, Ron was just diving into a lot of those bouts towards the end because he knew there's nothing much he could have done, and, you know, just basically sealing that series right off.
Exactly. And like we've seen him in the past beat the likes of Rafa when he was nowhere near as good as a Quake player as he is now. So as he's putting all of these ingredients together, as long as he can keep his, as he said, keep his mental, keep in the game, he can upset anyone in this league, and he can really take it. And as far as he wants to take it, really, it's how much effort can he put in and how much can he continue to focus on where he can improve. And we'll have to see. But I'm telling you now, nobody wants to play serious.
Nah, I don't think anyone does after seeing those percentages. But yeah, you're right, though. The percentages have been consistent for the entirety of it, no matter how uncomfortable he's been put back. It's just incredible. But of course, that's the first series done and dusted. We've got 6 more left to go for you guys in chat and everyone at home. But for now, we're going to go straight to a break. But our second match will be between the likes of Strong, Sage, and Kilson. So don't go anywhere, as we're back in just a few minutes. the first match blew our socks off, and we're going to go into the second one, which is going to be even better here, Dan, going into this between Strong Sage and Kilson. And I kind of feel like this is a perfect time to see where Strong Sage stands with some of the higher end in terms of the Quake competition now with Kilson. And this is probably a perfect display, really, to see what he's actually capable of.
Exactly that. It's a bit of a line in the sand for Strong Sage in this season so far, going up against last season's champion. Kilson is still just as strong as he was, dropped a few more maps than one would expect, but still undefeated in this league so far. And I think Strong Sage will put up a good fight, so I'm really, really interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, there wasn't really too much research in terms of what Strong Sage gets up to with his individual habits, his likes and dislikes in terms of favoritism on his maps, what he's good and bad at. But now he's seen over a couple of weeks what he's witnessed. He's now given Kilson just at least a brief amount of information to decide how he wants to go to picks and bans anyway. We know Kilson 9 times out of 10 bans Vale anyway, but we'll see if that's going to continue as a trend. But Strong Sage extremely impressed with how he's been performing so far. As I remember, back at last Quake World Championships when he actually qualified, I was speaking to him a little bit, and he's going through all these decisions, these life decisions really, in terms of how he's going to, move to get a little bit closer towards the East Coast, how he's going to perform, how he's going to scrim, or his basically his plan of action for the entirety of the next 12 months. So not only has he been grinding, as you rightly said, but he's been very mature in terms of how he wants to go about this.
It's something he's been aspiring for a while. He's achieved it now and wants to give everything he's got. And you've seen that in the results, you've seen it in the play, and you've seen it in the practice. And what I really like about him is he's confident, he's cultured, he's already got a versatile skill set in terms of his capabilities, but also his champion pool. And he just grinds, man. He wants this. So he's another player that can go really far and just shows that QPL has taken another level up this season. We just saw Sirius, one of the newcomers to the league, setting that marker. So Strong Sage, much harder matchup for him, but as we said, he can do an upset. So really interested to see this one.
Yeah, just, very mature himself, more mature than me anyway, even though I'm probably twice his age. Let's have a look at the picks and bans. Come on, Dan. Let's have a brief look to see exactly how these players are going to unfold on these next set of maps. And it looks like the first one is going to be Deep Embrace, going into Cut to Keep, and then finally it will be on Awoken. So a lot of small map geometry here going into it, Dan. As we can see, Blood Covenant, I assume, is going to be banned by Strong Sage, and Kilson, I'm just going to assume was banned by Kilson anyway, because we know he normally does so in no way, shape or form. But yeah, look at bans, though. Slash being banned straight away. Scale is going to be used for Strong Sage with the Athena for Kilson, which is going to be a very interesting matchup. And Cut to Keep and Awoken, I think, are pretty standard in my eyes. What do you think?
Yeah, pretty standard. It's just that Deep Embrace one. Look at that, man. You've got the scale against the Athena. You couldn't get more different there. And, Kilson confidently picks up the Athena. I don't know if he expected a scale to come out. This one's going to be interesting. We don't see scale a lot nowadays. We don't see a lot of heavies, to be honest. They've fallen off the meta a little bit. And this is what I just said in the intro. This is what I like about Strong Sage. He has this versatility. He has a very wide champion pool. Like, he forces out that clutch ban as well, because he's so good on that champion, which just opens up the pool for him. And that variety is going to take him a long way in this league. And it could even upset that first map as well. So this is going to be a banger.
Certainly it's going to be a banger indeed. And I feel what you said about the how diverse his champion pool is an extremely good point, because we know there's a couple of champions like Clutch which majority of the players are not known for using anyway, or requiring for some of his maps, just as due to the fact that it's not part of their style, it's not part of their game plan really. But because, like you said, he can use every single champion, it gives his opponent a bit of a struggle bus in terms of what they should select and what they should ban going into each of these champions. Because having a scale on Deep Embrace, something we not normally see. We saw him use the scale last week on Awoken, and he looked incredible with it. He obviously had a set game plan with some of the strategies he used, especially holding top mid, ball rushing every time his opponent would even approach the Mega. And it's very exciting to see how he's going to go about this on Deep Embrace entirely.
What's a struggle bus?
When you're riding the struggle bus, when you're having a bit of a bad time, mate. I think I said that a little bit. My English was very good then. My English is amazing then.
I've never heard that phrase, but no, I think it's interesting. If we look at it in context, I would say on the most part, these newer players to Quake, the likes of Strong Sages, are generally the people who are more creative with with the champions they pick can play, because I feel that a lot of the players in the old school still want to play that methodical, you know, classical way of playing Quake, where you have to adapt, you have to play to your champion as much as anything. And he's one of these players that's pushing that to the next limit. He plays all of these champions in their own unique way, and he just mentioned it, the scale he played before was incredible. Definitely a lot harder to play against the likes of Kilson on Athena, much more proficient on a rail. But this is the type of champion, the type of map that could... Oh, we're on Alton, are we? What's going on?
We'll see. I'm assuming it's still going to be Deep Embrace, but yes, it is. Okay. So,
all right, cool. We are indeed. I was going to say, this is the type of champion and the type of map that could really mix it up.
Certainly will be indeed. I was going to say, that's a very interesting version of Deep Embrace. Not seen that one before. Going into it now as starting off from Strong Sage's perspective. He's got the audio cue of Kilson bagging those rockets, trying to hit that rail there, but just biding his time at the moment, trying to see if he can get another angle, but misses that last rail. Is quite tight in itself as Kilson, well, he's taking that brunt of damage as Strong Sage trying to back away.
Yeah, some creative use of the jump, the speed, and the rail. Unfortunately not connecting. Kilson is, however... Strong Sage obviously has to be conscious of his positioning and how he plays this map when he is such a chunky champ. Oh, another interesting angle coming out from Strong Sage. Actually not connecting so far, but Kilson really is. Great start from the German already this early into the map. Strong Sage not connecting with really any rails so far, running around the map, getting picked off. Has to bull rush away. Kilson just playing positional, steady, as we know he will.
Yeah, certainly will do indeed. The items are very, very heavily segregated, as you can see, 15 seconds apart, as Kilson now looking to see what the best way to try and get around Strong Sage. Of course, 15 seconds until this next heavy does appear. Has the positioning for it now, and the height. Strong Sage, rightly so, does back away with Kilson predicting going towards that light as Heavy's going to meet up, and that was a great transition from Kilson to get him off this Heavy and keeping the pressure on.
Kilson's putting a bigger delay on these items as well, consciously. He wants to be able to try and take both sides of the map, not give that scale bearer an inch. So far, he's doing a great job of just slowing it down. He knows how dangerous his scale bearer can be if he can close the gap as he's sneaking up there. Good connection from Rail from Strong Sage. Whilst dropping down, Kilson is playing the angle game slightly better at the moment.
Back-to-back rails there. Let's push away. And the Strong Sage comes up with a great rail and is able to bag that Heavy straight afterwards, as Kilson does get a little bit of damage as he's on the drive-by from that light to Heavy. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Strong Sage does have slightly better stack, but does want to, of course, waste it. Not too much reason at all.
Nice.
Finds him, and some great tagging coming out. Oh my god!
Oh my god! My heart stopped for a second. Lovely bit of skill to swerve his way up to the high ground, but he's caught here on the jump head. Huge LG coming out, and Kilson gets the better of that with 5 health to go. Nice play by Strong Sage, but good defensive awareness by Kilson to punish that.
Oh, certainly was indeed. He's trying to make it a third if he can, but so is Strong Sage. Finds him with the starting shotgun. Now back to 2 apiece here, Dan.
I will say, a couple of these moves will frustrate Kilson. Just running up jump pads into Kilson.
Oh no.
Does get a little bit frustrating. The Strong Sage needs to have slightly more respect. A few times he's been absolutely punished by not at least understanding what Kilson is or respecting the position of Kilson. Sneaking. Has Kilson lost timing here?
Kind of feels that way, doesn't it? As he's... I don't 45 HP, of course, available, and Strong Sage could oh, he was very lucky not to get caught with his trousers down there. Not available anymore, he's just hanging around top mid just to kind of get a view or try and analyse the situation to what he wants to try and do next. Try and contest this Heavy, hits the first shot, trying to get the second, but a great rocket coming out from Strong Sage. The timing is up again and to try to tag him before he gets that mega, but just a little bit too late.
All of these frags for Strong Sage have been random, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing. So Kilson won't be too impressed with it so far. And I do feel that Kilson has lost a little bit of his composure again. He doesn't feel like he's got a clear understanding of when these items are, and Strong Sage is punishing for that, going flying on through. The ball rushes here, cancels it. Actually, you don't know if that was deliberate, but doesn't work out in the end.
It certainly doesn't, as they're going to have an LG bout for this Meg. It does pick it up, but it's looking pretty good here for Kilson. He's now got a 2-frag lead. Just at the halfway stage here. Now just getting ready for this heavy. He's up in the next 10 seconds. Good rails coming up from Kilson. Gone 2 for 2, but look at last one. And what a flick direct rocket there to make that 6th.
Yeah, now Kilson's beginning to retain that composure. He's got the timing back. He's got the positioning back. This is how he wants to be playing. Kilson's got both major items here. There's a big 15-second split now between the two, so he can just cycle the upper ground of this map. Strong Sage's going to find it very difficult to break onto this high ground. Doesn't really want to be playing in these rail duels either. He's a chunky boy after all. It's exactly what Kilson wants.
Oh,
nice.
Great rocket as well. The 70 from the last one. Spawns bottom rail. Has to heavy. Could have been pinned or at least try and get this 8th frag, but does manage to get away. But the question is how long for? He picks up the Mega. He's going to try and look for another one. Yes, nice. He does. Yeah. Kilson's going to make that an 8th to his name.
75% rail. So even more than we would have expected. It's part and parcel of playing the scale barrier. You're going to have to expect to get bullied on the aim side of things. And Strong Sage is doing his best to close the gap and be creative. Kilson just has the experience to play around that and make sure he's managing at arm's length the scale barrel.
It's the issue, isn't it? It's the horrendous starting stack for Kilson, but of course, the hitbox of Strong Sage will make up for it. Good first round there from top mid, and looking to try and pile on a little bit more pressure whilst he has the stack advantage as well. If he's up in the next 10 seconds. And this is a good thing as well. Sometimes when you're top mid, you don't do too much damage. Just piling on this kind of pressure, just making your opponent feel like unease, just uncomfortable, just mentally draining as well. It's a huge feat in itself. Sometimes it's not always damage, but little things like this will frustrate and tilt your opponent to a certain degree here. As we've got 3 minutes left here, as he does have a chance, but something needs to change it drastically in order for Strong Sage to bring this back.
Strong Sage, yeah, he can't create anything at the moment. I don't think he knows when this heavy is either. And as you say, just that positional pressure is massive against the likes of Strong Sage. Kilson's just using it well because he's not exposing himself at all. And the damage shows. Kilson nearly with 2.5 times as much damage as Strong Sage in this map so far. Big rails coming out from Strong Sage. Oh no! Oh no! Spinning his wheels in the air. Oh dear.
Yeah, this could be the final curtains here. Is Kilson just getting back-to-back rails now, making it 3 again, 10 to 3 now, 75% rail percentage, firing 36, nearly 2,300 damage so far. As you did say earlier, Dan, he is a beefy boy, not as big as a billboard like Clutch, but yeah, it does. He feels a lot bigger considering some of the shots he's pulling off here, Dan.
Serious who? Oh my word. Yeah, this has been, it was a very messy start all round, and that's exactly what Strong Sage wanted to create. It's just that chaos factor. You're never going to be able to fully control the map as a scale bearer because you're forced into these engagements and taking way more damage. But at the end of the day, Kilson managed it perfectly. That's what we said he needed to do. Play the distance game, play the positional game, and the way in which he just kept the pressure on Strong Sage to keep him relegated to that low ground was phenomenal.
Certainly was indeed. Mega is up, but Strong Sage is going to be taking a brunt of that damage, and Kilson playing a little bit unpredictable, just prioritising the kill instead. Misses that rail, but at this point it doesn't really matter. The damage has been done already, so a minute left. They're just going to dilly-dally a little bit, dance around the... Oh, okay. That really threw me off, and I don't know why. I was expecting maybe a gauntlet or something, but Strong Sage has called it a day here, and that's going to be the first game in favour of Kilson.
The big thing for me was the damage differential. Like again, you expect to get out damaged, but not by that margin whatsoever. Just pure experience from Kilson throughout that map. So really well played. Has Strong Sage left the server?
Yes, yeah. I think he left around the 9:15 stage, but I think by then he was like, yeah, there's absolutely nothing more can be done.
Shouldn't do that in the QPL, my friends. This isn't pubs. Back in my day.
A force of habit from scrims, maybe, I don't know. But we could just say it's that for now. That's Kilson.
Shaking my fist at the screen right now.
I thought you were going to say punching the fist through the screen, but I suppose that works as well, maybe. Depending on how you see things and how we may have reacted. But first map, though, we've got a bit of an indicator there. As we saw Kilson just being ridiculous as always with his rail and just, like I said, like more than twice the damage, which is just huge. Absolutely balmy in itself. Good start, though.
Yep. Really good start. You can see what Storage wanted to do from the start, but Kilson managed to restrain it. About 2-3 minutes in, once he got that lead, he got the split on the items, it was no looking back from Strong Stage. He couldn't get a look in. Tried his best to keep the pressure on with the Scale Barrier. You could see the plan in there, trying to steal the items away with it, trying to bully Kilson, particularly around that heavy area. But Kilson knew what was up and adjusted it perfectly.
Yeah, he doesn't really seem too phased or felt uncomfortable for the majority of the preps he made for that heavy as well. Just always had the high ground, always had top mid. Just felt never felt like he was out of his comfort zone at all for the majority of that matchup. It's like I said earlier about Strong Sage with some of the kills he had. I think Kilson just, wiped the floor clean, just went, yeah, okay, it's one of those things, doesn't matter. Like, some people can get a little bit fortunate with some of the engagements they have, which he had done with a couple of those frags, and then just continue on. And, like we said, Quake is a huge mental game, and things can spiral out of control if you do lose your composure.
Exactly, and, Kilson plays a simple game in reality. Plays that top mid, as you said, he plays slow, plays positional, but the question is, how do you dislodge that? And that's why he's so scary. He plays, it's his decision making is so quick, so accurate at all times that it makes him very difficult to play against. And the game was very messy for the first few minutes, and that's where the bulk of Strong Sage's damage came from. You can see there, over double the damage output from Kilson's point of view. And the item split was not too different either overall, about 4 more extra on Kilson's side. It was just pure positional play from Kilson.
You do normally see some players against, like Rafa, Kilson, Razor, etc., where the only way they find an in or, take any high risk is the high level creativity, which sometimes they don't expect. It is highly risky, don't get me wrong, but you can get massively punished for some of those bits and pieces or some of those engagements you try and create with that high level creativity. And then if you don't do enough damage, then it's not only back to the drawing board, but with that starting stack and no weapons in your arsenal, you kind of feel like it's back-to-back frags gone to waste or deaths, etc. So it is going to be really tough in itself. But going over to Cut to Keep and then Awoken straight afterwards as we're going to see the Anarchy versus Destrog. And hopefully you'll see something a little bit different this time around compared to what we saw there from Strong Sage.
Should be. He has to, I was going to say he has to hit more rails, but we're moving on to keep. But he actually shot more rails than Kilson. He just didn't hit anything. But moving on to this map now, I believe this was Kilson's pick as well, so it would obviously shift the dynamic a lot. Definitely has to just he played the items fairly well, so he just has to connect more with his shots and just be wary of Kilson's positioning. He got to that point where he just couldn't break that stranglehold, so he needs to try and slow the tempo down if that's going to be the case.
It is difficult though when someone's got that much map control, especially on a map like Deep Embrace. You have to. It's the reason why I said you had to be very creative in a lot of ways in order to demolish that. Either be creative or just have a very, a long-term amount of patience in terms of the longevity of things before you can get enough chip to pursue that. But the problem is with the map being so small, it's very little room for error, isn't it?
It is, and this is another map that can spiral out of control very quickly if you lose that full control. But on the flip side, it is slightly easier to create that chaos as well and have that back and forth trading. You can commit your body for frags because there's no rail, so a lot of it does come down to that item decision making, and also just the use of the heavy machine gun. The entry damage, the chip damage adds up very, very quickly on Corrupted Keep, so that's something to be wary of because Kilson is a master of that.
Certainly is, Dan. Certainly is. As we're now getting into our second map of our second series of the day here, is Kilson coming it up 1-0. It's best of 3 here. And already I heard the inject straight off the bat, so now it's going to be Strong Sage going straight on in, gets the rockets to boot as well. They can try and get some early pressure and early control here.
Wilson with the LG already, creeping his way into the LG room, slowing it down already. And Strong Sage trying to get in, but denied on entry. Items are on the same timing. Strong Sage come flying through, but predicted from Kilson's POV. And that's the type of switch I'm talking about there. Just that chip damage can add up so quickly, particularly when he's an Anarchy. Kilson waiting it out for the timing. Slight delay on that Mega as well.
Still collecting weapons in his arsenal. Got the heavy machine gun. Hasn't got the LG as of yet, and he's running out of rockets. It's a little bit of damage there, but the heavy machine gun is gonna do himself a massive favour to keep his opponent at bay. But of course, he was looking to try and head towards the heavy instead. Managed to.
Oh, Strong Sage mistiming this. He's going to lose out on this Mega as well. For free of all things, going in aggressively, trying to defend this jump pad, but lovely Pika coming out, doing huge damage. Up the jump pad as well. Strong Stage did a fair amount of damage, but Kilson gets that opening frag.
Yeah, certainly does indeed. Kilson just rotating back around. Let's be a little bit careful. Heavy's up in the next few seconds, but dodging and weaving around some of his rockets here. Now it's a big play, and he hasn't picked up the rocket. That's going to be heavy for Strong Sage, and now he can plow down. May miss out on the Mega, but he's got the weapons he requires in order to try and miss the second frag. Switching over to the shotgun straight afterwards, and Kilson still comes out on top.
Yeah, I get the swap to the shotgun, but that's what happens if it goes wrong. Missing 2 in a row, Kilson getting away with that. Strong Sage now very weak, no weapons. Just waiting for those audio cues so he can make his way out, but Kilson is ready for it with that heavy machine gun.
Martin in with that heavy. Mega's been picked up by Strong Sage as well. Missed that last rocket, misses the second one as well. Might do dividends here for Strong Sage here if he can plan a little bit more damage, but the problem is he's even weak in terms of stack. He has to back away to get away from his life there, as the items still only a couple of seconds apart, so we can see a GA between the two depending on which items each player is going to be going for. And Kilson now just biding his time once more, just to establish authority for the heavies, and it is his and not Strong Sage's, as Strong Sage is now going for the Mega.
Yeah, and this is the blessing for Strong Sage at the moment, is that the item timings are on parallel, so that split means he can pull back onto at least one of the items. That's keeping him in the game. It's only 2-1, still quite early on. He's doing a good job of stabilizing after a fairly poor start.
Yeah, certainly hasn't. Oh, dearie me. Nice little drive-by fair. It's getting a little bit scrappy here between the two. Rocket's looking good here for Strong Sage, but a Kilson from his last rocket. It's even better. The problem is Kilson has picked up the Mega, but took a brunt of damage from that heavy machine gun straight afterwards, as Strong Sage very eager to try and tie this up. Could be his opportunity though, but picked up those 2 health bubbles just to keep himself alive a little bit longer than expected.
What he's really creative with is just the use of the speed and the air control of Anarchy. It's actually upsetting Kilson in a lot of these fights, and the way in which he enters these fights means he's often getting the upper hand. So that was really nicely played by Strong Sage.
It certainly was, but darts in, and Kilson's got some good damage with those rockets as well, and backs away a little bit. Does have the advantage here in terms of stack. They're not too keen to give too much away as of yet, just biding his time, playing patiently. And what I like about Kilson and how he has that defensive posture for some of these items, that he's making Strong Sage overthink a lot of his possible scenarios as well. Is he going to be picking up the heavy? Of course, won't get there in time for the Mega, but maybe able to get a tickle of damage before he picks it up, which he has done, because still 45 from those last few shots. And just basing him for that Lion. Good bit of damage again, just Kilson's eating away at him here and there.
Yeah, the Strong Sage puts a few seconds extra split between the major items. It's not a lot, but it is enough to try and scoop both of them up. So I wonder if that's going to be his plan. Trying to do a drive-by on the heavy and take it away. Inject comes out. That looks like it is the plan indeed. He's got the timing, and he's bang on timing. Sweeps one away, trying to make his way to the Mega, but Kilson knows what's up, delays it, and once again, there's that experience from Kilson coming at play. He knows he's not going to get that heavy, so instead plays it safe, does a bit of damage, and keeps himself on the board in terms of items.
And it doesn't like that from Strong Sage as well. Go for the Hourglass instead, and with that fake jump, gave away Kilson's position. Good damage coming up from Strong Sage there. Again, just eating away a little bit, just using a similar passive strategy, just trying to do enough chip in order to take each other's items. So now rotating back, picks up the Mega as well. Needs to be a little bit careful here, because of course with that Mega, now with a 4.5 second gap in between the two, it means whoever does pick up Heavy first will have a chance to not pick up the Mega, of course, but to contest it in such ways where we'll have to take a little bit of damage each and every time, which may cost him in the long run.
And they've both been very effective with this mid-range chip damage that we talked about, and because of that, it's caused this sort of stalemate so far because, wow, huge rocket coming out, he stops choking his track, should be able to get the frag now, the injector there if he needs it. Huge damage from Kilson actually keeps him alive for now, but Strong Sage has to find a way to close this frag. Lovely nail gun jump up, Kilson there on the defense, trying to restack. Able to get up to nearly a base health stack, but not a lot more. Strong Sage is going to buy his time, play the long game here. He knows he's got an in, goes flying down. The shotgun misses the second one, but the third one finishes the job to tie it up with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, fair play to Strong Sage as well. His shotgun's been a little bit sloppy, but he's still continuing to make good use of it, or at least just reset his mental state in terms of like his aim skill, and then just trying to use the shotgun to its full effect anyway. As Heavy is up in its 15 seconds, it does mean that Strong Sage can actually try and pursue it instead. Might be able to catch him here with the LG. LG Bout comes up between the two. It's going to be so close, but Strong Sage used the... Oh my goodness, used the inject. Now he's going to finally take the lead. He's been...
He's got time to get the Mega as well here, Lead. He knows the timing. He's going to come flying from below this time, readjusts. He knows Kilson's there and is healthy, so he doesn't commit, which is smart. Taking a lot of damage though, and he had to use his inject for that. So Kilson has a big in here. He can pressure this next Heavy. He's got the stack, he's got the items. He's reworking the position. And he's forced Strong Sage away. So nicely played by Kilson. Incredible game so far, this back and forth, Lethal.
Yeah, it's been quite an aggressive game of chess there. 93 from that last rocket. Mega is up and waiting. This is looking very good here for Strong Sage so far. And with that inject, of course, Peak has now been all used up. So this could be another window of opportunity then. If that rocket hit, then literally begging him for him to go across there. But it actually sits there waiting for him. Some good damage coming up from Kilson. Inject comes out. Will he be able to do it? Kilson takes him down. Little left stack to spare, but does recuperate from his losses with the light. They cleaned up as well. Pick up the Heavy as well. This is looking much better from Kilson as we're all tied up, but good amount of damage coming up from Strong Sage, Dan.
Yeah, and that was a separate move I was talking about. That it's a bit more creative. They use the Anarchy. This time it doesn't work out, and in fact, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was because there was no item to compete for. It's given Kilson a big window now as that damage is coming out, and that mistake has come back to haunt him.
You can see Strong Sage still trying to grab all the weapons in his arsenal. Does have the LG. He's to stay alive though. Equal stack, not anymore after Kilson picks up that Mega. Heavy is up, and look at that. He knew. Timed it well. Taking a bit of damage here, but look at that. Strong Sage did so much. Considering the circumstances there, Dan. Minute 20 left, all tied up.
The ball's there to chase and pressure because he knew he had the position. That is actually really good experience for such a novice player because he had to have that. Here though, he knows Kilson hasn't got a rocket, which is why he's sticking around, but he also hasn't got the timing, and that is... Oh, is that nerves? He was so early for that Mega.
Yeah, he seems quite sure of himself as well, which is a little bit bizarre there, but does have time. Stacks not too different, but of course Strong Sage does need to get those weapons back. Does manage to get away. Not too scathed, not until he took that 52 from the last rocket there. All in Kilson's hand now. Does have the Pika. So it does some good amount of damage with that LG, Dan.
Yeah, the Mega's up. Kilson's just playing a defensive positional game here. He knows Strong Sage has to make something happen, and Kilson's just abusing that positioning once again as he's so good at. This will be the final frag to close it out. Strong Sage just needs to run. With 15 seconds to go, what can you do? Lovely rocket!
Oh, no.
There we go. I mean, what a game that was, Lethal. What a game. And for all of the sensible, smart play. I think it was just a little bit of nerves towards the end where he mistimed that Mega. That play over by the Heavy, that was almost experience right there. He knew he had to pressure, he knew he had the position. I think a lot of players, they would have forfeited that item and tried to just recoup, but StrongSage knew he could punish the pickup, and that got him back into the game. And then it was just timing. Just one mistake by the Mega, that mistiming, and Kilson showed wealth of experience once again to close it out.
Yeah, he certainly did indeed, and you saw Venera in terms of damage count, only 450 damage between the two, a lot better compared to what we saw as StrongSage was doing a much better job, being a lot more proactive around the map with his presence. You saw it with heavy machine gun and just having that, defensive posture and attitude for these items as well, and just trying to dare each other to do enough chip in order to take each other's items. We saw that quite often, but some great creativity, as I mentioned earlier, which StrongSage definitely required, and he definitely done it. And it's like I said before, it's nice to see some, a wealth of showing a wealth of experience from a very close, a novice player, but to be fair, that makes sense because he's of course very young. He's quite inexperienced at this high level, but he's been performing so well and can be so scary for some of these top dogs as Kilson now to really dig deep and try and secure that map victory.
What I really liked about StrongSage players is exactly what we said he needed to do in the intro. It was that mid-range chip damage, the use of the tri-bolt, the heavy machine gun spam, even some of these rockets, the constant chip damage not only kept him in the game, but forced his way into the lead at some points. He was doing it more effectively than Kilson, who is a master at it. And so that was really, really good. It was just the small mistakes at the end that cost him. So all credit to StrongSage, he pushed it to the wire on Kilson's map pick, but he does find himself 2-0 down in terms of maps now. So has only one more to play for. He's going to lose this series, but can he redeem himself? Because he definitely could have taken that map.
And it just shows at this level, one minor critical mistake such as that mistiming on the Mega can completely change the situation of how this map will develop towards the end. And it was quite unfortunate, as I do feel StrongSage played extremely well in the situation there. And we're now going to go to our final map in this series. It will be on Awoken, quite standard as most people would assume, especially with going into that third and final map as well with Ranger versus the Doom here. Dan, what's your thoughts, mate? What's your thoughts?
I like the Ranger a lot. I think Doom is still a fine pick, but obviously he's fallen off the meta a little bit. But it still suits Kilson's playstyle well. It gives him that opportunity to control that mid ground on the T-junction with ease, and can have a little bit of creativity in fights with the double jump as well. So it's still a good pick, but as we saw in the hands of Sirius earlier, the Ranger on this map is probably the best pick, and let's see what StrongSage can do with it. He's shown us some creative gameplay already, so I'm excited to see how he plays the Ranger.
Yeah, Ranger's been looking so good on us, mate. We know he's been quite good in the past, but we've kind of seen over time, especially over the last few months, he's been used more and more on Awoken. Not really too sure, maybe because with Awoken being like the third map in the pool, we normally see a Ranger versus a Doom, don't we, once the picks and bans have been done.
Yeah.
If not, it will probably be something like an Athena or Strog, etc. The usual suspects you normally get on that first map anyway to try and get them out of the way at the very beginning. But it doesn't surprise me. We've seen people use the Ranger even as a first pick on Awoken, even if it's Awoken is on the first map, let alone the final map in the best of three. So yeah, we'll have to just see exactly how that goes. I don't feel like StrongSage should be beating himself up too much considering what we've seen so far, because he did an incredible showing in the second map. The first one, it was very difficult considering how much map presence Kilson had, and even taking a map off Kilson will pay off a little bit, and he'll feel a little bit more confident in himself, especially going into future weeks. But he's done so well against Avec already, beating Dramis last week, and let's see if he can at least try and take a map off Kilson in this final one, in this best of three, kicking off with StrongSage's POV again.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be disheartening to walk away with a loss in the previous map, but that's the nature of Quake, and that's the nature of playing at this level. Small mistakes get punished, so he's going to have to learn to refine that side of his game a little bit more, because he may have walked away with a victory in other games, other opponents, but not against Kilson. Now, something he has to do more of on this map than we saw on map 1 is hit some rails, my friend. If you can start doing that, then definitely think he's got a chance.
Of course, the world's his oyster if that does happen. I'm going to chase you through that TP, just going to wait on Y, of course, does want to pass through that choke point and guarantee that first frag to Kilson. As he's just darting back and forth just to see what he can do, as little bit of a rock of a hard place here, so to speak. Mega's going for the next couple of seconds. It looks like he's tempted just to go straight for the heavy. Here's him, and Kilson, good awareness once more. Now having to back away and go for that heavy. Hasn't picked up as of yet, which is good from Kilson, of course, throwing that timing off massively, considering the position Strong Sage is in.
Stealing away the light as well. Really nice play. Knows he's got the front foot advantage here. Wants to keep that pressure on Strong Sage. Strong Sage is slowing the game down heavily, working his way around to the heavy. I'm not entirely sure he has timing, however. Instead, he's just playing ultra defensive. Wants to punish the exit route from Kilson should he come railway. Kilson respecting it as well. Oh no, don't go up the jump. No, he actually... Here's his opponent. Walks his way around, and this is tense already, Lethal.
Really is, and because of the timing heavily delayed by Kilson earlier, of course, thinking that Mega's going to be coming up first by quite a big margin. Misses that rail, sadly, but so far Strong Sage just doing a good job, just keeping his distance for now. At least he has the time of the heavy at this stage. Mega's going to be up in the next second, and good try bolt as well. Only a 38, but enough to seal it as he does get that rail. Heavy's going to be up in 15 here, as whoever's going to pick it up first will have time to contest the Mega straight afterwards, as the rail trade-off is going to continue on here forward. Does have the orb in his back pocket as he sees fit. Rail will be up, sorry, the heavy will be up in 5, so it's just a couple of seconds. Is Strong Sage just going to back away? He's still got a couple of lights he requires in order to continue on forward with, but looks like he's in a good position here to pick up this Mega as long as he keeps his distance.
But that Mega's been eaten up so far, and Kilson knows he's got his opponent trapped down here. Will be pressing in. The orb is still there should he need to use it through the crack, but no, he actually gets bounced into death. First frag for Kilson, and that was just suffocating pressure from Kilson as he played methodical, slow, and safe.
He certainly did, as Kilson does pick up that heavy. Let's have the rocket jump a little bit. Do you know what? A quick jump on the jump pad should suffice anyway. And he's picked up the Mega. Orbing up. Good rail coming out from Strong Sage. Misses the second, unfortunately, but Kilson trying to do a little bit more here. Gets the 58 from the last rocket. Heavy's up in 12. Good rail coming out from Kilson. Trying to look for the seconds. He bags it. Left on 8 HP.
Close. Strong Sage knows he's got him on the ropes though, so he can pressure this next heavy pickup. Kilson's in the area, but he's got on the high ground. Just waiting out for his opponent. And will use that to skirt himself away and pick up this Mega to recoup himself. And there we go. Strong Sage going in aggressively. One-on-one LG here. Kilson trying to get away. Lovely around the corner. Has to pop the Berserk to get away, and he can't. Nicely played by Strong Sage.
He saw that Kilson trying to back that health bomb before going for the TP, but sadly missed that first round. Could go back through straight after him, and he has done. LG Bout coming out around top mid. Strong Sage can get the better of that bout. Yeah, I like it as well. It's alright. It's not too shabby, is it?
Kilson's wary. He's showing a lot of restraint and respect to Strong Sage, who has been bullying him in these fights, actually, particularly with the LG, and he's caught him once again. Kilson's stuck here. Question is, can he get a clean frag? Clean enough. He's got this position on the mid-ground. Can he connect the rail? Yes, he can. Punishes Kilson, who's now stuck. So he has double jumps and get out if he needs to. Ooh, that was clever, though.
Oh!
Whoa!
I was just being very patient there to see if he'd hit it, and I was just waiting for him to hit that angle, but that's going to be so crucial here, of course, for that Mega as well. Great LG damage as well. Left on 74 HP, but that's fine. That's not going to be too much of a hassle here as he recovers with the light in the bubble.
Look how well he read that, though. I mean, again, look how well he read that, just understanding. I think a lot of players may have just crept over to try and punish that, and that's what Kilson was hoping. Strong Sage showing that restraint, and you can see Kilson's getting frustrated here. Strong Sage is genuinely reading him, and Kilson is, at the moment, unable to work out how to get back into this game. Every time he's peeking around the corner, this time big rocket jump coming out from Strong Sage, but not that clinical, taking a lot of damage. Kilson's weak himself. Oh, and he misses the rail! Don't say that very often.
Yeah, not something we're normally used to. Kilson does find himself 4 frags behind, 4 minutes left. Mega's go up in the next couple of seconds, but he's actually going to break for the choke point and actually let him get it. Strong Sage does give it up to... Let's go for the heavy. But with the timing of it, you can see that Strong Sage did prefer the heavy, of course. Here's that TP, just going to go back around. And when he catches him, he's caught him a couple of times here in some good positions and taking a fair amount of damage, but not enough to be traded out. As both items are coming up very shortly. Here's Kilson just having a look to see if he's around heavy, which he is. He takes advantage of that rail.
And he's getting the upper hand on these rail engagements so far. He's playing a better positional game than Kilson, so still got 3 minutes to go. Kilson actually double jumps over, the orb comes out. This is going to be messy, and Strong Sage will take away another frag. 5 frag differential lethal. What can Kilson do here? Oh.
The 2 for 2 as well, straight off the bat, waiting for him to push up on spawn. Like the discipline here from Strong Sage, even though he misses those couple shots.
I was on Kilson's pop and he was going to suicide. I think Kilson might need a new mouse after this game. It's so well played by Strong Sage. He's defending this rail as well. He knows Kilson needs it.
Yeah, it certainly does. It boosts his confidence even though the scores don't reflect the first map, but this will definitely give him a good helping hand and showing a good showing already. Trying to back away and lift on 22 HP. Finishes him off with the shotgun anyway. Making that 9-2, damn dear with me.
Yeah, and this game's over.
What more can we say really at this point? Strong Sage is playing out his mind.
He is indeed. Kilson's gonna make a game of it though. 2 minutes to go. There is comeback potential here, but there's a long road to go. Needs to triple his frag count in 2 minutes.
I've seen him do it once upon a time in Ruins, so no reason why I can't do it in this map either, but the combat skills from Strong Sage could be a little bit too strong here. And get away once again. Now looking to try, as you rightly mentioned, still not around the possibility, of course, highly unlikely at this point, but we can see if he can create this miraculous comeback. Good orb, and he still manages to take him out there. Of course, taking a mega halfway through. Heavy's up in 15.
And Strong Sage literally just needs to delay and waste time. He's going to sneak himself around. Oh, he lets an audio cue slip there as he fumbles his movement. So he will be going down here. Do a lot of damage with the machine gun nonetheless. Heavy is up for recoup. Kilson is making a game of this one. 4 frags now. He heard that pick up off the rail as well, so he knows exactly where Strong Sage is, but Strong Sage is smart. He's going to make Kilson come to him. Fake rocket jump. Forces it out. Strong Sage gets away. Got no orb just yet, but he has that rocket jump passive, so he can fly around this map.
Here as well, of course, going back and forth and orbs back around. That was so good coming out from Strong Sage. A lot of players can get a bit too comfortable, of course. A lot of their situations, but yeah, that's not going to happen at all. 30 seconds left, that's a done deal. And yeah, that was much better from Strong Sage, much better indeed. Seemed a lot more complacent, a lot more comfortable in comparison to what we witnessed in the first map. But the second map, he seemed very good in terms of his composure anyway.
Yeah, I don't think composure was an issue whatsoever. I think he struggled on the first map, partly because his pick, it got exposed. He didn't connect with his rails that he would have hoped to. I think he had 25% rail, which you can't do going up against 75%. Second map, exceptional play, went toe-to-toe with Kilson throughout. It was the mistakes on timing towards the end that cost it. And this one, he just played better. Like, he played a better angle game. He was reading Kilson, frustrating Kilson. I think some of the frags were messy, but that's the way Strong Sage likes to play. He creates these chaos situations in close combat. Was getting them upper hand, but it was around that was impressive to me. The way in which he played the angles, he read Kilson, he managed Kilson, and not many people do that to Kilson. So Strong Sage fully deserves that map.
Yeah, and of course, a bit of context. I think the servers were EU and AEU, so you know the fact that they've actually taken maps off each other on each other's servers as well was quite funny in itself. But it will be Kilson does take the series 2-1, but Strong Sage giving himself a little bit lighter in the end of the tunnel, taking that final map, and it's very good signs to see. Of course, we know how strong Kilson is overall on the majority of the maps and the champion pick. Let's be honest, and Yeah, the fact that Strong Sage, as you mentioned at the very start of the pre-match, because with his diverse champion pool, just making things a little bit easier. Of course, over time in this Pro League, people will have to read Strong Sage a little bit better with his usual individual habits, which champions he normally goes for, what he likes to ban, etc., etc. And obviously that will develop over time. But looking at it so far, Strong Sage, good performance towards the end of the series. Kilson will win it outright 2-1 anyway. And yeah, we'll have to see how the future holds for Strong Sage as we push on forward in the Quake Pro League.
Yeah, I think he's also upset the balance of prediction points as well by taking that map.
It's one you keep away from now. It's one of those keep away matches.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to risk it on Strong Sage. So really well played. He definitely tilted Gilson. And it was a deserved victory. Could have been a 2-1 Strong Sage on another day. Not to be. I think in the context of the game, Gilson deserved the victory, but another player coming into the Quake Pro League and laying his mark today. So to go 2-1 against Kilson, exceptional.
Yeah, you were talking about Strong Sage. I think Strong Sage and Sirius are the two you keep away from. So you know that's our advice, chat. If you want a little bit, if you don't want to lose so much channel points compared to what we saw, I think it was like 92% to 8% or something. Something crazy in itself, but it's understandable for what we saw from Kilson in those first 2 maps anyway. But you know, speaking of Devil, that's 2 matches done. We've still got 5 more series left to go, with our next one being Rafa versus Zeniku. Another incredible matchup, which is going to be before your very eyes here, chat. So get ready for it. But before that, we're going to go to a break, as we'll see you in just a few minutes. Another great series done and dusted, but we've still got another stellar matchup for you guys at home. It's going to be Rafa versus Zeneca. We get some great matches at the start of the day. Some of these matches I kind of feel like you would witness during the final 2 series of the day, but the fact that we're getting them at the start and some incredible ones again later on to finish, we're in for a real treat here, Dan.
Yeah, someone needs to explain to me why this is not a featured match, but I don't know. It's definitely one we would expect then, and it's definitely one that has a lot of repercussions on the state of the league, really. Got 2 players that are right up there near the top. Rafa sitting at number 1. I think Zen's in 4th or 5th. Not had the best start to the season so far, but is still a player that will put in performances to rattle the best, and we would expect him to end up in that top 4 or 5 bracket as well. So this is a huge match, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, these are 2 players you expect to be in day 2, no matter what repercussions they may endure during this league. Rafa, he's only dropped 1 map so far, literally the only, or one of the very few players, who hasn't dropped a series as of yet. The only other players who haven't dropped a series is Hilson and Wenger. But Wenger, of course, has only dropped 1 map himself as well. So technically, Rafa and Wenger are level par with each other with that match in hand. But Rafa wants to obviously continue to show his dominance. And he has done it. It's kind of classic Rafa with his dominating control of what he's done so far. And not really, you could say, you've got players like Chain who normally take off the weighted clothing like towards the end of the league and kind of really knuckle down and get onto the grind in terms of their practice regimen and prepare for himself for the Quake World Championships. But Rafa, he just does it from day one, doesn't he?
Usually. I think last season was pretty much the only season where he didn't come in on top, so we would expect to be way up there. And as you say, only dropping 1 map this season is a good result so far. We're only 6 weeks in, but still pretty strong, because we've seen already when you have some of these newcomers that can take the maps off the like a Gilson, potentially even beat them, it'd be really tough to go undefeated this season, Lethal. And this is one of those big matchups he has to overcome in that pursuit of glory, because Zen hasn't looked his best, but he's still playing some incredible Quake.
He really has been, indeed. And we talked about it before, where he's got all the tools in the shed. It's just about putting the pieces together and using everything in his arsenal as he's been trying to develop. His balance, his offense and defensive balance has been good. A couple of people may say there's been odd occasions where he's performed extremely well and can close out certain frags, where there's other days where he kind of second guesses himself, and that split second of hesitation can be like the do or die moment of being able to secure some of his frags or not. But he is closing the gap on that a little bit as he's been performing more and more. And you made a good point as well in terms of some of these new players coming in. Of course, the likes of, even if you include challenges as well, so to speak, you've got likes of Strong Sage, you've got, of course, of Yop as well, R&V. You've got some of these other players here, left, right, and centre, just coming out and the gate strong, and very young players as well. It could definitely put on, definitely pack a punch and make an impact in the scene, especially at a later date.
Exactly, but concentrate on this map then. I'm going to put you on the spot for once. What do you reckon in this one? Yeah, go on then. Who's going to win this one?
If I don't say Rafa, then it's quite... Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be Rafa anyway from what I've seen so far. I think it would be rude not to, so to speak. I could be unorthodox and go, yeah, Zen 2-1. I do feel like Zen will take a map, though, considering what we've seen. But actually, speaking of maps, we'll go to the picks and bans shortly anyway, because I think they'll give me a better picture here, Dan, and so to speak. Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to see a clutch coming out from Rafa on Blood Covenant. We're going to see the Ranger coming out again. I even said this before in the previous series, where normally this Ranger comes out, the doesn't matter if it awakens the first or the third map, so that's interesting in itself, and he's actually banned the Athena outright. And with Rafa banning the Slash and going for the clutch, I'm very curious to see how he's going to perform with that clutch pick, and then Deep Embrace, the Nyx versus the Eisen. It's going to be, I'd probably say still 2-1 for Rafa, though, considering what we've seen, especially with the strong, but it's tough because the Rangers also have a very good pick. Clutch, I'm a bit unfamiliar with how he is with the clutch pick on Blood Covenant, and I think Nyx is a great pick in itself for Deep Embrace.
I genuinely don't know when the last time we saw a Rafa clutch is in a professional game. There's none that are coming to mind, and I don't have anything in my notes of when he last picked clutch. Now, this is obviously the greatest player of all time in Quake, and if you can't play clutch, then what year are we in? But it's a little bit bizarre. I think in this particular matchup, it's incredible. Blood Covenant is a great map for clutch. Going up against a light champion as well, you can definitely bully that anarchy, but it's the most unusual. Looking at the scope of the board, I could see this going to 2-1, but if I'm honest with you, Zen either has to play out of his mind on Blood Covenant to win that, or he has to win Awoken. I think Deep Embrace, that Nyx pick, is so strong in the hands of Rafa. Ison doesn't offer a lot of utility against the likes of a Nyx. That's a difficult one, so it has to be maps 1 or 2. It's really difficult. I think Rafa's going to win this. I'd like to say 2-1, but I think it's going to be 3-0 Rafa.
Yeah, this is what I was debating earlier. It's the second map, which is a bit of a doozy for me in terms of how to try and predict this. Because even Deep Embrace, even though Rafa has that Nyx pick, as you said, it's very strong. Zen does have the Eisen for the early preparation and extra help along the way for those items as well. But it depends where it's positions, how he goes about it as well. It's a lot of little things really to try and add up here. But I'm not really too sure myself. It could go either way, but I do feel like for Rafa, he may be using that clutch pick for Blood Covenant, not just to test the boundaries of what he can do on Blood Covenant with that clutch pick if the Athena or the Slash isn't a viable option, or not a viable option but have been banned going into the later stages of the picks and bans. But it might be, and also making a point to prove that he also uses clutch as part of his champion package here in the picks and bans to make a lot of the other players maybe second guess. So maybe he's trying to use the clutch maybe the odd time or two here in the Quake Pro League just to let people know I also use clutch. So you may also have to ban this champion rather than banning my usual Athena, Slash, etc.
Well, exactly. What are you banning against Rafa?
Exactly.
This is the thing. He's one of these players that he almost innovated the meta in a lot of ways, and innovated the way in which he played around these picks. So if people have to start outright banning clutch against Rafa, it's going to be scary for the league, because we've already seen in the past where, with likes of Razy back in the day, it just opened up so much utility for him, and particularly in these best of threes where there's more of an open pool compared to best of 7 where I think it's played, it gave him more options. So yeah, we'll see. I'm interested. I'm really interested to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, we'll see if his clutch pick is just a wild card, which we probably never see again for the next 11, 12 weeks, or if he's actually going to use this as a viable option in the future. Because when you think clutch, you normally think of Razy, Sib, Strong Sage. They're normally the 3 names that come to mind when I think of a clutch pick. For Rafa, though, if he uses it at least twice, maybe 3 times during the league, then that's when a lot of players will be like, right, this is another champion we also have to think about banning, which is huge, really, considering some of the other champions which he normally prefers.
Yeah, and in Zen's hand, he's obviously got a very stable pick right here, and I think one of the challenges I've seen from Zen pretty much as he's come into the league is he plays, in many ways, the perfect basic level of Quake, but what he struggles with is putting that consistent pressure on his opponents and taking the games away from them. And against clutch, you have to continually be on top of the clutch, continually engage in the clutch. You can't let that clutch build that critical mass, because then your life becomes an absolute nightmare. And so the challenge is finding a keep on top of the clutch, but then you have that Rafa creativity to go with it. And he's got an Anarchy as well, so he has to always skirt that boundary of, as soon as even if he trades a rail engagement, like you're pretty much crippled at that point. It's a really fine balance he has to find.
An extremely valid point you mentioned as well is the constant pressure that Zen has to create in order to at least take down Rafa. And that's probably the exact reason why Rafa's playing clutch, because you do have to pile a lot of that pressure on. He will, have a lot of ways to get out and create some great rotation with the clutch as well. It's not the first time we've seen a clutch pick overall throughout the Pro League, but of course for Rafa it is, and I'm sure he's I think Razy may have played clutch a few times, I do recall, in the past on Blood Covenant, and sometimes it's succeeded, sometimes it hasn't. It just depends on the type of opponent he's playing against. So he's probably tried to at least have a bit of a have a bit of a dabble with it and just see how things go. Yeah,
we've seen it from at least Sib and Strong Sage so far. Strong Sage played it really well. Mainly on Awoken. So we haven't seen it on Blood Covenant for a while, but the reason why it's good on Blood Covenant is just you have that capability to play ultra defensive, play around the time bars. They're very easy and accessible. You can play slow, you can play down in the lower banana, and just play keep away. That's the challenge with clutch. Obviously, you picture clutch as this bully, this bulldozer, but you do have to play smart and defensive, and that's why Razy was so clever with clutch in the first place, because he played just passive until the shielders have cooldown, and then ultra aggressive. And I think a big element of clutch that often gets forgotten is that it's can be heavily reliant on the rail. You will be using the speed of the clutch to open up these angles early and make sure you're out railing your opponent. If you can do that in a clutch, that's when you become almost invincible, because your opponent's crippled, you have the stack, you have the shield, and you can close the gap almost instantly. So it can go both ways. We've obviously seen clutches fail miserably. I just don't see that happening for Rafa, as I think we're going into the game now, Lethal.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of a talk about the service to make sure everything's okay, but I think everything's a bit kosher now, Dan. We've been very patient going into this. And yeah, you're right. This is basically a great way to see if this is going to work out for him or not. I think, of course, there's a difference between practicing some of these champions or certain maps with certain champions in a scrim or pub setting, or playing it in a tournament setting when it's actually more important than not, and to see exactly how far your opponent will take you. And especially as a high-level opponent such as Zeneku as well. So this is going to be a nice breeding ground for him to see exactly how he's going to try and perform. And then, of course, if he doesn't, he's either going to probably try and make it work one way or another, or just go, right, that's another clutch in the bin. I've had enough. Obviously, I'm going to leave it to, Razy, Sib and Strong Sage in terms of how they're going to go about things. But, because that'll be the second map. First map is going to be on a Woken between Rafa and Zen to see exactly who's going to coming out on top in this first map of the third series of the day. And we're going to be starting off from Rafa's perspective.
Yeah, we are getting to the game. We just love talking. That's why we don't start the game, guys. We just want to talk all day. There's no other reason. But we're in the game. Don't worry. Morons.
Just a podcast, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Rafa.
Lovely rail coming out from Zen to force him on the backdrop. Good awareness from Zen.
He's actually gone back as well, done a little bit of damage, just still teetering on the edge for that Mega. In the drop, they've actually both dropped down for this heavy here. All comes out flying, but actually uses the rail straight off. There's great rails coming up from Zen as Rafa retaliates one of his own, but damage has already been done. It's all about seeing if Zen can try and secure this frag, but Rafa's already recovered a bit too much, but still has that stack advantage.
He does indeed. Zen had to burn the orb there as well, but look at the stack he has as a consequence of that. He can work his way around nice and slow, and this is what Zen does so well. It's just that methodical play. Question is, can he capitalize upon that? Lovely defensive play from Rafa to mitigate a lot of that pressure coming out from Zen. He did try, but we're going to continue to trade. Good try bots coming out there, chipping away.
Looking to fly on in as it goes through the TP. Just a minute and a half in. Just fast strategic plays here coming up from both players. Just trying to get a better of each other in terms of positions. Good LG coming up from Zen, but the rocket comes out from Rafa, and that's going to be the first frag. In favour of Rafa here, just shy off the 2-minute mark as he picks up the Mega. Heavy coming up in 20.
Yeah, all that pressure from Zen. All for naught. Lovely peeker from below. What a conversion as well from Rafa. Amazing start. Continue to keep this pressure on, and this is why Strong is so scary on this map. Rafa had the first pick of the champions. He chose the Strong, and we're seeing why already. Just used to that speed to keep the pressure on your opponent. Remarkable, amazing rail drive-by. And then come flying through this corner for what will be another very easy frag. 4-0, 2.5 minutes in. At the moment, Zen can't do anything to stem the tide.
No, he certainly can't. It's not really giving much room to even pick up some of the weapons, let alone some of the items here. As things have gone from 0 to 10 in just a matter of 30 seconds. Good LG.
What?
Of course, going to use that passive to rocket jump up, but yeah, not going to pay off at all. And it's just catching him so many times with the LG, and then had to use that orb just to try and get out of that bad situation.
Yikes, already, yikes. Zen is on the ropes. Oh, oh no.
It's just getting worse, isn't it, Dan? Only 6 frags in. There's all, 3 minutes in. Now 7 frags in favour of Rafa. He's definitely abusing the speed and mobility just to pile on so much pressure on spawn. And Zen was looking really good with the back-to-back rails early on at the very beginning, but that's all to show for it so far. And just Rafa, just the endless aggression coming out here, not really able to do much at all. Good way to come back here from Zen, but the damage already been done. 8-1 now, 3.5 minutes in. Some good damage coming out from Zen. No, he cleans out, left on 7 HP, but able to recover, but may have to give up this heavy. We'll see.
Yeah, Rafa didn't mind too much giving up that second frag because he did so much damage for it. Zen actually sneaks in to steal away that heavy. A bit risky to go up that jump pad. Rafa hears that rocket jump though, so he's more than ready for the positioning of Zen. Comes flying back in with the shotgun. Regains a 7 frag lead. very easily as well. Now this is the precarious position we're in that if Zen wants to win this game, he has to take risks. And it's going to be not impossible when he's taking these risks to get multiple back-to-back clean frags in the way that Rafa did. Just doesn't have the same skill set.
Doesn't indeed. I like that tri-bowl shot from Rafa just to try and if he can feed himself info onto that rail jump pad. Rafa just continuing to be as proactive as possible. Both don't trade rails as Rafa just looking to see what he can find in terms of Zen's location. It's the first rail. If it's the second one, it'll be good for him to try and pursue the heavy, but he will not be able to here. He's just going to hold the advantageous angle instead. Just waiting for the Zen to go. It's the first one, but Zen retaliated straight away. Great back-to-back rail coming out from Zen to make it a third as we're just at the halfway point.
Still a long way to go, as you say, at the halfway point, 9-3. So, at the very least, he stemmed the tide. Can he even begin to forge his comeback? There is time for him to play a bit more methodical if he wants to. At the same time, Rafa's just going to keep doing exactly this, which is just throwing his body at Zen. Particularly in these lightning engagements, to be able to at least match the damage output and just cripple Zen for the follow-up. Nice use of the peeker as well, realizing Zen cannot pressure him while he's in that form. Although a huge rocket from Zen, he's got the timing as well. A little bit early, he has to go early. It pays off for now.
Of course, Rafa didn't have any rockets or rail at the time of that engagement. Didn't really do more if he tried. 69, nice from that. Nice tri-bolt. Mega's gonna be up in 12, and Zen's already got a fantastic angle, as you can see. Can cover that choke point if Rafa does try and be a little bit aggressive with his coordination towards that angle. He's going to go back once again. Mega's now up, and Zen's now ready to take that uncontested, of course. And this has got a huge stacking. Definitely bring this back as well. He's trying to hit the other rails. Goes over the shortcut, but Rafa still comes back from that engagement. Unreal.
Yo, that was unreal. Yeah. First rocket flicking Zen towards him, air rocket into the finisher. That was sublime.
Certainly was. With the LG Bell coming out trying to get rid of the orb as well. In the meantime, Zen's going to win that outright. The only problem is, of course, Mega is going to be up just in the nick of time. And Zen still has a chance here. Just as long as he continues with his coordinated aggression, could see something special. We'll have to see how Rafa's going to do to try and put a stop to this.
Stopwatch.
Yep, and the tri-bolt is going to go a long way to helping him in this process. Just using the audio cues, laying around Zen, keeping him on that low ground. Doesn't have the orb, but it will be up for the pickup if Zen wants to burn it. Desperately needs this item. He hears it. He's going to go up the jump pad, in fact. Picks it. Rafa, though, bouncing Zen around. He swaps to the rail of all weapons. And she didn't have a rocket, in fact, so turns out for the right one in the end, but he's taken so much damage again, and this is what Rafa is doing decent enough of a job of so far. He's just keeping that stack of Zen low. And already that huge lead has come back to haunt Zen.
Yeah, certainly could do. Good initiative as well in that last engagement, of course, using the orb whilst waiting for that rail animation, like you mentioned before, without the rockets. Let's see if we get a little bit more done here. Heavy's up in 10. We're going to see if Zen's going to even attempt to contest this, because he hasn't really got any armor. He has now, but only a small portion, so he's going to have to give this a miss. And as you can see, Rafa's playing this a little bit differently here, just trying to prioritize the frag. Zen just looking to see if he's going to dart towards bottom nail, but it's not going to happen here. Just trying to get a feel of the situation so far, analyze what info he can use in order to maybe pick up this Mega here. He knows it's there. He doesn't know how to go about doing this. And this is the third time Zen's actually managed to get away with taking these bouts in the middle, picking up the Mega just to get a better stack advantage. Good stuff from Zen so far, but he's only got a minute and a half left.
Look at the stack he has to burn to even pick up that major item. Lovely drop into the Pika once again, and Zen is so low. He does get the frag, but at what cost? That Rafa now could just fly on him, pick up this weapon set, steal away this Mega. There you go, and even steal away a frag in the process. Zen has to go for it. Oh, he's made it into such a game, all things considered, but look at this. Rafa now closing this game off with another frag, extending the lead to 5, and another one potentially. Zen gets away, but the map is obviously now gone. You got to credit Zen Lethal on how much of a game this ended up becoming, considering just the stomping he got for those first 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I couldn't have put a better word to describe it at the very beginning. It was literally a stomping ground. With Zen doing everything he could to try and bail out of a lot of the situations, but with the mobility and speed of course, that Strog just pin him on spawn every time. And with Zen not being able to give him the cleanest of, or giving him some of the cleanest of frags, he could just continue to pile on the pressure on spawn. It's extremely tough, and we'd be seeing a different situation if it was anywhere else. But for Zen, no, you're right. He did put on a great showing, considering how far behind he was, and these drive-by rails. Rafa just continuing. Going a little bit crazy here, Dan, but that's going to seal it. 15-7. So of course, the scores don't reflect that, but we'll see how the next two maps go. Yeah, that will be 15-7 in favour of Rafa, as Zen is going to have to try and claw back 2 maps in a row. And this is going to be a starting point here. We can see how much pressure that Zen can put onto Rafa's, interesting enough, his clutch.
Yeah, this is going to be the one, obviously, everyone's watching out for. That was as we said, it was a stomping from minute 1 to minute 3. Zen did a great job to stabilize, to bring it back, and it shows why he's a scary player when he can get into that methodical rhythm. But that pressure from the first opening seconds was just revolting from Rafa's point of view. And I said on the intro, felt that it was either this map or map 2. He had to win if he was going to walk away with a map or potentially the series. And unfortunately, map 1 definitely didn't go his way.
Certainly didn't, indeed. I'm sure he's going to go back to the drawing board and try and figure out what he can do on the spawn if he is against a Strog in that kind of particular circumstance. And of course, a lot of people will say, well, you know, just try and make sure Rafa doesn't get the cleanest of frags possible in order to then try and pile on the pressure instantly straight afterwards. But yeah, it's easier said than done in that kind of motive anyway. As you can see, guys at home, 54% rail there from Rafa to the 43 of Zen. And the damage is quite split evenly. Of course, Rafa favouring the Rockets a little bit more, considering the position he was in quite a lot of the time. But that's the first one, as we're going to go into the second one here. And it was the Clutch versus the Anarchy, I believe? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, not sure. Hopefully we'd have to go through another cycle of testing different servers. But Clutch and Anarchy. Now, obviously it's going to be heavily rail dependent. So the big question is how much as we said, how much can Zen keep on top of the Clutch? How much can he use the Anarchy to make sure he controls that upper ground, keep that rail strong, make sure he continually chips away at the Clutch? On the flip side, I'm really just intrigued to see in which the way Rafa plays this. Will it be the same as map 1 in any instinct, trying to keep that pressure on, keep the speed? Or will it be more slow-paced, methodical, almost Razy-esque? That's going to be the balance there.
This is where I will see if Zen, how experienced he is in this matchup as well. Of course, one of his teammates being Razy. He's been with him in the past, he's lived with him. He's, of course, played against him quite a lot in scrims and pubs, etc. So if he's experienced with Clutch, we'll have to see. It could be something Razy normally just hides in his back pocket to not let anyone try and figure out and establish afterwards. But we'll see what Zen can do. If that is the case, then he should have plenty, and I mean plenty of experience in order to be able to, because Razy being one of the very, very few players who can master Clutch to a high degree, and to have a teammate like him to be able to practice against in this kind of situation is perfect. But if he's able to get the practice in, we'll have to see. But it should be a good enough, or it could be a close affair nonetheless, considering with the Anarchy pick. I think it's a great pick nonetheless, because we'll be expecting Zen to wait for that window of opportunity, of course, with the shield being depleted and not made to good use. As Rafa's, I'm sure, is going to make a change to that. He's going to be very, very patient with that shield and use it to its full advantage.
Yeah, and you know, to your point, I'm sure Zen has more than enough experience against Clutch, but the question is, does he know how Rafa's going to play Clutch?
Yeah. And
it's really disconcerting because a champion like Clutch just changes the dynamics of the way in which you have to play the duel. The speed is disconcerting, the shield then is off-putting as well, and you have to be constantly aware of that. So it's a big task for Zen. We've got to remember that Rafa picked this into the Anarchy, so he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he certainly does indeed. It's going to be tough in itself, so it is going to be on Zen's side this time, so it's gonna be. So I think last one was NA, but it's gonna be EU NA again. So I have to see if what he can do now on his own side of the pond here, our side of the pond here, I believe here, Dan, going into this second map and see what we can do as Zen are looking to try and at least equalise this series, or Rafa to take the series by closing out this second map, as we are going to be starting from Rafa's perspective.
Rightly so. Wanted to see what's up here as he flies himself around. Already got the rail at hand, and this is where we said Clutch can be extra scary if he's the one that gets the upper hand on the rails, particularly against an Anik. He can't connect with the second, but already we're seeing the intent.
Of course, still got that shield in hand. So we have another crucial rail. Every time Zen picks up one of these lights, it just gets eaten away straight away, and he's after blood. And this could be a blessing in disguise here. Dan is going to clean this up. Oh, actually, you can make this quite close. Zen somehow came up on top on that one, and I was getting prepared to say Rafa's done this. He's picked up the heavy, and he's going to go straight back over to try and contest the mega. But unreal, Dan. I'm going to have to watch that back.
And Rafa just didn't hit anything. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have had the frag all day, but no. Well played by Zen to hold his ground. A little bit of a mistake from Rafa there.
Something we used to is he's coming up with the shield again, and that was a good block there, but Rafa retaliates with a great rail to then steal that mega.
Yeah, and he's not afraid to just abuse the stack and shield right here. He's playing it as one would expect, using it quickly, taking the right engagements, and trying to use the shield as and when it's right. But once again, he just not doing enough damage in those mid-range fights. And Zen just standing his ground. He knows if Rafa's there, he wants to just maximize his damage out. But even if Zen dies in that situation, he's all about the damage.
Certainly is, of course. With Clutch being as big as a billboard, it's not going to do Rafa any favours, but he's using the shield. He's going to continue to put under pressure, but got a bit too overzealous there, and Zen's going to make that 3-1.
I think overzealous is the exact right word. Rafa's using his W key a lot.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. I think that's a good way to describe it there. He takes a tiny bit of rocket damage there. Zen's going to try and back away and find the light to his name, but Heavy's up in 10. With rail shots coming in from Zen. Trying to hit another, so he picks up the light to be able to survive a little bit longer. But the Heavy's got the next few seconds. He may just dive on in here, but the shield does come out. He burns the Heavy, but at what cost? This Rafa does take him down in the end. 5 HP, but still got a little bit of armor.
I think that's the best use of the pile drive we've ever seen. Mining drive. He's so low, and this is what Zen's doing. He's not afraid to die in some of these situations just to make sure Rafa is low in stack. I love the use of the heavy machine gun as well, just that constant chip gem as we talk about.
Still hasn't got an LG yet. Will require some rail ammo soon.
Got a stack of Zen though. Now he's popped that inject. Just rolling in it, and Rafa have to play slower now. Started the game with a bang, playing nice and quick and fast, but he's learned his lesson fairly quickly that Zen is prepared for the aggression. You can see now Rafa looking at plan B, which is slowing it down. More rail focused.
Zen will pick up that Heavy. I was waiting to see if Rafa's going to try and dive in with that shield, but of course he doesn't want to as of yet. He's going to get a Heavy anyway. It's the first rail. Managed to dodge that last one. Still got the shield in hand. 17 seconds until this next mega. Item segregated enough to contest. As Rafa has to potentially back away again and maybe just play on the defensive until this next Heavy pickup arrives.
Exactly. Zen able to trade there, and that is just huge when he's getting these return damage. Oh, and that was nearly a massive rocket from Rafa, but Zen's in the vicinity again to pepper down on this heavy armor. Rafa actually swapped into the heavy machine gun himself. Just wanted to do some degree of consistent damage. Zen hits an early rocket, but Rafa have to scuttle himself away after eating a lot of damage, then pop the inject for that as well, so he is also extremely low. I think they'll both just settle here for trading major items. Rafa, with that mega and light armor rotation, is already back up to a very, very healthy stack.
Oh, he catches him, but yeah, no cigar for him, I'm afraid, as he gets to heavy. Mega's gonna be delayed probably by about 6 seconds here, make that 5. Rafa's gonna try and circulate across and just trying to abuse Clutch's mobility if he can. This is where Zen's got to be extremely careful not to really give away too much in terms of the item control here. But at the same time, he's just struggling to do enough chip because he knows that one minor mistake like this, he's just going to get punished straight away for it. Comes out with a shotgun, and it was still quite close considering, but doesn't matter. So he picks up the hourglasses, needs to try and get away if he can, and he should be able to, as he does pick up that heavy.
Yeah, such a great read by Rafa. As you say, it wasn't very clean, which is why Zen can put on this pressure. But that read was phenomenal, catching off Zen. So he has to be a little more careful himself on Zen's side. Rafa finding that balance now, which was lacking in the opening few minutes of when to play defensive and when to be aggressive. But seems to have found his rhythm a little bit more now. Playing a lot more around that shield and a lot more around the reads. And this is where the speed of the clutch is so dangerous. With the brain of Rafa, he's able just to create these opportunities to have unreturned rail trades, and this is why it's scary as an Anarchy. If Rafa's getting the upper hand of these rails, you're almost helpless.
Yeah, over time, Rafa's been doing a better job just piling on a lot more pressure here. Using Clutch's mobility to full effect, and using a lot more. Especially during those last few minutes here. Huge stack to work with. Zen's not too far behind, but he knows. Oh, and even though the shield comes out, it does force him to play his hands. And now he's got that window to try and take the fight against his Clutch.
And for me, that's where Rafa's potentially slightly less experienced on the Clutch. You could see the thought process of what he was trying to do. Maybe underappreciating just how easy that champion is to hit a little bit. Zen ready for that setup, punished him for it, and now in command and control. So Rafa definitely shifted away from his rail first approach at that point. And now he's lost control because of it. The big question is, can Zen close the gap here without taking any damage? The answer is yes, but he can't connect with damage himself. Rafa, lovely rocket coming out. He's still on the back foot. Zen knows there's no shield, which is why he's doing this. The shield is now up, but Rafa is also so weak. Zen could just swap and even get his suicide to tie it up.
He could go back to back here, Dan, because he's just picked up the heavy. He used a shield just before he was cleaned up.
Exactly. And it's all come down to that mistake of Rafa trying to rush that mega. Zen even delaying this, offsetting the timing. Making sure he's got the full control and full awareness. Rafa has to go back to this plan B.
He does, as his shield will come up in the next couple of seconds, but he's going to be found out here around those rockets. Zen's going to be trying to fight him for this heavy, but oh, he hits the rail, almost hit the second as well. Look at this, he's on the hunt. Mega's up in the next few seconds, and Zen's going to be able to grab it here, Dan.
He is. Nicely held onto the inject as well, knowing that Mega was up and Rafa can't compete for it. Rafa's just healing up down in the blood pool. No shield up again, so this is where Zen wants to... No, he fails the rocket jump! Too fat!
Yeah, as if that could be potentially the winning frag, and of course he's going to continue piling on this pressure. I see. As he didn't have the shield up, and at that moment in time, a minute 10 left, as Rafa has the speed it requires, but the problem is he's trying to contest this mega, but he's got the shield up as well. He's already taken way too much damage. Zen trying to pile on a little bit more of that last round, but that could be game here, Dan. Let's see what Rafa can do to try and bring this back, but look how unlikely after these rail shots as well, as Zen's trying to make it a sick frag if he can. And looks like we'll have to play quite uncomfortably and be a little bit over-aggressive as he would like to.
And Zen's now able to close the gap. He's got the confidence, he's got the stack. He knows he's also low. He's got the inject, he knows he's not available, so he's holding on to it. Now we're going to have to pop it. So There's a huge miss rail up that jump pad. Rafa had to take that risk, and can he find Zen is the question. Ooh, I think he did spot him there through the corner of his eye. He's going to rocket jump up. This time he does make it succeed, but Zen's already got himself away and will pick up this map number 2.
Certainly does. Cleans him up, makes it a 6th, and that's going to be 6-3 in favour of Zen. I kind of felt like Rafa's the way he played Clutch was just much better in the second half compared to the first half. It seems a little bit unstable at times. We saw it in the when he was fighting Zen from that rail position. You can tell that times like that was a little bit too overzealous, but that might just be experience of the matchup as well in itself. It's we'll have to see if he will bring up the Clutch more times in the future, because I think, like I mentioned before, it's important to have every champion as part of your map pool, or your champion pool rather, just so that at least that way that your opponent may not think exactly what you could be using. So even using the Clutch 2, maybe 3 times would be enough to convince your opponents that it's something you may use in the future, especially in the finals. But good stuff from Zen, just playing it patiently. Some good times where he actually managed to have a good opportunity to take advantage of some of those combat fights. But even then, though, that rocket jump was sadly Rafa's way, or the winning frag, so to speak, for Zen, because he probably just could not believe the opportunity that Zen felt he was given to him there, and to obviously take full advantage of that. As you can see, LG and Rail both at 57%, and Rafa not too shabby either, gets the Anarchy with a 43% going into this final map, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Zen couldn't even match Sirius's LG, and he's going against a Clutch. But no, it's like, I think it just shows you how difficult the Clutch is to play. And there was just a few lapses in judgment from Rafa's point of view, and I'm going to call it out again. That push onto Mega, it might have worked if he was another champion. It didn't work when he was a Clutch, because he just got bullied by Zen. But you got to credit Zen. He had to make the right decisions, he had to play safe, and he had to punish Rafa whenever Rafa made these pushes, and Zen did exactly as he needed to. So really, really well played by Zen. Definitely not the best Clutch we've seen, but I'd be interested to see if Rafa pulls out again.
Yeah, I think seeing it 1 or 2 more times at a more consistent level, we'll see how well he can perform with that Clutch. Because I do feel like in that second half, he did play extremely well. Just, it wasn't even the champion pick which cost him. It was just that one rocket jump and banana. But it happens to the best of us, I'm sure. But we'll have to see what he does as how he uses Clutch, maybe in the future, or just throw it straight in the bin. We'll have to see. But Nyx versus Aizen, Dan, what's your thoughts on this one? I know you spoke a little bit about the Nyx in the past with how Rafa's going to perform. Probably an advantage here. But for Zeno, does have obviously Tim in the turret, using him for the especially for the item control as well, and have to see how he tries and performs with the Aizen against the Nyx.
The Ice has got good utility on pretty much any map that if you use that turret wisely. I do like it on deep, but I feel that the Nyx in Rafa's hands just has a much higher potential. And it's going to be a real tough ask for Zen to win this one. Right,
final map of this 3rd series here. It's been incredible in itself, and we're going to see what the final outcome's going to be, as Rafa now kicking things off with his perspective, really taking down the turret and the Mega, and we're going to see how it's going to continue. But good LG damage already, but the return rail from Zen is going to make up for that.
Rafa hasn't got a rail, so has to play nice and slower on this mid ground, while Zen understands that differential. He's playing nice and safe. Oh, huge rocket though.
Yeah, taking a leaf out of Psychips, but considering how well Psychips rockets were last week on Corrupted Keep, Rafa now still looking to try and back away, still on that recovery process. If we're just heading a minute in, does see that turret. He's bouncing on up. Good rocket coming out from Rafa as well, just to add a little bit of extra pressure here onto Zen. So, being very methodical, but at a fast pace here. As he getting with that rail, has to deal with Timmy at the same time. He's going to have absolutely none of that now.
Yeah, and this is how Zen needs to play the item on this map. He's not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the speed or the intensity of the Nyx, particularly when she's got a stack. So he has to play smarter positioning, which is what he's doing so far, forcing out another Ghost Walk. The question is, can he punish this?
Rafa going back top mid. It's just gonna, I was gonna say completely leave the turret away, but Zen now. Good opportunity for him here, but the direct has made such a difference. Catches him in the murder hole. He's gonna get the bubbles for himself. That was a huge play coming up from Zen. He just got the spawn rail, Dan.
Yeah, another big one is no Ghost Walk up again, so Rafa is incredibly vulnerable at this point. Amazing reads by Zen so far, and he's got Rafa! Dead to rights, up by that heavy, a little bit too early. He will get up this mega. Oh no, he's defending. Still no Ghost Walk, another frag from Zen. Rafa down 3-0. Ghost Walk gonna have to be, oh no!
What's going on? What is going on here? Zen already up by 4, but surely he's going to make this 5 from one of his last rockets. Oh, Rails! Great rail again coming out from Zen, making it 5-0. With the heavy come up in just a few seconds. And the best thing is, Dan, he's barely taken any return damage.
Does Rafa think he's playing clutch? Like,
maybe.
Questionable plays from Rafa. I think he just wanted to do as much damage as he could while Zen was jumping up and plus back, but he mistimed that and Zen was already standing his ground. So now Rafa finds himself 6-0 down. Almost a reverse of what we saw on map 1.
Certainly
but this is a map where comebacks are slightly easier.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. We've seen these comebacks happen before. We've seen it so many times where Rafa's come back from a monumental lead. But could this be one of those times? Could this be the first series loss? We'll have to see. Still early days as of yet. Still got 6.5 minutes left to play as Zen. I'm just backing all the way around, but Rafa does catch him.
Nice,
good rocket
nice
damage coming up from Rafa there, but Zen's got good return as well. But doesn't want to continue that fight again. Oh, he might catch him here, and he has done. Very important frag there coming up from Rafa. And now just finding him back with that machine gun damage. Zen does have to try and get away again, but Timmy's there trying to lend a helping hand if he can as well. Picks up the light, he gets some decent damage there, which he has done, but Rafa's going to pick up that mega straight afterwards. Heavy's up in 10.
Big thing Rafa needs to do is stack preservation here, and that's exactly the problem. Zen comes flying, and there's no Ghost Walk up, and Rafa takes a huge amount of damage. Easy rail that he misses. And a second, Timmy goes up top. But he's done so much damage. The Ghost Walk's up now, but Rafa has to be incredibly careful because even a lick of damage is going to force him down.
Oh, those missed rails, Dan.
Yeah,
this is a little bit different.
But he got himself back onto the map now with that stack. Timmy is there, can't do anything. Rafa's very early for this, and Zen knows there's no Ghost Walk. Zen himself, he's just so slow on the ice and he can't get around. He's done so much damage, though, out of nowhere. Rafa's just going to have to wait, just recoup slowly as Zen patrols on the mid-level.
He has the armor, of course, just to get all his health bubbles in sight to keep him a little bit sane in this process. LG Bell comes out again, but not going to dare himself to continue that as Zen does get away. Heavy's up in 3, perfect position and timing. The turret's there as well.
What Zen is doing so well, as you can see, is just playing slow and safe. He's taking these pathing just to get across to the heavy, play around the corners, forcing Rafa into these scrappy engagements. It's beginning to stabilize now. There's still plenty of time left, and the scoreline's closed a little bit. Now we are seeing much more methodical game, and Zen wants to be in this heavy area. He heard the Ghost Walk, I think, or at least suspected it. That's why he plus backs. It does win Rafa that heavy, though, just presence of pressure.
As you said, good reads coming up from Zen. Good damage coming up from Rafa, though. Good return rail. Another return rail. Zen's going to try and make it free, but it cleans him up with the LG for extra insurance and just saving his stack.
The big point of difference in this map is 11% rail from Rafa. He's just not connecting so far. As I said that, he has now doubled his rail hits, tripled them, quadrupled them.
Consider what we saw there as well, the 11%. Ghost Walk comes out. He's reliable, mind you. Will he be able to catch him before he picks up the heavy? Should be able to here, but both of them are so weak, and Zen's going to win that last engagement. 3.5 minutes left. Picked up the heavy. Looking much better towards the later stages of this matchup here, Dan.
Another messy frag from Zen. Rafa getting himself caught in a corner. And it's been the story of the game. Somehow, Zen keeps trafficking and making these messy fights happen, and Rafa is falling into it. 8-4, 3 minutes to go.
See Rafa just trying to bait out with that jump. He's going to be out good damage coming out from Zen here, looking to try and get the round to guarantee his heavy, but he's done more than enough just to force Rafa away to agree to go for each other's items instead. Still, the items though, I think the only thing we can say in Rafa's favour is that the items are quite close in terms of segregation. So whether items Zen goes for first, he knows he can go for the polar opposite straight afterwards. But it doesn't matter though, Zen's still continuing piling on a lot of damage as he's going across the top mid. He's exactly where he is, but he's just going to continue playing a nice stable game here just to try and secure this win as he picks up this heavy.
Yeah, but when you're on the defense, you want the items to be on par, so you have this get out clause. So it's actually, in my opinion, probably favoring Zen slightly. Once again, he's doing such a good job of forcing out the Ghost Walk, controlling this high ground. He's actually had all of the control in terms of positioning this map so far, and his rail has been on fire. Rafa using the speed of the Knicks to close the gap here, but missing some critical rails, which gives Zen this lifeline. And because of these tied items, Zen can just retreat to the other side of the map.
55% rail accuracy for Zen, 36 at the moment as the LG Bird comes out just underneath the murder hole. Looking for him to go back forward again, but we're about to clean him up. Good rotation. He should be able to finish this up. Yes, he does, making that 9-4 with 90 seconds left.
And there we go, another Ghost Walk forced out. He's been so effective with that. And a lovely flick rail to finish off Rafa, and this has to be a victory for Zen. 1 minute to go.
Yeah.
You know, there we go, 7 frags the difference. Rafa forced into making these aggressive moves, and they just haven't paid off for him.
No, they haven't. Good predictions coming up from Zen. Good reads as well. I think valid point you made at the start is the rail accuracy early on.
Yep.
Sadly, with his aim skill not complementing his diverse play style across the board in terms of his strats there. But that is going to be it here. 45 seconds left, and sadly for Rafa, he will lose his first series in this league against a player which definitely has the possibility and potential to take down Rafa, but I think we expected it from maybe someone like Razy or Kilson, etc. But Zen played extremely well this series, even after a bit of a flaky start in that first map.
Yeah, I think across the QPL, these two players actually are fairly even on their maps against each other. Zen seems to have Rafa's number a little bit in that regard, and said I thought it'd be a really hard map from Zen in terms of picks, but he's made this Ison look genius the way he's played around the utility of that Ison, and Rafa definitely didn't play his best. Zen played exceptional, nearly 60% rail against the Knicks on this map when he had the server disadvantage, so really well played by Zen. You know, maps 2 and 3 were phenomenal.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure a lot of people remember the series when they were playing for top 6 at the Quake World Championships last year and how close it was. It came down to pretty much a shotgun shot on Blood Covenant, if I remember from the top of my head, and it was just ridiculous. I didn't cast it myself, but I was watching it on the sidelines, and it was just phenomenal. And every time I see these two play, I know we're just going to have some kind of incredible matchup. Even if it's like a lot of style points, not a lot of style points, a lot of flair on the server, we always see it very back and forth between the two, and you can never really predict what happens. But Zen is going to be the one who comes out on top this time round, as Rafa will sadly lose his first series in this league. But don't be surprised if every player in this league eventually loses one series at some stage, because the competition has been sky high from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think DJ Wheat already still owes me from the last time I said Rafa would be undefeated. Said it again this season. It's just, the league's too tough. The league is too tough. From bottom to top, it's incredible standards, particularly now we've had these players that were previously mid-level pushing into that top 3, top 4 bracket. Maxter, Zeneku, you know, it's chaotic at the top of the leaderboard. So no discredit to Rafa. I thought Zen played phenomenally. Rafa, on this map in particular, definitely didn't play his best game, and that's what happens if you have a slight off game, a slight off map. You're going to lose, and we have seen Rafa can bleed once again.
You're not wrong there at all, and yeah, make sure Wheat does pay up on that, because I know if I lost a bet against you, I would definitely pay up. There's no way I'm going to get away with it.
I feel sorry for you, Lethal. I'm not letting him off the hook, though.
I know. I'm only little, mate. I'm only little, as we could see there. It's going to the first map. We thought that could be an indicator of what's to be expected, and look at that. No, Blood Covenant 6-3 and going to Deep and Base 12-6. Let's see what's going to happen in the future if they match each other again in the Quake World Championships. We'll have to see, and be looking quite likely considering how they placed last season and then going into it this season as well. As we do have a break, guys, at home, as we'll be back in just a few minutes. We've still got plenty more matches left to come, the next one being Avic versus Chains. So we'll see you in just a few. Well, we just had an upset as we go into the halfway point of today, as we're going to now head into Avec versus Chain. And Chain, he's been clawing the odd map or two here and there off some of the top players, but we need to really see him or witness him get a series win at some stage, because we know that what he's capable of towards the end of the lifespan of the regular season, and to see it a little bit early on will definitely pay himself dividends here to try and slot himself into a top 8. But it's not out of the realms of possibility as of yet, but he will need to accumulate a lot of maps and wins here in order to even have a chance of breaking through that top 8.
Yeah, it's a little unusual. It's almost expected now, as you say, where we know how good Chain is. We see it every land, but he just decides, he doesn't pull it out throughout the league stages. The one point of note, though, here is that we have a much tougher league than we've had before, and there is a serious chance that he can't claw his way back into a respectable position. I think he was very close last stage to actually being in those relegation matches. Just managed to pick up a few victories towards the end of the season to give him enough points to keep out of that zone, but you don't want to be there. We've already talked about it multiple times today. The players that are coming through from those challenges are really, really good. And Chain definitely is a better player than what he's shown so far. He's had some good games, let's still put it out, but he's just unable to close it out. He's going up against a player today who we know is already coming strong this season, took Rafa to the ropes last week, and it's going to be an uphill battle for Chain.
Yeah, even nowadays, when you look at the Challenger League and from what we've seen so far, of course, the next one coming up very soon, we've still got plenty more qualifiers for you guys to get involved in if you do want to compete. It's fact, yeah, the strength of this competition is unreal. There's like literally 10 names that pop to my head, even some quite unknown who could definitely make a good point and make an impact in this Quake Pro League as well. So it's not a time where you'll have some issues or anything like that. You have to really be on the ball of things, as we now look at the picks and bans very shortly, as we see exactly what could potentially unfold. We're going to have Veil to start things off, Awoken, and then we're going to switch over to Ruins, as we had quite a lot of the smaller maps in the pool coming up in a lot of these matches, but we finally do get Ruins in this next one as well. Actually, no, I'll save it, but we have Blood Covenant, so that just shows how bad my memory is. But it's going to be Galena versus Ison, very standard matchup. Strog and Doom, again, very meta. And then the last one will be the Slash versus the Ruins. What's your thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, this is interesting. I would say overall I slightly favour Avic's pick, but it's fairly balanced across the board. Starting on Veil, which is generally always going to be Chain's first pick, plays it very well. Avic loves the Galena on that map, so I think he's pretty happy he got that. He normally picks a Galena or the Eisen, so either way, the players get their respectable picks. I feel that the Eisen might have been a slight denial pick from Chain's point of view, but it's still good in his skill set. Awoken, as you say, very meta without the range on the board. The Doom is probably the next best pick for you there. And in Ruins, we finally get a Slash. 2 lights coming out. It's interesting for Chain. He picked the Anarchy. The Nyx was on the table. Maybe he didn't feel confident enough. And likewise, Abec could have picked up the Nyx. So we're going to see a real good one. I'm going to say a slobber knocker for map 3.
You always told me not to say that, Dan. Now you started saying that. I think we're just both as cringe. It's fine.
But no, I feel that Chain likes to play a slightly slower game. He wants to play the angles, and he's going up against a player who doesn't want any of those shenanigans. He's going up against Avec, who just wants to bulldoze through into you and create these close combat engagements. And I just feel the clash of styles. If Chain doesn't start connecting with the rails, which is often where his game drops off, he's going to be in for a tough day.
Yeah, I do agree to a certain extent as well. And with Avic, he's got wealth of experience, got one of the best mind games in the business. It has a mentality for a lot of his matchups. Treats it like chess. Sometimes he'll turn around and use the initiative in his aim skill to its full potential. It really just depends what Avic we're going to get this day as well. But it's like I said before, one of the best mind games in the business, and it will definitely take each game in its stride, and can be very hard to mentally break down. I kind of feel like when I see a lot of these players play against Avic, depending on the situation.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before with how Rafa said it. The way Avic plays, it doesn't always communicate well on stream until you play against him. He's relentless. The pressure he puts on you, the consistency in his aim, his damage output, his weapon choice is always on point. So when he brings all that together, and if he starts connecting, it's incredibly scary as a package, which is why he's such a decorated player, one of the legends of Quake, and that's why I just feel that Chain's going to be in for a hard day. But when Chain plays his best games, in my opinion, is actually when he's the underdog, he's on the back foot, he's able to turn it around, he can punish the players. So if Chain has a good day, this is going to be a really good game. If Chain has one of his off days, I think he's going to get run over. So we'll see. He normally plays better against the better players. So I've still got hope for Chain today.
Yeah, I've got faith in the lad as well, considering some of the maps he's actually scraped by from some of the top dogs in this business already. And
Avic's hair is magnificent.
He always looks fabulous, doesn't he? I did always say he's got the best hair in Europe, but worldwide, it's global. Well, potentially.
Avic's already got 2 of his totems down. Could even get the overstack up before the minute mark, which would be very strong. Great first rocket from Avic coming out as well.
Yeah, Avic, definitely a man who looks after himself both in and outside the game here. Sadly misses that last rail, but just barely missed that one. Don't think that was due to the rocket jump anyway, but going to be a little bit different as Chain just trying to keep himself alive. Of course, items have already been picked up, so it's just a matter of gunning for scraps here, Dan.
Avic's getting these rockets out of nowhere. Chain is being peppered by damage constantly. That's what I was talking about in the intro. There comes that overstack just on that minute mark as well. And here we go, met in the doorway. Avic with the overstack has enough brute force to bully his way through. Might even to be able to take both major items here, or at least do some significant damage. Chain actually not willing to even at least straight up commit. Takes a secondary route round. And actually gets out fairly unscathed for now.
I love this as well. Because of his totem placements, he knows there's only very few places he could be. Be so careful! And Avic takes him down anyway. Good plan of action. Still got all of the overstack that Avic needs in order to continue this aggression. He's taking down the turret first. He's taking priority. Often use that shield. Nice 69 from that last rocket damage.
Oh no!
He still picks it up, but should still be able to take. No, of course not.
Avic's just got no ammo.
Good stuff from Chain.
Yeah, Chain got a little bit lucky. Avic ran out of ammo, all of his weapons. I mean, poor ammo management from Avic as well. But either way, he restores that 2-0 lead with another totem kill. Totems 2, Chain 1. With Chain coming in with that rail off the spawn as well. Good damage coming out for the Canadian, but not to be.
Not to be indeed, as he's going to have the overstack once again.
Chain has to get on top of these totems. Avic's had this overstack now since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, just hasn't really had much of a opening to actually circle round towards the backside of this rail area, just because Avic's either got positional advantage over him or he's literally physically in the staircases. It's keeping him away. But that's the whole point. Avic needs to be very proactive if he wants to continue doing this. And of course, now with Chain being behind, and even against the Galena anyway, he doesn't really have time to stand around too much. He needs to be on his toes and just trying to be proactive, taking down these totems. Still has one left to use, but of course, absolutely no need to drop it as of yet, as the heavy will be up in the next 5 seconds. With Chain still having the high ground, and now he's going to have a double bit of a try. Oh, that direct would have been huge for him, but he's not going to be able to increase it to 5. It's Chain now looking to try and stay alive after that last engagement. Good damage though here, Dan. He's not sure he'll be able to finish him, as Avic does clean him up with a shotgun. 9 HP left.
Yeah, I don't think Avic got that overstack, even though he got the totem down. So really unfortunate, but lovely trap by Chain to bring it back within contention. And it's been messy, but Chain is keeping himself in the game. Still though, Avic has these constant 2 totems down, which means, once again, another round of overstack will be in Avic's pocket. Lovely rail, good timing from Avic as well. But there's a big split between the items lethal, so Chain can play around this, deal some pressure on this next Mega.
Could do is he a little bit damage from the turret. Mega is up. Maybe can get a little bit of damage done. That was a great way to kick things off before he pursues over towards his heavy. Does have Timmy in his back pocket wants to use it. So that's going to throw it all the way up, and that's great because he's going to keep him distracted enough. I was going to say to grab that heavy, but not yet though. Does bag it in the end. Oh, the amount of damage as well, and of course a bit unreturned there from Avik. He does drop down for the health bubble, quite risky as he does get away in the end. Is Chain making an assumption he was still there, but good stuff from Chain.
Yeah, Chain plays that angle goes so well. He protects the heavy area nicely. I'm sorry, the mega area nicely. So does pick up that one for free. Keeps Avik on this back foot, and the totems have now dwindled, which is why this is becoming a little bit more even. Because Avik doesn't have that utility just yet.
12 items for Chain, 7 for Avik at the moment. Accuracy, damage, very even so far, so won't go too deep into it as of yet. So we're past halfway mark. Meg's up in the next few seconds. We can see what additional damage he can do before approaching towards that Mega. Misses the first rail, but a little bit of rocket damage has been sprinkled onto Chain. He's now rotating back around again. Heavy's up, he's in great position for it. As you can see, Avik. Oh, I love this play as well. Gets the direct rail to boots and completely left the Heavy. That was one way to absolutely close the gap between the two.
Chain's done a magnificent... Oh, Avik has no idea when this is. This is really bad. Chain can just waste as much time as he wants. And gets... Wasn't the easiest frag, but it was... much needed frag to tie this game up, and Chain has done a magnificent job of maintaining control and managing Avik, who's significantly on this back foot since losing control.
Yeah, just small plays like that is gonna absolutely get you back in this matchup as he has tied things, and he's got a huge stack. He's got Timmy up top as well, just having eyes on that Mega. Everything in his favour here, just needs to be cautious and not take too much damage here, but it's pursued, but the LG damage coming up from Avik. Chain still wins that, but for that to be so close is unreal.
He had no idea that Avik had the overstack up, and that's really cost him. Oh, he's done so much damage from out of nowhere, though. That means he can contest this Heavy. Gonna go in on top. Avik doesn't even get the Heavy. That was a massive rail on the defense. Overstack's there, but it's just restoring him to that parity. There's a second totem down there. Avik seems like he's got totems everywhere somehow.
Oh, he takes so much. He takes so much from that. That was madness. And now Chain could be relentless and continue piling on the damage. He's got the weapons in his arsenal. Of course, Avik hasn't, and he's got the turret to deal with. And this is to try and continue this pressure. But sadly, he can't. Heavy's up in 10 down.
No, how does Avik do so much damage from his position? Somehow Chain is gonna die. What?
So bizarre. So bizarre considering the position he was in. He had the weapons to stack.
At least Chain's got rid of all of those totems now.
Yeah.
It's the only good thing to come out of that engagement.
Do not die yet.
Unbelievable in itself. One more totem, and of course, all that overstack. Good first rail from Avik. Looking for a little bit more here.
Chain hasn't got a rail, so he's very handicapped with his playstyle at the moment. He needs it desperately. Avik setting up that trap down below, though. This turret up above is causing mayhem for Avik every time, though. Lovely positioning from Chain, who falls into a rail. Oh, no.
Just waiting for him to go towards that light. Doesn't fall through in the end.
Another round of overstack for Avik. Gets it off just before Tribalt takes it out. Chain's in position for this Mega. I don't think Avik knows when the Heavy is, so he's going to give that up as well. But on the plus side, Chain does not have the rail, so we're trading positioning for items at the moment.
He hasn't picked up the Heavy as of yet.
Nice.
Good rail.
Oh, no!
3 for 3 coming out from Avik. That could potentially be the winning frag here. As of course still has the overstack and the Heavy. Surely this is Avik's first map win.
My lord. 40 seconds to go. Chain still hasn't got a rail, hasn't had one for 3 minutes, and Avec has a fortress of totems in this light armor room. They're being dwindled by the tribal, but what can you do from there, Shane? You can stare out with the Lord on high, but you cannot do anything. He has to drop down. And Avic's just gonna keep running. Chain can't do anything. He knows exactly where he is, but with 10 seconds to go, what are you gonna do?
Surely.
Avec Jokic jumps up.
No!
What the fuck?
No, as if surely it can't end this way. Going into sudden death on that telefrag as well. He spawns in the rail area, so he does have the totems there if he's in an overstack. But as that was probably literally the only way that Chain could have brought this back. But Avic does hit that first initial rail though, as he's going to try and get top control. Mega's up in the next second here, Dan. He's looking for quite tempted to push him forward. He has picked up the Mega in the meantime here. Chain's on a very weak stack. Does back away, but he's got no light. It picks up in the end eventually, 30 seconds in.
The only thing Avec could have done to mess this game up, he managed to do, and Chain must be thanking the Lord he's on his side right now. Taking a lot of damage with the totems, and this will be it after all of that. Chain, you cannot go down like this. Timmy doing so much work, but Chain living with 8 HP. He's sneaking around. Here's Avec drop down, but he's been caught, and this will be it. Surely! Oh my Lord.
I couldn't breathe halfway through that with so many plays we were witnessing. It was just ridiculous. Avec only had 10 items after. Chain had 27 items overall. So many times where both of them were at a huge disadvantage and still somehow to come back. The one in particular was that last one we just witnessed with the telefrag, which just should not have happened. That should have been illegal in my books. But the previous one as well was when, of course, Avec spawned bottom heavy. He had absolutely no right. He only had a machine gun, and the tri-bolt hit every tri-bolt. But even before that, the amount of damage he initiated with that machine gun, and of course, Chain had a decent stack to work with and all the weapons in his arsenal, but it was very back and forth. But of course, one of the two of the biggest game changes, of course, was that telefrag and the 3-for-3 in terms of rails, which Avec had previously to that other frag as well. He was basically playing tower defense for the previous, or for the last few minutes though.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was a game of true control, just map positioning against just Avic's defensive camaraderie. And Avec was effectively trading that rail spot for overstack. I mean, he was controlling the rail for the last 3-4 minutes, maintaining his stack with the light armors and the overstack, and just quite happy for Chain to patrol the map and take away the Mazer items. Avec didn't really even ever look to contest that Mega. He only really cared about the heavy because he had the overstack on lockdown, and that was the big difference. He played that Galena so smart, and then he realized just towards the end, once she got that frag on Chain, as long as he controlled the rail, there really wasn't anything Chain could do. And then, the only thing Chain could do was telefrag him. So, all right, sure. But Avec had enough in the tank just to see that map out.
I just can't believe the way that ended. I've seen some incredible and weird and frustrating ways to close out some of his frags, but that was literally the only other thing I could have thought of, apart from getting something ridiculous with the turret and then being able to finish off after this. But apart from that, there's nothing really could have thought of. But Avec does win that outright 9-8. And you know, for Chain, I think one of the biggest points you made was the denial of the rail for those last couple of minutes. And of course, we knew, everyone at home knew that Avec was playing the range game on purpose, and even if he did inflict some damage, it's got all the totems here. That's why I mentioned the whole tower defense play. But in the end though, Chain had to come towards him, but there was times where he really didn't need to. It wasn't necessary.
You could see how helpless Chain was in that frag that Avec took to get the lead, the triple rail through the porthole there. Chain was just trying anything to deal damage because he had no rail, and he overstepped his mark. He knew he had the heavy to pull back on, so he was quite happy to take at least 1 or 2 rails. Didn't expect the third. Avec knew exactly the limits of how much he could push in that map. Chain did a remarkable job to maintain control and keep Avec on the back foot. But at the same time, Avec was absorbing that and understood exactly what he needed to do to stay in the game and ultimately close it out.
Well, if the other two maps are going to be just as stylish as what we saw in that first one, then I'm all for it. But I don't think there's been an instance where I've witnessed a telefrag to completely turn the tide after the ridiculous stack differential in comparison. But we're going to go into Awoken anyway and see how things will continue to unfold here as Aavik coming up 1-0 here in this series, and we're going to be switching over from Chain's perspective and see what shenanigans he's going to be up to at the start of this match here.
Yeah, Chain picking up the rail nice and early. Hopefully we don't see as much of an early domination from Astrog as we saw in the last series from Rafa. But not a good start from Chain as he succumbs to the pressure of Aavik, who can get this frag. Lovely defensive play from Chain, but it's not enough. Aavik gets an early frag just before the first round of major items.
Certainly does indeed. Picks up the Mega. So looking to see if he'll catch Chain with the trousers around the ankles, and he certainly did so. Some decent damage there as Aavik just biding his time. He's been extremely proactive, which is great to see from Aavik so far. Just going to continue to maintain that map control, map dominance potentially. He picks up the Mega, not yet, but now's the perfect time to potentially clean this up. But he's just going to go for the TP anyway, just to make Chain overthink the situation a tad.
And already we haven't seen Chain pick up a rail, and we just know how important that weaponry is, full stop, let alone to Chain. Aavik doing a conscious effort to patrol that side of the map and keep the pressure onto Chain. And here he goes barreling through once again. He knows this is the only place Chain's going to be on the map right now. No major items up. Chain needs something to work with. And Aavik's not even going to let him get away. Chain's just going to play Ring Around the Rosie back into that light room, which he's calling home at the moment.
Nice. Getting away with the old fisticuffs there as he does get that last rail, but Chain is so weak. You kind of feel like it's just a matter of time before he gets the second frag, which he has done. As you rightly mentioned, picking up that Mega and Heavy to boot, so this is looking very good here from Aavik. He can, of course, continue maintaining this map dominance as he sees fit, depending on how well Chain can chip away and Aavik's stack.
Nice attempt at the Pika, good defensive play by Chain. Should win himself this Mega. Aavik will respect the positioning. Oh no. You can see how much the momentum changes as soon as Chain has that rail. He knows how to play around that weapon perfectly. He's really smart at reading his opponents. And that's why the rail is so fundamental to his gameplay.
Not wrong at all. Gets a fair amount of damage with those rockets, but Chain comes in, finally gets his first frag, and gets the first rail hit onto Aavik, looking to get a little bit more here to secure the second to tie things up, and he has done. Great stuff from Chain to bring this back. And now Heavy's going to be up very shortly now even, so this is a great stack to work with. Chain now can then create that role reversal and try and turn things here, but that was a good chip coming up from Aavik. If he gets a little bit more of the Pika, that'll be, of course, a bit of a bonus, but the rail is just going to make things just that bit better for him.
Aavik's defending this area 10, 15 seconds in advance of when the item is. Chain knows exactly the timing, but he's also afraid because Aavik's done so much damage, delays his push in, and ultimately gets a free rail because of it. He's going to miss out on both these items, but those two rails effectively keeps the stacks on par.
Yeah, Chain's just having a bit of a wander at the moment, isn't he? But he's got the eyes on Aavik now. Mega's up in 5. Aavik's trying to time it just right. He's actually pushed Chain all the way back to the choke point, so that is going to be a Mega in favour of Aavik here. And of course, he can literally just go straight for the Heavy as he sees fit, but catches him.
Oh, wow. What dodge. What a dodge.
It was indeed.
Aavik didn't get any item, any damage. He knows where Chain spawned as well, so gets away and hits a rail as well through the murder hole. Chain up top, trying to stabilize Aavik, keeping the pressure on. With that rail, Chain's able to keep chipping away.
Mega's up now, though. Aavik's going to be back in that. Heavy's up in 10, so just gonna try and catch him before he even approaches or preps early for this Heavy, but realizes that Chain is nowhere to be seen and he's not even gonna attempt to contest this. And this is how pressured Chain is feeling at the moment. He feels like at some stage, 5 seconds before one of these items show up, he knows that Avic's just going to approach him rather than the item straight off the bat. So he needs to really keep his distance more than ever here. Getting a bit of damage done from this choke point here. Misses that initial rail. It could cost Avic the Mega and a frag here, depending on if he can be able to stay alive. That rail definitely would have changed things, but good. But very important 2 rails here from Avic. Not going to be 3 for 3 as of yet, but he's more than welcome to go for that Heavy because it's going to be a free Heavy for him after those 2 initial rails.
Yeah, Chain getting low on the LG, meaning he didn't feel confident enough to prevent the exit from Avic from that light armor area, and that freed up the map for Avic to push in and steal away the Heavy. Chain did a good job, and in context, you have to credit for Chain how well he's done to stabilize this map. We think back to the Zeneca Rafa game and how quickly that can spiral. But Chain's done an amazing job to prohibit that type of aggression from Avic. As much as Avic's been trying, you can see Chain is very good at just making sure he's dealing this unreturned damage on the defense.
Of course, Avic does find him. He's expecting him to drop down, but it looks like the vertical rail is going to be in favor of Chain there. And Chain finds him again. One more will do it if he catches him for the TP. Ooh, he's gotten it close, but he's going to be on the chase here. Good rocket defensive damage, but
really
it's not going to be able to do enough to put Avic away or keep him at bay anyways. Heavy is up. Chain looking mighty fine right now, Dan. This has still got 3 minutes 20 left remaining. A good rail coming out under Pika. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Chain has this capability to just extend enough where you feel confident to push him, but he's in control of it on the defense. Lovely damage from Avic. A good switch to the rail as well to follow that up. Chain is now hurting after that engagement. Ooh, both railable, but Avic gets the peak.
I was not expecting either player to risk that then. I thought more, of course, Chain because he's the one with the deficit.
Avic?
But yeah, I've got faith in the lad, but I just wasn't really too sure how it was going to come about. But fair play to him as we've got 2 minutes 40 left. Oh, sadly misses that rail as Chain does pick up the Mega. Heavy's up in 10. Chain with a better position, but of course Avic at any time could go for that TP and mess things up a little bit. But a nice amount of damage there just to keep Chain away just a little bit. And I love it. He's just chipping away a tickle here and there, down, just frustrating Chain just a tad. But this is a way to try and maintain this lead if possible. It's, good rocket as well.
Yeah, nice. And the rail. Is he going to get through? No, he drops down. Thought he could have double jumped to get that rail. Instead, he decides to drop. Split second decision. His Avic gets away with the Mega. Now Chain is on the back foot once again with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's all to play for here still.
And he's given up the Heavy. Avic's going to delay it, trying to prevent Chain from being defensive here. Chain is so smart with that angle. Every time he manages to hit it.
Let's check it out at the moment. 12 items for Chain, 19 for Avic at the moment. And Avic's also got 51% rail in terms of his accuracy. We'll see what Avic can do here with this Heavy coming up in 10, Dan.
You can see the shift in mentality now. Avic knows it's about a game of time. He doesn't want to give Chain any sort of opportunity to get back into this game. So playing ultra defensive now, forcing Chain to come to him. But he's not going to have any of this. He doesn't even want to commit for more damage. He's got his rail. That's all he wants. Chain wants to come to him, then Chain can do so.
Yeah, I love this defensive posture from Avic, and he's actually standing in quite predictable positions just to throw Chain off even further here. We'll find him, but you've got to remember, Avic with the speed and mobility of the Strog is not going to help. He can use the Pika, of course, making that info play early on preemptively. Good LG. Oh, look at the LG damage
rail,
coming up, but retaliates back with a ray of his own. And Chain, he had an opening there, but just could not close it out.
And that will be that incredibly tense game. Avec got off to that flying start, Lethal, but Chain, that's what Chain does. He kept in it, he kept the game close, but never was able to truly assert himself into this game.
No, he could not, sadly, and the item says it all as well. 21 for Avec, 14 for Chain. And yeah, if you saw one of his maps Chain's been playing against Avec or any of the other top dogs, he has been keeping it either relatively close, quite competitive. Sometimes it could be a little bit one-sided, but does scrape a map or two here and there. We'll have to see if he scrapes a map here also. Just shy of 900 damage between, of course, Avec having the advantage in terms of the damage count as well. But you were right though, Avec played that perfectly. It wasn't really being too unorthodox in terms of his positions, but at the same time, towards the end, didn't want to give him any audio indicators in any way, shape or form to get Chain back in that matchup, and he did it rightly so. No matter what happens, even if he has a slight stack disadvantage, maybe a good rocket or two from the defensive purposes will keep himself in that matchup anyway. If not, he can trade it out straight afterwards. It doesn't really matter. So Avec played that very well, very calculated, great methodical approach, and we'll have to see he's going to continue that in this third map.
And you can see from the highlights, all of the frags that Avec was able to get was just him forcing the entryway, as Avec does. His entry, this is the first rocket, goes in with the LG and just absolutely obliterates you. And then that shift from Chain as well, he was able to stabilize as soon as he got onto the board with that rail. You could see the momentum shift, and Avec just respected that. There was a few times he tried to push, but didn't overextend and just understood his limits and played around Chain. And this is the good and bad thing about Chain, particularly when he's in the lead, is that it's amazing, as you said, of keeping in these games, keeping it close, but it never feels like he's able to pull away when he's particularly in the lead. In this game, he never got into that lead. It was always playing from behind. He wasn't able to do enough to ever pressure Avec. He got Avec low, but because of his game style, positional, based around the rail, he couldn't close that gap to finish off his opponent. So it was very strategical, but Avec just had too much in the tank.
Yeah, it's a shame because Chain does have that level of consistency. It's just towards the end of some of his maps. It's like cleaning your bedroom and then just not wiping the dust off the mantelpiece. You need to clean everything down then to take this series. It's unbelievable, but we'll see if Chain takes the third map anyway.
It's a very Twitch-esque metaphor you gave us right there.
Yeah, I'd probably say so. I can agree with you on that one anyway.
Yeah.
But what do you think of his third map though? Like, what do you expect in terms of the outcome anyway?
I think what we've seen already is it should be close. I feel that Avic's just been playing slightly better. I mean, map one in particular was, it felt that Chain was very much in control, but Avec was respecting that and playing around Chain. I felt that Avic's had his number quite a lot of the ways so far. And again, on that last map, Chain wasn't as clinical with his rail, and that's why he wasn't able to ever really force his way into the game.
We'll have to see if that changes up a little bit. Like I said before, Chain has been scraping some maps, last few weeks. I don't know if it will happen this time around. Avic's been looking pretty damn good so far. He's been switching back to EU shortly, and I'll see what Chain can do to muster some kind of dominance anyway, because it's been, from his scoreline, from his series wins and his map scores, you would not expect him to be this low, considering how close and competitive the scorelines have been. There's obviously something in his gameplay, one particular thing which is just cost him each and every time. And we've seen some players have been in the same criteria, in the same category in terms of consistency throughout the start to finish of each map. But he's obviously in that kind of purgatory, isn't he, to try and close out some of his maps. But hopefully it's something which can be rectified and find that one particular thing, or maybe numerous minor things which is causing an impact. We'll have to see, as now we're going to see what Avic's will be up to, but he's have to deal with quite a lot to start with here, as he does get away with that heavy.
Does indeed. Chain looking mightily healthy already.
Still teetering around the edge here, trying to back away. It does clean. Oh, hits him with that last realm nonetheless. Chain with no armor to his name. Chain just keeping up with the news here to see exactly what he's going to be up to. His heavy has been picked up. Mega's going to be up in 2. Won't be in position to contest it, but does consume that last rail as he's going to retaliate with one of his own here. Great rockets coming out. Only left on 57. He is available. Takes him out there. Great stuff from Avec, starting this map number 3 off well.
Avec with the speed once again, he's able to close the gap, get into these close combat situations is where he wants to be. I think within the QPL, he might not have the absolute fundamental best aim, but the way in which he's able to force this LG damage is pretty much unparalleled. Chain just managing to pick up a Mega though with just 1 HP to spare, more or less, and he doubles back into a rail. Avec, why are you pushing with 3 HP? But it's Avec being Avec.
Standard, and it's standard Avec things here. And now he's pinned. Well, as soon as Chain knows he's in courtyard, he's cream crackered, but it looks like he's not going to pursue that at all anyway. He's looking to continue grabbing the weapons as he sees fit. Make it come up in just a couple of seconds there, and using that trail just to make a stop to that, but actually jumps over the trail in the end. And this is going to be a great way to Chain to get this first frag and tie things up.
What?
But what on earth's going on? Oh, he run out of rockets. That's so unfortunate.
And if Avec got that frag as well, I would have gone nuts. But Chain, really nice steal on that Mega. Avec unable to get any items, let alone any clean items. He's absolutely stuck in this corner, and Chain will tie this up. Not the cleanest, but still tied it up.
Yeah, Heavy's up in 15. Keeping the list out to analyse the situation here. Still got the high ground. Finds him, but sadly doesn't get the rail off, and I think trying to go for another there. Preemptively making the read that Chain wasn't going to, of course, approach him straight after missing that first rail. Still has the inject, mind you.
Avic's got this map on lockdown now. Chain, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. He's just having to play ultra defensive, using his audio cues to get to another area of the map. Can't even get any lights at this point in time. Still has that inject. Wants to hold on for it as long as he can, because he knows that Avic wants to keep fighting, so you're going to want to have that in your back pocket.
He's been picked up. Mega's in 10. We could be seeing this little scuffle for quite a while now until Chain gets the required damage in order to then be able to contest some of these items here. But he's been left no room to breathe as of yet, especially with the speed. He has to be even more cautious with what he wants to do as of going back for some of these items here. But Avic catches him, but Chain with the direct and the 57 in addition afterwards, he's now even the stack, and now's the time for him to try and make a go at contesting this Mega. Even though Avic has taken this heavy, the stacks aren't really too different, but the LG coming up from Avic here, the inject as well to boot from Chain. And look at this down, he does manage to seal this Mega.
Yep, and steals away the light as well, which is always incredibly punishing against a light champion. With no stack to work with, Avic popping the ability just to get away using the extra speed. Chain's forced his way back into control here. We're still at 2-2, 4 minutes gone. Once again, between these two, it's incredibly back and forth. Avic holding his ground. Big rockets coming out!
Oh, and when he took himself down in the end. Is Chain now just holding on until that Mega spawns. Heavy's up in 10. He's got to be careful though. Avic does have rail of his own. This is a perfect time now. Look at this. He's going to have the heavy. He's got the inject as well. Got so much in his arsenal to have to contend with now for Avic. It's going to be extremely difficult. Just needs to find the right time, the right angles, the right positioning.
5-minute warning.
In order to make the correct play to gain back this map control, as Mega is still up and can just holding on, but it doesn't really matter in terms of messing up the timings. He's directly underneath. Heavy's coming up in the next couple of seconds, segregated perfectly. And the question is, how's Avic going to go about creating this chip damage and or potential here? As he hits the first rail, is it already on the right path?
On more than the right path, 2 back-to-back rails and a third as well. Chain extremely low. Avic knows the timing, which it looks like he does. He will be able to bully his way in here. Chain sticking around, actually popping the inject to steal away that, but no way he gets out of there alive. Sure, that was worth it. Wasting the inject and giving away a frag just to try and take that Mega.
12 seconds till this Mega respawns. Oh, catches him down the corridor. This Chain does get the better of that one, but is actually just diving around the Mega anyway. This is nowhere near the position or the time to even continue contesting that. Had to go straight for that light afterwards. And look at this, it means Avek's going to be in full control of the situation.
Yeah, Chain's still without an LG or a rail, so he's having to play even more defensive than usual. This time he does fall back onto that rail, so he's back to the position where he needs to be on the defense, playing on the low ground as well. No way he can contest this next Mega, so he's going to try and delay out, listen to where Avek's going, pressure for this next heavy.
Still just over 3 minutes left in play. Chain's doing a great job contesting this heavy, picks it up as well as Avek's now going to pick up the light, and let's see how they're going to go about approaching this Mega. That was a big rail from Avek just to try and even the stacks out a little bit further. Mega's up in 10. The only problem is Avek's in the position where obviously with the T-junction and the choke point's not going to work in his favour, so it wouldn't surprise me if he just ends up completely leaving that. And if he catches Chain here, which he has done, great damage, but the thing is that the rocket comes out just as good, if not better, for Chain. And he's pushing forward with the direct as well. The further damage on the rockets, as if Avek managed to win that after the last rocket. My goodness, and now he has the lead, and Chain was looking for that trade, but of course, way too far away. We'll have to see what Chain can do to tie things up once again.
That's really unfortunate by Chain, but at the same time, great play by Avek. You can see the thought process from Chain. As the injet, the air control can push in, but the one shot he couldn't afford to eat. Full rocket, and it could cost him the game as Avek cleans up another frag. Chain's going to be in the vicinity, doesn't even go in to steal it away, and now the game is spiraled out of control. If Avek gets a frag here, it's more than over. Chain gets out, but at what cost? 5-2 lethal with under 2 minutes to go. Oh, it's looking rough.
Yeah, it really is. I can't really see him doing much now at this point. He made a good go of it before. Just a tickle of damage, but the problem is Avek's in a position where he can just consistently try and suck up his items, but he's going to make a go of it anyway, even though the heavy's been picked up. But again, the time of the fact that by the time he recovers and then he's got continues to do chip, it's highly unlikely at this stage. Chain now just trying to scarper away. Also, Chain trying to catch up, so with Avek trying to get away and takes him down.
My friend!
Unreal. That's going to definitely seal this map and the series, of course.
But why rail? That's the only thing I'm questioning. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. It was the only play you could have done.
Yeah.
And it's not to be. And Avek will walk away with this 3-0 victory? Question mark?
Yes. 40 seconds left. We know that it's a done deal here, Dan. Again, very close showing. Could have gone either way from what we saw. Back and forth in terms of control of the items and just map control in general. And in the end, Avek comes out on top. So back to the drawing board once again here for Chain. Good damage nonetheless, just keeping the score as competitive as possible. As with Avek just been a bit of a nuisance with the, 4 HP, just been a nuisance with that defensive rockets here. But yeah, it's going to be GG's from both players anyway. 10 seconds left, and a vital 3-0 for Avek, because right now he is positioned in 10th, going 1-4, but we're going to make that 2-4 now after that series. And that was a big series win for Avek there to hopefully and maybe breach him into the top 8 section.
Yeah, story of Chain's life as well. So near but so far, unfortunately. It was a great series, but always felt like Avek was in control for the most part and did what he needed to do to win. Didn't feel the need to go over and above that. Also had ultimate respect for Chain as to how much he was punishing him. So it was a good series, but it just feels that Chain needs to reflect on this, because it's no coincidence this happens every week to him, you know? So
yeah, you're not wrong.
There needs to be a little bit of a change in his approach. It all comes down to me is how much pressure he puts on his opponent, how much he can close the gap. He plays a very good defensive game, quite a passive game, and that means he's never really able to convert on all of his good work.
Yeah, there was someone in particular. I was trying to remember from the top of my head. Again, you know what I'm like with my memory span. But it was someone who it's a serious issue when you get older. But at this point, it's like someone was having this same level of. Sorry, the same issues with this consistency closing out some of his maps. And as soon as they figured out what it was, they turned into an entirely different player and they broke the next brick wall in terms of their skill ceiling. So I'm hoping to see that from Chain towards the end of the regular season. I'm not going to try and remember because I'm just going to absolutely tilt myself onto another planet, as we're going to see from Avik. 42% rail there, 33% LG, a lot of damage. To be fair, the damage was quite even across the board here. I think Avik, I didn't see the final damage count, but it's definitely going to be a few hundred in favor of Avik there, as he has to try and figure out what exactly went wrong for Chain with those item control. But you could see there one of the pivotal moments was towards the end, or a couple of minutes towards the end of Ruins, where he was standing this ground around Nail just outside the courtyard and just let Avik go 3 for 3 onto him, and it was that was one of the biggest game changers I felt there. But you can see from the scorelines once again.
Yeah, you can, and that push into heavy, I understood why he did it, but it was also highly risky when he dropped through into that direct rocket. That was game changing. It really broke the deadlock at that point. So it was great to see the set play out. I thought Avik looked really strong. Chain, he's getting better week on week as he does. But as we talked about at the outset, he needs to start now converting this decent play into map wins and series wins, or it could be a long road back and potentially find him in that relegation spot, because everyone's putting in the work and everyone's delivering, and so Jay needs to reflect on that too.
Yeah, not wrong there, as we still got 3 more series left to come. When he fall down, 3 left to go, as the next matchup will be between Razy and Saigrip. So guys, don't go anywhere, as we're back in about 5 minutes-ish. You're just joining us. We're past the halfway stage here. Where on earth have you been with the previous series? But it doesn't matter. We've still got 3 more series left to come, haven't we, Dan? With the next one being Razy versus Cygib. And for Cygib, well, actually more for Garpy, he better be worried because Cygib's rockets have been unparalleled. They have been ridiculous compared to his prediction, you could say fluke, his accuracy, his reads.
Could say fluke.
Just a mixture of everything, So Garvey better watch out because I used to call him the Rocket Man, but Cygib may be taking his place here from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, technically he did, right? Garpy's not in the QPL, but
True.
Yes. I think Cygib's been playing better. Last season he struggled a lot to find himself right down the bottom of the leaderboard. But he's been playing better. And yet, the standard is so high, similar to Chain. He has been playing better, but he's still sitting right down at the bottom of the leaderboard with that 1 victory so far, 3 and 12 in maps. So all that hard work, you've got to convert it. And unfortunately for Cygib, it's not been quite there yet. But he nearly took the series of Kilson. Not series, but a couple of maps of Kilson. You know, he's got the ingredients. It's just the standard across the board is high, and he's not quite there.
Yeah, it's been quite a tough road, isn't it? I was just having a quick look as well. You're right, he had a few close maps against Kilson before. I think beating Sib and getting that first series win 2-1 last week is going to give him a little bit of a boost of confidence pursuing. But he definitely looked a lot better. He seems to be hesitating less. I already talked about, the shenanigans with his rockets. It's been phenomenal. It looks a bit better this season compared to what we saw last time round. How it's going to check this series, I don't know. He'll probably be looking to at least claim a map of Razer if he can, if it's possible. I think it's going to heavily favour, of course, the picks and bans, which we're going to have up very shortly. But yeah, I think a lot of people will look at this and go probably a 3-0 Razer, which I can understand from their perspective, considering the high level of consistency coming out from Razer, of course.
Yeah, I agree with that. Razy's also lost the series so far, but I think that was only against Kilson. So, he's looking really, really good nonetheless. And only those 2 maps dropped in that loss have been the only maps he's dropped all season. I don't think he's found his highs just yet, but he's still Razy, he's still scary, and he's looking on fire as well. And he gets a clutch, so, oof. Yeah. But no, he does start with the clutch from Vale. Unusual pick for Vale, so similar to the Rafa conversation earlier. Let's see how he plays it. I've seen it on here sparingly. It's not, as I said, it's not a common pick on here, but interesting to see Razy pick it up. Cygib goes with the Anarchy as well, so another massive differential. We saw the exact same matchup on Corrupted, not Corrupted Keep, on Blood Covenant before. Although there's a lot less space for the Anarchy to play around, so this will be interesting. Then on Corrupted Keep, we have the BJ against the Ison. So a little bit more meta there. The BJ is kind of the later stages of the medium picks for you to grab. He prefers it over the Ison just because he has that dual wield capability to have these close combat fights. And then we end up on Deep Embrace, as we're already going into it, I can hear in the background. The Nyx against the Slash. Razy's loving the Slash on Deep Embrace at the moment, so I think he's glad he got that.
Yeah, he always has done, hasn't he? He's always had a bit of a dabble with Slash now and then, especially over the last 12 months. And yeah, that clutch and Vale, as you rightly mentioned, we've seen it a very, very small amount of times. It's only a handful, but this is the great thing about using the the clutch on Vale anyway, because going into that first, it could be a clash, but I have to say.
In a copy, mate.
Yeah, exactly. it's clone. I've no idea, but I don't know where I'm going with this, but all I know is that this first match should be a doozy because for Cygib, he's like, okay, he may have been one of the players who actually dealt with the clutch on Vale. I'm not actually sure, but I'm just...
You have no idea what you're saying right now.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
Let's get into the series anyway. Enough talking, enough chatter, enough nonsense for moi. As we're going to get into this first map of the 5th series of the day, starting off from Razy's perspective.
Starting off from Razy's perspective, indeed. Cygib gets both major items, but Razy gets all of the damage as he comes flying on through. Gets railed a couple of times by the Anarchy on the backpedaling. And actually now have to reset. Wasting that shield already. No rail, so Razy's in a world of pain.
Sure is. He's just trying to continue to recover. Oh, good rocket to start things off, and he's just going straight ahead with that shot. Considering the stack Cygib had, Maisie with a lot of patience there, waiting for Tiger to pixel peek around that corner. And looking to, again, get ready to prep for this heavy. It's up in 5. He has to position the angle, but let's see how Saigib's going to do to try and tackle this situation. Comes up with a shield and good progress here. The amount of damage to the LG. Goodness, Dan.
Oh, 80% LG from Saigib, pinning Razy in that corner, but somehow Razy gets out to live to fight another day. Lord knows how, but amazing timing from Saigib to pressure Razy right there.
See if that carries on as well. 3 seconds until the next heavy. Razy in position once again. Saigib not so sure, and of course he won't be in, you know, the lack of armor. He hasn't really got any stack to even create the potential chance of contesting. It's just going to be pointless for him at this stage here. And God, look at the stack difference now, Dan, in comparison. 15 seconds till this next heavy. Catches Saigib here, but Saigib's been doing a good job just keeping this distance and not letting the spiral out of control. Not even really giving the first frag away.
Yeah, because he didn't get any of the major items right there, he's had to play more defensive than he would have liked, and now is reliant on connecting with a couple of rails to try and balance out these stacks, because as you pointed out, that stack from Razy is monumental. Trying to find these angles using the speed of the clutch once again, but unable to do so.
Razy just continues to find his time. Shield comes out, perfect timing for it. So does the injet, not going to make too much of a difference as Razy been patient enough as it is. Dilly-dally ran from that heavy previously. Saigib now again taking a fair amount of damage. Not completely unreturned, no, of course, is Razy now back in prime position with a nice little advantage here as he misses that rail. Almost would have cost him, but the Mega still could cost him. Finishes him off with the shotgun.
There's nothing up for Razy. Still connects with the rail, though, mitigating any advances from Saigib. Gonna wait out for this light. Big problem for Saigib, just not had a major item in the last minute or so. Really needs to capitalize upon this pressure on Razy to pick up this next Mega and get himself back into the game.
Mega's up. Razy trying to do a bit of damage onto the Anarchy there. Oh, Saigib almost managed to get that rail. Would have been an important one to secure this Mega. It's not going to be so secure now, but the shield comes out a little bit too late as Saigib comes out on top.
Panic shield right there. Razy flying on. He's going to give away another frag now. Takes away the heavy, saving grace, but still a little bit of panic coming out from Razy right there.
Yeah, you're right though. It's not in Razy's nature to react like that. Saigib's so weak, and the telefrag comes out from Razy. Of course, still has his shield. Heavy's up in 5, and that's a great start for Razy to initiate this full frag after the heavy's been picked up. Everything's been perfectly timed. Yeah, look at the difference. You kind of feel like delay inevitable until it comes up back on spawn. May not even need to use the shield, of course, considering the stack difference, but he's going to use it anyway just for, not just for safety concerns, but of course, keep hold of much of that stack as possible to continue the pressure onto Saigib.
Oh dear. Caught Saigib here with the shotgun. Oh, don't do that, my friend. Yeah.
Shocker, the gauntlet comes back out here, Dan, as he picks up the heavy.
Does, and the pressure is mounting on Saigib. Razy beginning to feel it right now. Just see him playing the map so well. And the thing is, he's not even really treating Clutch like a different champion. He's just taking the items, building the stack, and being able to close the gap because it is Veil. There's no angles for really for this Anarchy to play. Saigib's just running away. Basically speed running Veil to try and keep away, but unable to do so.
Literally running. It's like he's playing Q1 at the moment, isn't he? Just bowling with a double barrel and just seeing the gauntlet comes out again.
Oh,
he meant to do it towards the end of the rounds, mate, not the start or halfway point.
To be fair, it's easier to hit in that range than the shotgun, but it's still frustrating to play against. And Saikev's kind of is basically playing PvE, while Razy is playing very much PvP at this point in time.
Yeah, running around with a Q1 shoddy, doing Q3 speed runs, gauntleting, like, dearie me's. A man of many talents here, Dan. He's whipping out the shoddy once again, and the rail to boot, looking for one more, but surely he's going to clean some Menace Steel. 11th shield comes out just to save a little bit more of his stack. Looking pretty damn good here, Dan.
Yeah, just a little bit. And now he's starting to connect with his rails as well. This is why it's so hard. It's like his point of view. There's not much he can do. Oh, okay, this time he's cocky. It's punished, but still gets the frag.
There he does. Pretty much out of the rails a possibility here. Wish my shotgun did 32 at that range. As now Razy just... Let's see what to do next. It gets a lot of damage on the side. Could get taken down here. Mega's up any second now. Good clean up there for Psychic, but yeah, at this point the damage has already been done. He's got to find 10 frags in 3 minutes. I know what you're thinking, Dan. There's nothing more we can do to get out of this scenario. Sad times.
Yeah, this is... I feel bad for Psychic, actually, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's just trying to keep the score as low as he can.
Respectable, the word you're looking for there? Or competitive? Which one of the two?
It's already past respectable, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a matchup we're not familiar with, are we? Like, over the last... obviously 4 years of Quake Pro League has been around. We've seen him clutch a handful of times on this map. Yeah, sure, we've seen it obviously quite a lot in the Woken, the odd occasion here and there, Blood Covenant and Ruins, but you know, on this one it's not as easy.
He wants the pummel. He wants the pummel.
Yeah.
There you go. Like,
The hat trick.
what can you do? You can see him winding up for it as well. Like, this is it's like watching Neo in the Matrix. You can see what's happening before other players.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong at all. I watched that the other night, actually. Oh, the rail again. Psycho just giving up once more. It's Razy gone absolutely crazy. Makes up in 5, but at this point, items, inject, everything, etc. Damage has already been done. I've already said a few times already. A broken record. And I'm sure he's just looking to find out what to do on the second map. But yeah, Razy's just been so punishing on this map with Clutch. So punishing indeed. God.
That's what happens when you're not able to ban Clutch. It just gets picked, and you have to deal with it.
Yeah. You're not wrong there at all. Minute left. 15 frags to... I'm not even gonna... I don't know why I'm even saying it at this point, but yeah, Cygers have to try and work out what to do over the next couple of maps. Of course, the strategy is going to be entirely different, but... yeah, just Rage is just playing this textbook stuff here with the Clutch.
Good game. Oh, wow.
Shame it didn't happen a little bit earlier.
One of the big problems is Razy's hitting 62% rail against an Anarchy, and the Anarchy is hitting 38% rail against a Clutch. Like, that cannot happen.
That is crazy considering some of the drive-bys you have to do as Clutch to not take any return damage due to the hitbox. It's just, yeah, you know what I mean? It's just absolutely unparalleled, but... yeah, dude. The last engagement of the map as he's trying to get back up. I don't think that's going to happen, though. And yeah, 62% rail, not too shabby at all. Love the blue metallic on that. I don't know why, but the smiley face on the Clutch just always tickles me every time. I don't know why.
I don't know how Psychic was smiling after that. I would have smashed my monitor and GG'd out the next 2 games.
Laugh or cry. I probably would have just cried and tilted and thrown my monitor down the...
exactly.
God knows what.
But no, I mean, full credit to Psychic for still enjoying the game. It's all in good spirits, but Razy, he's a good Clutch player. Let's put it that way. He's a very good Clutch player, and there's nothing else to put it. I feel Psychic could have handled it better. Could have taken the LG, tried to manage through the choke points. nothing would have really changed the outcome of the game too much, but he wasn't hitting enough. He was just playing plus back to try and stay alive. Never really had an opportunity to settle to try and deal damage. At the very least, I felt he should have been trying to build this basic stack, get an LG, and just like that, try to take some positions to abuse the clutch, and at least if you're going to die, take a lot of that stack down with you. Fortunately, he wasn't ever able to get in to do that, and Razy ran away with it.
Like, the chip is unreal, isn't it? The amount of work you have to do, if you think about the fact that having a fully stacked clutch and the shield on top of it, if used correctly in the right position, it's stupid how much damage you have to do. And Razy made sure to have full control of the items and be very cautious on which fights he took to make sure he can maximize the probability of taking down Saiga every time, and also the least amount of unreturned damage, of course, on top of that. So that was the first map on Vale, was 20-5. We saw 3 gauntlet kills, which is not too shabby there. Nice little hat trick there from Razy as we were going on to the Corrupted Keep. And this is where Razy needs to be a little bit careful this time around, as Saiga did perform extremely well on Corrupted Keep the last time he faced against Sib. But of course, we know this is an entirely different kettle of fish. Now it's going to be the BJ versus the Aizen matchup. BJ, we'll start with the BJ anyway, very meta, and so to speak, even though we've been seeing a mixed amount of champions in the last 3 months. Anyways, the meta's been slowly changing. But the Aizen, we see it once in a blue moon, but can be quite effective as well, considering where you have it positioned.
Yeah, the Aizen is always good, no matter pretty much on any map. We saw earlier how well Zeneca was able to play it. You just have to be smart with how you use that turret, because if you waste the turret, your champion offers nothing, and it's so. But if you use the turret well, it can be incredibly effective. Whether it's to block the entry, particularly on this map, blocking the entryway, throwing it in and going in after it. That type of utility alone, as basically your shield, can be incredibly effective. So it's a very, very good champion. But at the same time, you're going against someone with 2 weapons, and you have to just be careful of the engagements you take.
Yeah, but last time Saiga played CK, to be fair, CK has been one of his best maps. I said it before he won last week, excuse me. And even though he barely won any of them, the scorelines he created to some of these top names showed good signs that eventually he could take down one of these top players on this map, or because the consistency is so good, he can topple some of the other opponents on the lower end of the leaderboard in order to, help him claw a few maps, or to help him better with his seeding on the leaderboard at a later stage here. But already good stuff coming out. The duel comes out from Razy though. Saiga clawing his way, he gets the better of that last bout, but the rockets come out, and that's going to be a trade here, Dan. Razy's going straight for that light to start things off.
Yeah, and this is the map Saiga nearly took off Kilson, I believe. He plays very good fundamentals, times well, rotates items well, has great combat skill throughout, particularly from his TDM, CTF backtones. So putting that all together means when he gets into his groove like he has now, it's very difficult to shift off of that. But at the same time, as we saw last map, if you get ahead of Steam, you can take that control away from him. That's where Saiga struggles for me.
Razy with the high ground. Knows he can't really be too silent anymore, but some good tri-bulk damage coming up from Saiga there to try and even the playing field a little bit. And that's good, because that's actually, a lot of people might not think twice about that type, but the fact that actually delayed it quite a lot is his LG tracking was a little bit wonky there from Razy, which might have been why he actually switched back over to the LG. But yeah, that turret play from earlier, just to delay Razy enough to have a free heavy was crucial. And now Saiga just hanging out in the red room, waiting to approach Razy. As Razy does pick up the Mega, but took a lot of damage in the meantime there.
Yeah, a little bit careless from Razy just to be standing around there. Saiga with the timing. That's sloppy though. That was sloppy. And now here comes the snowball. Double back into this light armor room. Laying the spawn smart from Saiga, but Razy reads it.
Certainly does, but he doesn't really got any ammo for anything at the moment. 6 for the LG, no for the rockets. But he's got a heavy machine gun, which is good. He could play the distance game whilst he gets the extra ammo. He's still got nothing. He's just realised as well that could have been a different tale there.
He didn't take the rocket armor going through that rim before, and that came out to haunt him. Had very low layer ammo, so nicely punished by Saigib. Didn't think he expected that, but he will take that free frag.
Maker's up though. Razy still hasn't picked up as of yet. We'll do typical as I've actually mentioned that. Good damage with the LG once again from Saigib as he's given it one with the advantage, but the duel comes out from Razy here, but in the end Saigib comes out on top in that little scuffle. We'll have to see if he can continue to do so. As I said before, he's had some very good scores against some of the top players. Was won a couple of corrupted keeps in his time. And it could be just a matter of time before he takes down one of the top players here. Oh, great rocket as well. The damage inflicted as well from that angle.
Nice follow-up as well. Razy going in with nail gun. Doing a lot of damage, in fact, and somehow getting the... What? Come on.
Slightly wonky-donkey aim there with DLG towards the end of that, which was a bit unfortunate, but these things happen as Razy almost getting traded, trying to get away if he can. I kind of feel like Saigib's putting on a lot of pressure as Mega's up in 5 and Razy just looking to try and scarp away with any bubbles lingering in the area, which he has done.
Time to die.
Oh, there's the dual wield. Lovely rockets from Saigib, though. Comes up very low, but gets the frag. Celebrates with the gauntlet spam. Incredibly messy map. Nobody's had this control, or at least clean control. Saigib trying to get away to the hell.
See, this is what, well, I say survived that, but look how much more damage is inflicted. Afterwards, the turret's actually been a complete pain in the backside as well. Throws another one back again, and he's going to get a mega as well, Dan. And the heavy's up in 7 seconds. All these stars are aligning here for Saigib to put on a stellar show towards the later stage here as he gets a direct. He doesn't pick it. Oh, he does pick it up, but still, though, important.
Yeah, Saigib's going to be a little bit frustrated there. Crazy. Getting overzealous. He'll give away another frag here. And Saigib, this is what we said. He will go toe-to-toe with you. He plays the items well. You have to outsmart Saigib. You won't just bully him off the map. Saigib doing a great job. Razy needs to refocus and recalculate if he wants to win this one.
Yeah, not wrong at all. 2 seconds left until this next heavy's going to respawn. Saigib's just looking for scraps. There's one light. Oh, that missed rocket gets the direct though. Looks like the direct trend is going to continue from last week. Mega's going to be up in 12. Refrag deficit. Can't let Razy get too much of an advantage here. He's still trying to put on as much pressure as possible. But this arc here towards Mega, it's so annoying. It's something you see Razy abuse every single time in a lot of his matches on Corrupted Keep, and a lot of people just seem to really struggle to just lay any kind of damage with the rockets raining down, even with that height disadvantage here. But
this is an issue now. Saigib's given up the map with no damage on either one of these pickups, and now Razy is in a commanding position. He also wasted the turret in that last engagement. This is comeback time for Razy.
And the Mega's up in 5. The stacks are definitely a lot better from what we witnessed earlier. Problem is, he's now going to be stacked up to the eyeballs here. And I love the delay from the heavy as well, so that could pay dividends later on, depending on how the situation unfolds, on who goes for what item. Obviously, it's so segregated at this stage. It's either going to work massively in Razy's favour, or it's going to be the complete polar opposite, depending on what's going to happen here. But looks like the way Razy's performing at the moment, it's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's like it feels like he's lost timings a little bit as well. Early again for this heavy, out of position. And it all comes back to forfeiting the map entirely for those two major items. Razy has used that momentum magnificently. Like it has to delay spawn once again. He's going to get caught for another frag here, and gone from bad to worse for Saigib now. Another thorn here, another frag for Razy. And it's just before the Mega, which is just before the Heavy.
Yeah, he's got even more LG ammo now. Replenish what he had previously. Heavy's going to give him up in the next second. Still hasn't really got the timing for this Heavy either, and Razy just delaying it again just to try and continue to secure victory here. Let's have the high ground, but Saigib needs to put Put off some pretty damn good shots here, but the direct is just going to make matters worse. And don't forget, Razy still has that dual wield in his back pocket. Mega's being picked up. Nice little jump there, just to add a few style points. Yeah, great stuff. You can see he's slowly more and more into his element during the second half of this game.
I just love that. You can see Psychic going, oh crap, run, as he spawns in that room once again. Mistimes the heavy, misjumps the heavy, and you can see Psychic's lost his head a little bit now. He shouldn't have been missing that heavy as the momentum and the pressure's got to him.
Really has done. He has put in an incredible performance for the first 7 minutes, but now things have spiraled a little bit out of control. And Saigib,
yeah. You shoot that body, Saigib.
And there we go.
As soon as you saw that full stack from Razy, this is not a map where you could turn a stack like that easily. You either have to set a trap or hit some unbelievable rockets, because unlike other maps where you have a rail and you can play around that, this is all about the pressure. And that was a huge turning point for, you can't afford to just forfeit the items, and unfortunately Saigib did. And Razy made him pay as the champion he is.
Don't know why I'm laughing. I don't know, there was an engagement previously where they were literally in each other's face, and for a split second I saw Eisen's face. He just looks so sad considering what we're witnessing at the moment. And Saigib is like, it's a shame. Like the first 7 minutes, he did perform really well, but as you mentioned, like with the huge stack advantage and then just popping back and forth through the items and just establishing incredible control, there's absolutely nothing more he could have done. But it's a great performance nonetheless, anyway.
Exactly, and this is what I mean. Saigib, when he gets the fundamentals right, he's incredibly tough to beat. But it is the small details in these players' games at this level that separates a good player from a great player. And you could see that one slip up, but he was unable to regain his composure, unable to slow the tempo that somebody of the caliber of Rafa would be able to do. Saigib wasn't able to do, and Razy was able to run away with it. So it's that small detail for Saigib that separates him at the moment.
See 23 items for Razy, 14 items for Saigib there. A little bit better accuracy for the LG on the side of Razy. And it does show that for anyone obviously who plays against Saigib, just watch out if you're going to play him on Corrupted Keep. That's all I can definitely say indeed, because he can, I think one day he could topple one of these top players on this map. It's been very, very close against Kilson. We know for this scoreline against Razy, yeah, it's quite a big scoreline, but I kind of made the last 3 minutes invalid because at that point you have to play with aggressive, it's just pointless. But that rocket there was just so good. It's a little bit cheeky there of Saigib, but we'll see how he goes in this third map anyway. And of course, don't forget, we've still got 2 more series left to go after this. Tickle your taste buds.
I mean, every game pretty much today has been intense in one way or another. And this was another one.
Yeah, it was indeed. You can see the percentages there. 6% difference between Razy and Saigib with the LG battles. We'll have to see what Saigib can do on this final map. I believe it's on Ruins, if I'm not mistaken. Deep Embrace, there you go. Told you I've got a horrendous memory going to Slash versus Nyx. And I'd love to know your thoughts on this matchup as well, because with the Nyx as well, like we spoke about how Rafa could perform quite well with the Nyx and didn't go his way, of course, playing against the Eisen. But against the Slash, what's your thoughts?
It's obviously tough. Slash is difficult to play on this map well, but Razy has definitely practiced this particular champion on this map a lot, and I have seen him pick it a few times in the QPL already. So I like Slash against the Nyx anyway, because you can put that pressure on in and around the Ghost Walk and keep it on. So really, it just puts Nyx on the back foot and forces her to position well to execute. And that's the challenge. So if Saigib can hold his own and really begin to connect with the rail, Nyx is obviously incredible, but you have to be absolutely spot on with that positioning and careful and calculated with when you use that Ghost Walk.
Not long at all as we head into this third map. The 5th series of the day between Razy and Saigib. If you're just joining us, Razy is currently 2-0 up in the series. We'll try and make it a third here against Saigib. Slash versus Nyx matchup. From Razy's perspective, already been quite proactive to begin with. Let's see exactly how he's going to continue on forward with the Heavy and Mega. Obviously not too in sync this early on. No shenanigans with the delays of the timings. in the first minute mark. But Razy already a bit of LG damage there, just trying to get some info with the tri-bolt as well.
Yep, and on the flip side, we're going to have to see Saigib playing very similar to the way in which Zeneku played this map earlier. So slow it down. Lovely first frag. Uses the Ghost Walk as well just to mitigate any potential damage coming out. Going to have a mega for his reward.
It sure does indeed. Saigib is waiting for Razy to come back, but good rockets coming out. It's going to be a trade between the two. Razy now does get the best of spawns, even though Heavy's coming up shortly, but he's only got the nail gun to Fires here. Get some good shots off, considering. I'm actually pretty damn surprised he got away with that. So he's going to get that Heavy in the good time. Gets the rockets as well, just adding a couple more weapons to his arsenal. And Mega is still up and ready, but first rail comes out here from Razy as well. Good stuff here to pile on the pressure, considering the position he was in terms of stack.
Lovely LG defense from Saigib, doing a lot of damage. Should be able to follow this one up. Heavy is up in 5 seconds, so Razy be looking to contest as he skirts his way through. But Saigib's ready and waiting with a rail, but gets bounced off, unfortunately for him. Still doesn't have that Ghost Walk to hand with 10 seconds to go on the clock there. This is why Slash is dangerous. The momentum she can build pretty much unparalleled. Saigib's trying his best to manage the stack of the Slash, but it's always before a pickup round.
Heavy's up in 5. He's going to be in position. He's got the trail there at least to make it a little bit awkward, but Saigib with a fabulous rail there. Shooting that trail just why not. And the Mega is up shortly as well. And speaking of it, is up and Saigib is in position for it, but Razy trying to be cheeky and slide away for it, but some good rocket damage coming out as going to stay there for much longer. So he's just chilling that murder hole to pick up his 2 health bubbles. So good stuff on Saigib to try and keep himself in this matchup and as competitive as possible. Heavy in 5.
Nice rail. Stops Razy in his tracks. Razy himself doesn't have any weaponry out of LG ammo as well, so has to spend some time getting up the basic level of weaponry to be able to compete. Look at Saigib's stack now. Oops.
Whoops a daisy. Oh no. Don't say oopsie. Oh, there we go. No, he didn't say it. He had it. It's right. Things are back to normal in the world. 3 minutes in though, Saigib's still got the high ground, still got positional advantage here. He's going to get that Heavy. And Razy trying to get away with these drive-bys, but missed hits here and there. But of course, with Saigib eating up some of his health bubbles and these lights, not giving Razy room to even try and recover from these ridiculous bouts. There's Razy literally one more shot in him in order to be taken down. The health bubbles have just managed to respawn. And I like that from Saigib. Took his time. He knew he didn't have to speed to get away with another drive-by. It's going to make that 4 for Saigib. Maybe 6 for Razy here, but he's going to go on and chase it down.
He is. He's running rings around Saigib a little bit. Just delaying him there so he can pick up that Heavy. So unfortunately for Saigib, unable just to be as clinical as he wants to be. But it's still kept the scoreline pretty much on par so far, and we'll be tying it up 5-5 just before this next Mega. So Saigib more than in this. He can just connect with slightly more rail than he has done. Should be in the lead here. Oh, what a rocket from Razy though, defending that Heavy.
Yeah, nearly at the halfway stage here. Does have his Ghost Walk if he gets into a spot of bother. Oh, and Saigib's caught him, done a fair amount of damage, mind you, and now has taken the lead. So this is going to be huge here for Saigib. And now he's done so much. Oh, this is a great play. Could be in time for the Mega. Yes, it is. And it still takes him down. Great stuff here from Saigib. That was cutting it close. There was about half a second between when the Ghost Walk finished and the Mega spawning. But in the end, risk worth taking.
Yeah, Razy with his sacrifice tactics. Plus forward with the starting shotgun.
Yeah.
And Saigib is lapping it up at the moment as it's not being executed that well. Nearly pins him. Razy gets away. Saigo's building himself a slow lead. Ooh, lead here. Got this Mega on lockdown. If he can pick up this next heavy, which he can do, Razy's completely out of swords.
As if. He got away in the end though. Razy just straight out of there as fast as lightning. Oh, but it's good though, but Razy's just not really giving him a chance. And if he does, it's literally a split second.
Nice.
Hits the first though, extremely important. Maybe have to trap him here. Oh, Saigiv's just looking so much better this time round. So much better.
Is indeed. He's matching the tempo at the moment and just executing better than Razy. Long time before this Mega though, Razy, so has to get out of dodge. Saigib is there though, dropping down behind. He's taking a lot of damage himself. Razy should be able to pick up this Mega there. If he's got the timing, he does, yes. Saigib traps him, uses his bait, catching him with the LG down below. So low, but he's done a huge amount of damage to stop Razy from picking up this heavy. So amazing play from Saigib, just reaffirming his status in this game.
Fair damage to the cheeks there on that Mega. Unreal. Still, speaking of Mega, another 10 seconds until it does come up on a respawn. Does have that Ghost Walk. So if it does fail to get this Mega or gets into an even worse situation, it could scarp her. Good first rail. Oh, even the tri-bulk straight afterwards. And Heavy is up. And Saigiv's just playing this. He's always been known for having a methodical approach, but his aim skill behind what he's doing at the moment has been clinical to such a high level. And just not really giving much room for Razy to find an in to the situation.
No, he's always been getting that initiation damage, which has kept Razy in the back foot, stopped the slash, his aggression, which Razy's desperately trying to do. And we haven't even seen a Ghost Walk for the last few minutes. That's how perfect Saigiv's play has been.
One of that damage there. Picks up the Heavy. Oh, he's looking to try to... Oh, the timing of that as well. But, of course, as the Ghost Walk gone, expected him to go in towards the murder hole, of course, with the big amount of health there. But how much damage has he done? Not a huge amount, but this is where Razy could, of course, change things up a bit. Misses the first rail, but it's these rails which is going to turn the tide entirely for Razy to try and bring this back. He has the Heavy, he has the stack, he has the weapons. Can continue to deny the rail, of course. Good LG coming out here from Razy. But look at this. Even though he's wasted just a couple of seconds here and there, just teetering around like a as I say, like a bit of a wally around the pillar. But in the end, though, Saigib is doing the right thing. Just waste every minuscule time possible in order to frustrate Razy just a little bit. But at the same time, it could be those last few seconds which could save him and claim this map.
Needs to hold on to the Ghost Walk as long as he can. He might have to pop it here. He does. He gets the shotgun blast off on the way, but now Razy's got a good 30 seconds or so. There's not many vials up here to collect, so it's basically till the end of the map that Saigib has to run. So this is still within the realms of opportunity for Razy to pick up a comeback.
A lot of discipline coming out there from Razy. Good LG coming out again, and his comebacks on. 35 seconds left. He has his trail as well.
He knows.
Heavy's coming up. It's up now, but he's actually completely left the Heavy. Just darted away. I'm sure. Of course, that Ghost Walk's up in 7 seconds. Oh, he still manages to get away. He finally has that Ghost Walk, but remember, he's still got 20 seconds to try and live this out if he can. He's trying to get away. His back's turned. He uses that Ghost Walk.
Oh, he knows.
He comes back as well.
So he's gone. He's going to be caught here. 8 seconds. He has to run. He's got the rail. Can he connect with? Oh, he can. He ties it up. 2 seconds to go. Lethal.
Oh, the clean sweep potential's on. Heavy's up in 7. Saigib gets caught with the first rail. One more's going to secure it. He hits it. Sorry, that health bubble. It's going to make him not railable, but it's just a matter of time here, damn. And Saigib just trying to stay alive. and he manages to do it. Razy clutches up there. Sadly for Saigib, could not make it happen. And that's going to be a 3-0 series in favour of Razy. I feel so sorry for Saigib. He was literally so close from being able to topple Razy on that map.
Oh man, I felt it coming.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, I did have the feeling, or the vibe at some point it's going to happen towards the dying moments. It happens.
Saigib is such a giga Chad. He played so well throughout that set. You could see the last minute basically was what makes Slash so scary. And Saigib did an incredible 8.5 minutes before that to prevent that momentum. And yeah, he just couldn't find basically the energy, it felt like, towards the end to stall that aggression coming out from Razy. Oh.
It hurts. I'm not even playing in this. It hurts. It's just so unfortunate. There's so many times where he's been. It's kind of a little bit similar to the second map. Of course, he didn't have this much of a lead. But of course, for the second map, it's just it's just a question of consistency, isn't it? As he did have that once again. I do feel like he used a Ghost Walk Soi at the right times, as he should. Sadly though, with that unreturned damage, Razor can just keep piling on the pressure as aggressively as he wants without a shadow of a doubt. As you can see there, in terms of accuracy, just shy of 52% accuracy for Razy. So I give it a little bit smaller, sadly, 38%. But the damage was quite even across the board. It looks like from the total, it was almost the same really. So very back and forth, but Razy, good job with that comeback anyway and securing that 3-0.
Yeah, we talked about the smallness of margins, and there you go. Once again, Saigib basically made one mistake towards the end where he was far more concentrated on staying alive than the overall map awareness, where he could have stolen away. I think it was either the Mega or the Heavy. I can't remember which one. He could have stolen away one of the major items, but instead lost the timings, lost his positioning, and decided to go a different way. And if he had just taken that one item, he probably would have won that map.
Yeah.
But this is why Razy's one of the best. He kept himself in it. Saigib played an incredible map before that, but Razy did enough to keep it in touching distance and then kept his composure to see out the map. So, that series just adds to another list of incredible series we've seen today.
I kind of feel like this season has been a little bit different as well. I kind of feel like you're now punished even more for these minuscule mistakes or the most minor errors now. It's crazy in itself. It's like very little room for error now. And we've still got 2 more series left to go. Of course, our finale here, we've got Nosfa versus Drummers coming up next and Tox versus Fenger. So guys, make sure you don't go anywhere as we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Welcome everyone back to the Quake Pro League as we've got 2 more series left to go. 5 down, 2 to go as we've got Nosfer versus Dramas coming up next. And just after we've got Tox versus Venga. So something a little bit spicy to add to the finish line here. And joining me is ZSX as always. And Dan, the day's been not too shabby so far. You know, a couple of upsets, a few maps taken.
Yeah, and we're going into the featured series now, unsupervised. So
Yes.
we get to have as much fun as we want. Don't know how DJ Week got a holiday in his contract, but anyway,
Unbelievable.
we get to finish this day off in style for once, which is going to be good because yes, you're right. This day has been unbelievable. So if you haven't seen it, obviously watch the replay because even if you know the scores, these matches have just been just nuts today.
You're right though. Now that Dad's not around, we can play around, can't we? So it should be something a little bit more special going forward. And this matchup in general with Nosfer versus Dramas, I can't get my head around what to really expect from this matchup entirely because Nosfer had an extremely good showing against Zenaku last week and actually took it 2-1 with a phenomenal finish over on Awoken. But Dramas, he's had some hit and misses. He's been good some matches, some bad ones as well. We saw him struggle just only a little bit against Strong Sage, even though he did get taken down there. But I'm not really too sure what to expect. It's being a rock, paper, scissors kind of scenario, really. Of course, you know, you've got Zen getting taken down by Nosfer, Zen then taking down Rafa this week. It's been a bit pear-shaped here, Dan.
Yeah, it has been a little bit. I had some really high hopes for Dramas coming into this season. He's obviously been growing into the QPL since his inception, and particularly last stage, it was much more of almost a breakout for him, and he's been developing. But coming into this one, results haven't shown it. Whereas Nosfer had a complete change of fortunes, obviously from a couple of years ago, came in really strong, somewhat plateaued, but this stage so far been putting in some strong performances. So this one, again, is more of a line in the sand between these two as they're sitting relatively even in the leaderboard to put some separation and daylight between each other.
Yeah, Nosfer was, well, obviously that's why it was called the lightning in a bottle to begin with. He had it was very similar to how Maxter performs in terms of his style of play, keeps it very high octane, very quick, decisive, uses his initiative, more of his strategic values. But this time round, over the last couple of years, he's changed things up a little bit. He's kind of meshed the two together to kind of find that middle ground to be able to adapt to some of these top names, which I kind of feel like he has done. Sometimes he falls off a little bit. Sometimes he's actually on the opposite end of the spectrum. But this time around, after taking down Zenaku, he's been looking in tip-top shape. Sometimes he can be a little bit more momentum-based, sometimes he's not. It really depends on the map and how he kind of expedites a lot of these matchups with these certain different players. It's tough though. This is why I've been really struggling because normally to me it's like it depends how Nosfer feels this day, but Dramas is currently on the same wavelength, isn't he, in terms of how he performs. So both of them could completely have a total role reversal overall in terms of going over in terms of their morality, but honestly, it really is tough indeed. But let's just go to the picks and bans. It might help us out a little bit here, Dan, going forward. As Deep Embrace and Cut to keep having bad outright. And it looks like we're going to have Awoken, Molten Falls, and then Ruins to finish things off.
We have a bit of a mix-up on Awoken for once, where Nosfer straight up just picks the Nyx, but then again, the Strog was banned. So, you know, Doom was on the table, but favours the Nyx just because of the all-round game that she can offer. A little bit more risky, but if you're confident in yourself, Nyx is always an amazing pick. Molten Falls, they both got aggressive there with the slash against the Sorlag or the Snorlag, and then we're going into the Ruins where we have the Galena against the Visor. Now we haven't seen a lot of a Visor today. I think we've seen it once, but Ruins is one of those maps where it comes out really, really hot. We know what Galena can bring. As we saw under Abek on the Veil map earlier, if Galena can get those totems up and you don't remove them, she becomes incredibly difficult. So I'm looking forward to this one. As you say, they both are a little bit erratic at times. Nos has been slightly more consistent this season, but we know when Dramas comes and plays as good as he can, he's one of these players, once again, that can literally beat anyone and take series off anyone. So should be a good one for a feature series.
See, Dan is always going to punish me for that mistake. Ever since I said Snorlag 5 years ago in that Go 4 2v2, that's it. Dan is going to punish me he'll remind me at least twice a year, bare minimum, and so I just got to prepare myself and just expect it. But yeah, Snorlag was a good one. I'm trying not to I'm going to say it in repetition now and say it by accident, but yeah, you'll never let me off. It's just fine. I've accepted it. But yeah, going into this match, I still don't know in terms of predictions. I feel like Nosfer may have the advantage considering how well he performed against Zen. He had the lack of hesitation coming from him, the quick adaptation across the board, and how strongly he performed in that third map against Zen was just so crucial to the pinnacle of his performance. But if we see that side of Nosfer, great. But if not, then Jamis will probably take it the opposite end. But it's definitely going to go all 3 maps either way.
Yep, I agree. We have to go to 3 maps, and I'm going to say I'm going to go with Jamis. I think he hasn't had the best start to the season, but he's also put in some strong performances. Just not had his luck go his way a little bit. And I feel that if they both play their game, I would side with Jamis 9 times out of 10 to take it. But I feel Nosfer will still pick up a map, so I'm going to say 2-1 to Jamis.
Yeah, you do feel like Dramis has that level of consistency, don't you? It's like Nosfer, we've seen him do incredibly well this season, and then some matches were like, what on earth happened there? But yeah, it seemed a lot better last week. But now that I've, of course, predicted him 2-1, he's just going to... well, I hope not anyway, because there should be a spicy series in itself anyway, because both of them are such momentum-based players, it's very hard to really predict the outcome of what could happen. And having a first map, second map, fifth, sixth map indicator isn't really going to help, because it's going to be very back and forth in that department anyway. As well, going to get underway very shortly. And still, in terms of the league table, it's very important for these guys. Of course, Nosfer is currently 6th on the league standings here, going 3-1. So is that quite a clean sheet so far? And for Dramis, though, it's more weird for him. It's more required from him, really, to go. It's going 1-3 and going 5-7 in maps. So has had a lot of maps on his in his backpack, but just not, of course, secure some of his series here. So for Dramis, he does really need is to even have a chance to be able to secure a top 8 spot.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, Dramis 5-7 in maps, 1-3 in total series score. Always manages to pick up something even if he's losing. So that's the point of difference this season so far. A lot of things just haven't slipped his way. So I think 2-1 is a fair result, and I'm gonna give it to Jamis.
We'll have to see here, starting things off on Awoken very shortly. They're here to get into the game and ready, so we should be starting very shortly. And yeah, I think it could be why it was one of the final series of the day. I think there could have been about 4 matches, in all fairness, today. What could have been, it could have been a final series of the day, like the Strong Sage Kilson one, Rafa, Zen, of course, as we mentioned previously. But let's get straight. That was in the past. Let's look into the future here, or the present rather, as we're going to have the Dramis versus Nosfer matchup. First map on Awoken, and it will be, of course, the Nyx versus the Ranger, and we're going to kick things off from Nosfer's perspective to see exactly what he's going to do. At the very beginning, just raining down a couple of rockets here and there, but not going to find any damage as of yet. There's a little bit of damage in the meantime previously, as he's getting back top mid control. Just having a bit of a wander around to see if he is lurking around that choke point, which he is not. So Nosfer now, he's biding his time at that moment, playing a slow game and just trying to get an idea and analyse the situation.
Yep, trading rails to start with. Dramis coming off slightly worse of that exchange, but they're still bang on even in terms of stack.
Look at this, both of them going back and forth, being proactive, checking their angles and their areas, but neither of them are looking to force an error into himself. That was a great rocket coming out from Dramis, though. That was key. And look at the stack difference already this early on. Of course, the items 2.5 seconds apart. So, because whoever grabs that mega will have a very small window to try and get a bit of damage onto the heavy straight afterwards. As Nosfer just backing away. Or it could be a complete opposite. Might just prioritize the heavy anyway. Whoever's got the biggest stack there. It's Nosfer just trying to... Oh, he comes out as well, nice. But uses the aggressive ghost wall. It's decided to back away after that. He's a little bit unsure there as the LG battle comes out between the two, and Nosfer still comes out on top considering the stack difference.
Yeah, Nosfer going in there. Big balls to take that fight, but he caught Dramis semi off guard, and as you say, comes out on top. He's stuck in the corner now with no ghost walk, and Dramis knows it, which is why he's standing around. He wants this fight. Goading Nyx, but Nosfer more than going toe-to-toe with Dramis at the moment.
Oh, he drops down perfect time as well as he's picking up the heavy. Once his rocket jumps away, of course, with the passive. He hits the rail as well, and literally his Nyx is screaming for her life at that point and still manages to survive. But yeah, he should be able to continue this survival process anyway, as he misses that first rail. But Dramus comes in with the orb as well, misses such a crucial rail there. The 2.5 minutes in doesn't really feel like a 1-0 scoreline considering what we've been greeted with so far, but good rail finally coming out from Dramus, but Nosfer then trades back out straight afterwards as well.
And what's really impressive about Nosfer is he's just hitting these absolute clutch shots once he has to hit, and gets himself a second frag.
Yeah, it certainly does, and let's see if it can continue to do so. It was actually on Awoken when Nosfer played out of his mind against Zen in last week's match. It's another rail, but yeah, it doesn't really want to take the chance, which is understandable here. But great rocket from Nosfer, being very patient with his anger he had, and he's going to clean him up with the heavy machine gun. Beautiful stuff from Nosfer, and I completely understand the weapon selection as well. Just extra insurance with that heavy machine gun.
Yeah, Nosfer's favoring just playing ultimately positional. He's allowing Dramus onto these items for the most part, and punishing him for doing so by taking these aggressive positions on the pickup. And so far it's been working. Obviously Dramus is now slowly creeping his way back into this set, but coming from a 3-1 scoreline down.
Damn, it's Dramus now. Still got a fair amount to do here as of yet. Hasn't got the stack he requires, but trap him in his choke point might be something different, but the Ghost Walk is popped. Heavy is up, and now he isn't available, so he can pick up this heavy, even if he does take a lot of damage. It burns
so nice.
it, but in the end, though, at least I suppose that Nosfer didn't bag that in the end, as Dramus only 3 frags behind. Mega's up the next couple of seconds. Would have been in a better position if he got there a little bit quicker, but the LG battle comes out between the two. Heavy's up in 12.
Really clinical from Nosfer. It's really clinical.
Yeah, it really has been indeed. Mega's up in 5. Got the Q and the angle, but sadly missed. Dramus is going to go for the TP and try to seek it from behind, but the orb, and I love that from Nosfer as well, just initiating the orb, sorry, the Ghost Walk straight after the orb. Spare himself a spot of bother. 5 seconds until this heavy. Nosfer's in a much better position. May just force Dramus just to completely leave it. He's actually just coming with the LG. Gets a lot of damage due to the weapon selection of Nosfer there, because he had animation, but it still takes him down nonetheless, left on 72 HP. No light. There's Dramus a window now to maybe clean him up with the LG, but problem is, and he has the orb as well, so it's still doable. The problem is it's still trailing behind by that 6 frag deficit. 4 minutes left. If he's up in 5, of course, Dramus has got the positional advantage. And Nosfer knows this, so he's switching to that defensive composure.
Once again, Nosfer just playing on the defensive, playing nice and slow, using those audio cues wisely. Quite happy for Dramus to take these items and maintain his own stack, just make sure he's got a better position for the next engagement.
Stack-wise, Dramus looking pretty damn good, but he's taking a huge brunt of damage there from those rockets. Actually comes out worse. Nosfer knows he must be lurking around that area. Where else could be recovering from going in that position? Circling around, rotating to see if he can do any more. But this is the problem here for Dramus. For Nosfer, he doesn't really need the frags. If he does enough damage, he knows that, of course, Dramus is going to just back away and try and recover. Straight after, just waste another 5 or 10 seconds, but some good rockets there. That scared the Jesus out of me. But some good shots again coming up from Dramus, considering the position he was just placed himself in. Oh, the orb! Only did 48 damage there. Such a shame. But trades anyway.
Does trade anyway. He has to string a couple of frags together now if he wants to forge a comeback. 8-2 with only 2.5 minutes to go is such a high bar for Dramus here going up against the Knicks.
going to have to hit so much. The majority of everything he has here. But defensive rockets are tickling Jamis a tad here and there, but just slowly eats away at you. Affects him in the long run, but picks up the heavy. Mega's up in 10. Also has a position, which does mean that he could do a fair amount of damage, even if he doesn't win the fight outright. But it does actually equal the stack, which is a little bit surprising. And it could almost, and he does take down Dramus.
He does, and Nosfer's making this look fairly almost mundane and simple at times, which is exactly what you want as a Nick. That means you're in the right positions, you're not being dragged into any combat you don't want to. You're playing it on your terms.
Well, that rail would have been so important from Nosfer. Tri-buck though will suffice. The 40. I think it's been up for a while now. It's been picked up finally by Dramus, but yeah, minute 25 left. Good bit of damage from the last rocket, but even better rail to boot straight after by that drive-by from Dramus. Does it seem like Dramus sadly just couldn't find his footing here in this game? Play how we would like to play, as the defensive rockets were really good from Nosfer, just always covering the choke points, forcing into Dramus into rotations, which didn't really want to make too much. Good orb as well, but again, goes what popped straight away. With 9-4 now in favour of Nosfer, just a matter of time before we head into this second map.
I think that's a good summary. Jamis was just not able to play the game he wanted to. So that's all the credit to Nosfer, who put a strangle on this map. Made it look just simple.
Ooh, Nosfer's going to make it at 10 here. Yeah, we've already mentioned it. This is already sealed and improved. As Nosfer does take this first map, and I think a lot of us probably expected Nosfer to take this map. He's quite renowned globally to be very good on Awoken overall. You know, the great example of that is how he played against Zen last week on Awoken. I think it was like 19-5, if I remember rightly, at the top of my head, or roughly around that scoreline. And there we have it. So Nosfer will take this first map in the series. Of course, it's the first of 2 featured matchups here. If you're just joining us, just checking the damage as well. It looks like he did just under 1,300 damage. Dramus 20 items, and Nosfer Lizard just a little bit more there. So quite even in terms of item count anyway, which is a little bit shocking because it didn't feel that way. It was very back and forth, but as I mentioned earlier, at one point with Nosfer just covered all the right tracks and the right angles and made himself very difficult to damage to a certain point, like just sitting in all the choke points, making sure to force Jamis down these paths and rotations which he did not want to take. But Jamis took those risks when he had a great stack, and with the amount of unreturned damage which he made, what more could Jamis do really? He had to be maybe a little bit more patient to stop the scoreline from spiraling out of control. You know, it could be a number of things.
Yeah, it needed to be more careful around picking up these items, particularly in the early game. And the way Nosfer was playing, he was just cutting off, as you say, cutting off the choke points, cutting off in between the major items, and then playing very good but aggressive on his opponent's pickups, which nullified the stack and prohibited Dramus from doing the aggressive moves he wanted to, particularly with that orb. It just slowed the tempo down to basically a snail's pace, and Nosfer was able to pick Dramus off when he pleased. 60% rail, he was clinical, and he was only taking items when he felt safe to do so. So he played a really good, strong defensive Nyx, and Jamis kind of played into that a little bit, so that's why it was made to look quite simple from Nosfer's point of view. Well executed.
Certainly was indeed. So that was Awoken. Molten Force coming up next between Slash and Sorlag, or Snorlag, however you want to call it. And then Ruins, we've got Visor versus Galena. And this Molten Force map for the Slash and the Sorlag. Now, we've seen Sorlag used once or twice. I recollect Zen using it once. I'm trying to think who the other person was who used it this season, but obviously the Slash is obviously going to be like the favourite going into this matchup, of course, especially for those pickups. Of course, we've got the Spit for the Sorlag for the defensive purposes, but with the Trail, it's hard to not say that the Slash is going to have the upper hand in a lot of these circumstances.
It can definitely go both ways. I think we've seen Dramus play it on this map against Sirius, if I remember rightly, and we believe we've seen Wenger play. It can go both ways. Obviously, you can soak a lot of damage as the Sorlag, but you're also very vulnerable. If you can get that full control and rotation, you can also use your speed to bully your opponent. Slash will then have to play smart, play the high ground, use her speed to play keep away, and that's not the position you want to be in. So it will come down to the execution here. If the Slash can open up the angles early and keep the Sorlag's stack in check, then I feel it could be a fairly comfortable game for the Slash. But you have to remember how vulnerable she is as well.
Yeah, this is the issue, isn't it? Just an element of caution, not just from the opponent playing Slash, but of course yourself. We've seen some people, we've seen Strong Sage actually use scale on this map against a Slash in the past. And he's a cheeky boy, Dan. He's a cheeky boy, hides in some crevices here and there and does take down quite well, quite easily. And we might see a little bit of that as a change of pace at some point in this matchup here, starting off from Nosfer's perspective.
Yeah, Jamis actually got both major items, so Nosfer has to play slower than he would have wanted to start with. They're going to meet up here as well. Wrong weapon coming out from Nosfer's point of view. Eats a lot of damage with that nail gun. Jamis lets him get away for now, though, in favor of just keeping that rotation going.
Nosfer does have the better angle, but of course Heavy's been taken. Almost got the trail once again, comes up in 10. But items, of course, heavily in favour of Dramus. You can see Nosfer now just being very cautious at this stage. He needs to be extra cautious for that time where Dramus favours him over the Heavy, which is what he's exactly doing. And I like this for Nosfer as well. With some players, it can be something they least expect a little bit. Obviously, when their opponent does approach, you'll prep for that Heavy, or maybe expect it a little bit later down the line. But the fact that Dramus went straight for him this early on rather than going for this Heavy, he's not looking to play the slow game at all in the slightest. He's looking for blood early on.
Yeah, and I don't mind this. Because Nosfer missed out on both major items to start with, he's on the back foot. There's very little he can do. So at the moment, he's playing this preservation game. He needs to play the long game to get back into this. He wants Dramus to overextend to punish him, and then Nosfer can begin to play aggressive. Really nice cut off there using his speed once again. And look at the stacks. He's managed to completely not only manage them, but get the lead and get the first frag. Oh yes!
No. Oh my God! Just literally teetering on the edge. When I saw that situation, I just assumed that he was going to be a goner with the rockets. But luckily, both players were in a few dicey moments there. Heavy is up. Nosfer's just been playing a really good defensive game, but the reason why he's been extremely aware of what to expect, looking to the future, what he could do, knowing that Dramus is most probably going to prioritize him over some of the items. Just little things like this is keeping him alive in this matchup. And again, just keep an eye on what Nosfer does. Dramus may have a huge stack at this pace, but Nosfer's been doing a good job just keeping his distance and trying to maintain some kind, of course, not map dominance, but just to try and sectionize himself from Dramus in a lot of ways here. So again, just continuing to recover. It's going to be quite a while until Nosfer can put himself back in this matchup stack-wise. But look at this, Dramus is going to be a finding him, but a good direct is going to give him a tiny bit of leeway for him to be able to recover as well.
Oh, Nosfer got caught here. Don't think he heard that. That was painful. I was about to say, Dramus needs to be more careful when playing. Even though he's got this full stack, Nosfer's playing around just this constant speed from the Sorlag, using the audio cues to cut him off in the choke points. So definitely want to see more calculated pushes from Dramus' side of things. But that was obviously a big mistake from Nosfer to tie it up.
Yeah, still early on as one apiece. Dramus with the advantageous position. Oh, he's literally dodged straight on, even with the spit. Good rails coming up from Dramus. He's finally going to make it 2. And stack advantage, of course, down for the majority of this match. I mean, he's going to continue to maintain that as he actually catches him off guard. Nosfer's just going to back away instantly. But this is good for Dramus, though. Remember, it's very difficult to kind of claw your way back with even a 1 or 2 frag lead as to Slash, but as to Sorlag now, it's going to give him a bit more leeway here, but also at the same time for Nosfer, it's going to give him time to recollect and exactly what he needs to do in terms of his game plan.
Yeah, Nosfer taking the bait there on the heavy, trying to get in and out using the speed of the Slash. He misses the pickup though! Oh, that's gotta hurt.
No, I was wondering if that was going to happen, but does it one? He's trying to mix it 2,
Nice!
2 for 2. As Dramus now makes it 4.
Oh, he's leaving up the heavy, just delaying it.
5-minute warning.
Doesn't have time to pick up this Mega, so Nosfer should be able to prevent this push, which he does, but actually falls on down as well. It does the damage and gets the pickup.
And Dramus just still continuing with that recovery rotation, uses the spit. Oh, great amount of damage, and the rail back to back straight afterwards. 5-1 here, Dan.
These are some spicy plays from Dramus.
Lovely. Oh, he's hitting once, looking for the second, doesn't hit it. But Dan, Dramus is just looking so good over the last couple of minutes, just dissecting Nosfer in a couple of his moments, but Nosfer's going 3 for 3 with that rail. And this could be a moment for him to bring this back in terms of the matchup here. Still a 3 frag deficit, doable as the Slash, especially with that 3 frag. And the heavy's up though, but he's gonna have to literally sacrifice it. But cleans him up anyway. Good stuff from Nosfer.
Yeah, but all these frags are so messy that keeps Dramus in the game. He's going to go flying through. He's the greedy one this time. He takes the bait. Leaves Nosfer reeling, but Nosfer gets the frag and can begin to recoup. There's a long time before this next heavy. This is certainly a very messy game so far. Nosfer has regained his composure and is beginning to connect with the shots that he was missing for the first few minutes.
Oh, what the flick! And obviously production, if you could get a slow-mo on that, it must have been a frame or a pixel or something silly. Could be wrong, but we have to watch that back. 10 seconds until the next heavy. Nosfer has getting the angle. Drops down, hits the first, hits the second, looking for the third. It's going to dive on in. Of course, that's the advantage, but it's given up a lot of his stack, but doesn't matter, does have the heavy. Taking the brunt of that as well. And Drum's looking to try and back away again, but gonna get a shot few in between the legs. But Mega's up, and that's going to be Nosfer's.
Joga bonito from Nosfer. I think that's what it is. But anyway, he's playing some beautiful Quake, and yet somehow it's still 5-5. They're both hitting incredible shots. Nobody's able to get that concrete lockdown. Nosfer was on the back foot for the vast majority of this game, but still brought it back to that 5-5.
Oh, a little bit. Oh, it's just packing a little bit of a punch here and there. Just looking for one more rail, and that is going to do it. Nosfer
Nice.
with the lead. 2 minutes left. And remember, Dramus was up 5-1 at one stage. Oh, the Rockets again. The rail to boot straight afterwards. Dan is looking to make it 7, and he does.
Wow, he has not looked back since getting control right now. Cycling both major items, and Dramus can't do anything to put a stall to this. Keeps trying to go fight fire with Nosfer, but that's because Nosfer's taking the fight to him just like this. And every time it's right before the next round of pickups. And you can see he's got the light and mega and heavy on rotation at the moment.
Yeah, my word, Nosfer's just telegraphed this perfectly. And he missed a couple of shotgun shots there, backing out once more. Oh, and Dramus takes him down through the TP anyway. So we've still got 1:15 left. Dramus is now with the upper hand in terms of stack, not in terms of scoreline though. And he actually finds him. Will he be able to catch him? Yes, he does. Only one frag in it. And this is where Nosfer will either try and turn things around, have a defensive posture, and then see if he
1 minute warning.
changes things up, because look at the stack difference, Dan. There's only so much Nosfer can do at this stage, and you know, Sorlag don't want to fight against this.
No. Oh,
Good.
massive rocket. Nosfer know the timing? He's there. Oh, there's going to be a fight. Big rockets from Nosfer. They're both low. The spit comes out. No way!
8 HP.
I mean, Nosfer should get the next frag now. If I was Dramus, you need to defend these choke points, but he's also railable, so he wants to be regaining this stack. That was a critical rail to hit, though. Still has to be careful. They're both extremely low. Nosfer has the timing because he was there last time, and Dramus actually forfeits.
See Nosfer circling around once again. Dramus.
Oh no, he missed it! No!
Oh no, literally by just a couple of seconds. Heavy's up in 13. There's not really anything he can do. The ball is in Nosfer's court now. One good rail or even just a standard push because he knows how weak he is. He's trying to get away as fast as he can. The Heavy's up in 2 seconds here. He's going to leave it. The light does come up in the nick of time, but how long for? He's going to catch it. They're going to be in green hits and hits the direct. He's going to hit with the rail and Dramus by the skin of his teeth takes map number 2. Goodness, that was... We thought it was going to be all Nosfer's in for what we saw in terms of that stack. That was ridiculous stuff. And between them, I think I just saw a glimpse of it. I think only 210 damage in between the two.
I think Nosfer just 5-headed himself.
Yeah.
because he knew the timing of the light, right? He knew the timing of that light armor because he'd been cycling it. And he saw the clock. He knew the Heavy was up. He knew that Sorlag had run the opposite direction, so wanted to take the resource away. I don't think he intended to take that fight, or at least miscalculated how fast Sorlag was going because he was unprepared. And I mean, yeah, I think he literally outbrained himself.
I can imagine what Jumps is going to say. And this is the slow-mo as well. Do you know what? I think I have to see it even slower probably because I literally missed it as we were talking about it. But choose production anyway for seeing that. But yeah, that was a great second map. I didn't know how it was going to unfold. I was a little bit worried with when Jammers had a 5-1 lead and he was looking very good in terms of stack because he had the majority of the items and then just turned it on its head entirely. And look at that from Jammers on a slash as well, 50% accuracy. But even though he's playing the Sorlag, Nosfer still did pretty damn well with the 58% there. So we didn't see too much LG coming up from Dramus, all rockets and rail during those situations there. But this is great, and it's obviously going into this third map now, which could be anyone's guess, and we did say it's going to be quite unpredictable in terms of what to expect as something a little bit less meta. But of course, with most of the champions banned, this is kind of the champion picks we would expect with the Visor versus the Galena on Ruins.
Yeah, over the course of the series, I have to say that Nosfer, for me, has been playing the better Quake. He was unfortunate not to win that second one, so it should be a shock to the system for Dramus, because he was just trying to fight fire with that Sorlag. Didn't feel that he adjusted the playstyle too much to account for the way in which Nosfer was playing. So he definitely needs to slow it down more on Ruins now, play more methodical. He has to build that overstack. Again, I'm going to refer back to Avec, the way he played Veil before. The overstack won him that game, and that's what you have to do on Galena. So definitely want to see more of a strategy from Dramus going into this one. Nosfer, for me, it's more of the same. I think he's been playing great, and now he has that vision to play around, so let's see how he does that. Yeah,
of course, he has the vision and then needs to make sure to keep on his toes, to keep his totems in check. As you rightly mentioned, it's going to be extremely difficult to kind of keep track of sometimes, but yeah, it's going to be a tough road in itself. As long as you make sure to check everywhere. Of course, you sniff things out, of course, when they're holding certain areas or rerouting around every time. What are you laughing at, Dan? What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at Twitch chat giving me crap for my poor Brazilian. I was trying to big up my homie in Nosfer. Jeez.
Oh, don't worry. Sometimes I say my R's like my W's like now and again. So trust me, I get far worse crap than that. Trust me. Going into this third and final map, which has been an extremely spicy affair. As now, just gonna hit things off on Nosfer's POV.
Popping that vision nice and early. Got the high ground. No rockets yet, so has to do it the hard way. Jumping down. Dramus luckily missing those shots, however, so they will be trading position. Dramus going back up to the high ground, working his way around, but there's still a long time before this mega.
Hits the first. Dramis on the back foot. Of course, with that piercing sight. Oh, he's gone into courtyard as well. He's got a chance, but Dramis had a small sign of it going into that totem. Hits the rail, but it's not going to be enough. But it does mean that Dramis does get free mega as he does get away. Nosfer's still looking to try and recover. Dramis is going to have a massive, massive stack, and Nosfer's in some deep trouble here, Dan, especially if he gets found out.
Yeah, but he's quite happy up above. Dramis, though, obviously picking up the mega on the last rotation. They both have that timing. Lovely awareness from Nosfer. I don't know if Dramis saw that, he didn't, so instead he just plays it simple, picks the item up, works his way around. See, he's already trying to build a little bit of an overstack over in that corner. We'll retreat back there, put it there. The good and bad thing about that is obviously it's a safe area, but if it gets found out, you lose everything. So I prefer to try and separate them if you can.
Nice 69 from the T-junction there. He's trying to go for the rail straight afterwards. Just tickles him a little bit more. Added damage though, it's piling up. The last 4 rockets did tickle him a tad. Wasn't enough to, well, attempt to keep him at bay. But look at the totems underneath, Dan.
Yeah. Dramis doesn't want a rocket, however. Just going to head on down, but he's spotted out early. Now Dramis has that overstack.
Mega in 8, heavy in 20. Nosfer's doing a good job just staying alive and keeping himself well away. But the problem is, as he's doing that, I was going to say he's trying to look for, not really looking for these totems too much yet because he's not really having the opportunity to, but he's walked into a couple of them anyway. But look at that, there we have it. The treasure cove there of totems still managed to take them out. The heavy's been occupied by Dramis and still continuing on. He knows, but the kills will come. Just got to be patient and get ready for them.
Yeah, Nosfer's doing a good job of playing this hide-and-seek game, but absolutely no stack whatsoever to work with. Dramis can afford to delay this. He knows that his opponent's not in the vicinity. So he does exactly do that. Offsets the timing slightly. He's been found. Dramis going to push in here, but the visor is already gone. Another use of that piercing sight.
Oh, Cash went to the LG, but Dramis got better out of that little scuffle on that last rail. Still being very patient, and as he should really. Of course, he's still got 6 minutes and 15 left on the clock. Mega's been up for a while now. It's only been picked up here, but he's looking to try and challenge his Nosfer because it's going to get heavy here, which is going to be huge. I need the 70 from the last rocket. There's a little bit more rocket here and there in terms of damage, but Dramis comes out with the rail, so does Nosfer. 4 minutes in, and it's looking quite bleak for Dramis now. He's lost all his armor. He had a great stack previously. Nosfer can smell blood.
He got desperate there. As you say, made a big mistake letting Nosfer in, and Nosfer just bowed his time, kept the timing strong. Playing pretty much flawless so far. Oh, unlucky.
Oh, misses that one. Some very important rails which Nosfer could have hit in order to increase his lead. Which is definitely not something we'd normally expect from him. He doesn't normally hit the... Always hits the hard ones, not the easy ones, sadly for him so far. I think that's the best way of explaining it, is... Does use that piercing sight. Sadly misses the rail around the heavy side. But Dramis has the upper hand in terms of stack once again, so can try and figure out a way to get himself back in this match. 5 minutes in, just past halfway mark. Nosfer still leading by 1.
Good job by Dramis. Got himself back into control now. Got those both major items he can contest for. Nosfer's in the area. But no piercing sight. Good exchange though. Critical Dramis. Nosfer hit that exchange rail. Keeps Dramis putting too much pressure on. And then just a moment of carelessness jumping through the entryway. And that's the power of Visor. Won himself a Mega.
Oh, good. Rocket's coming out again. Needs to back away. Heavy up in 5. But he's going to dive straight in. He knows it's his time. And beautiful
Nice.
tracking from Nosfer.
Great timing. And exactly the timing of that item. So we knew where Dramas was going to be. And as you say, punished him with the LG.
5 seconds until this next Mega. Nosfer playing extremely safe. Not pushing anywhere until he use that piercing sight for as a little safety net. Heavy's up. Jumps is going to be right below. But sometimes these situations can pile out of control. One misstep from Nosfer will cost him that first frag. And Kitty Beam on the spawn around the light siders could easily just tie things up. And Nosfer knows this, which is why he's been ever so careful with what routes he's going to take. But luckily, his defensive rails have been on par to help him maintain this lead.
Exactly. Jamas is struggling to break this defense from Nosfer. Not hitting really anything in terms of damage. Nosfer's just keeping it at arm's length at the moment.
Oh, the rocket's coming out back and forth. Comes out with the LG vote. Nosfer's still alive, but the rocket finally comes out from Dramas. That's going to be the first frag to his name at 7.5 minutes in. And he has to make it. Oh, yeah, go on. I know what you're going to say.
Such a bad spawn from Nosfer's point of view. He has to give up the whole map now.
Dramas does have the overstack whenever he sees fit. Of course, no need for it as of yet. Oh, we'll do now, of course. Good rails coming out there.
I will not grant you
From Dramas. Oh, he could take it down and clean things up. That's going to be 2 apiece.
Right.
And still has this overstack. The problem is, some of them around this courtyard area actually just scattered everywhere. He's still got 2 left in play, but it's difficult. It's going to make it a tough road here. He can continue this overstack again. Let's pretend rocket jump as well.
Nice. Taking some self-damage to get the bubble to improve the timing of his next totem, just to keep that overstack going. And ever since he's got that overstack in the last few minutes, that's been a game changer for him. Oh, they're going to fight down here. Huge drop into him, closing the gap with the rockets and the tracking. No, with a minute and a half to go, Nosfer drops down 3-2, and a big rocket from Jamas's point of view. He's not railable, so he can get out of here, but obviously wants to avoid that damage, and he does.
And with this overstacking, can just get so much. Oh no, he's actually taken over the totems instead. That was such good timing, but he's trapped in the courtyard. There's nothing he can do. He has to take this bout no matter what. If there's an advantage or disadvantage. 2 rounds, making it 3. Nosfer comes out 3 for 3. That was literally one of the only outcome he could expect in order to take that. But Dramas, he comes over the rail of his own.
Okay. Does he know the timing of the Mega? It doesn't look like it. If he does, he's not confident to pressure it. So Nosfer, full control. Oh, misses that rail, but he knows exactly where his opponent is. And this time, he can close the gap. He doesn't know about the overstack, though. He doesn't know how stacked he is. Luckily, he didn't press it. Dramas only has... Oh, he does have an LG. In fact, double rail as well. Nosfer has to retreat. He used the piercing sight. So that's not available.
Let's be honest, he's not going to go into the courtyard with the stack he's on. As soon as he gets trapped there, he's going to be all doom and gloom. LG to rail combos being quite effective in terms of damage, but he needs to get into this courtyard. But he's caught with the rail. That's it. And if he walks into these, he's got to deal with them at the exact same time. And Dramas can recover during that moment, as both of them are quite equal stack, as these totems are just absolutely everywhere. And that's going to be the opening for Nosfer, but he doesn't push. Decides to back away.
Yeah, I think he knows how low he is, but maybe he didn't realize whether he had totems down there or just wants to play the long game. Obviously, his next frag win, so you want to be secure. Another huge rail from Nosfer. Some of these peak rails have been ridiculous.
It have been 10 seconds till this next heavy. It comes up, good rocket. Nosfer finally gets a little bit of armor to his name as Dramas is not looking so good health-wise,
Nice.
but what a good return rail there. It could be going for the second. Both of them very equal stat, looking to go for that heavy. Nosfer, that's going to be a big play from him.
Oh, he didn't get rail though, so he's going to have to cycle around again. Ramis with no rail. Nosfer doesn't know this, but he's trapped him. He's railable. He just needs to hit one more. The health will push him beyond railable. Well, no, not just yet. Oh, dear.
no.
Now, it's a matter of time. Surely a matter of time.
It's another mere seconds here. Jamis. Oh,
There
not
we
too
go.
bad as Nosfer takes back 2-1 in this series. Extremely close series overall. I really enjoyed that. It was actually sick.
It really was Hoga Bonito. It really was. I enjoyed that set.
Portuguese is pretty good, Dan.
Oh, mate, I'm on it. No, it was a great set. I mean, I thought Jamis was going to take it. We always said it was going to be a close set, but Nosfer played, I mean, as he had done all season, to be fair to him. He's played incredible. Really good strategical Quake. Nice and calm and collected. Played the items well. Aim was on point. Cannot fault that.
No, I can't at all. And this is why we were both very undecided of how it's going to go 2-1 either way. It's really debatable because it's so back and forth between the two. But both of them adapted very well to each other in a lot of ways. It wasn't as chaotic as we expected, but just a lot of great strategical aggression here. And it's like you mentioned earlier with this little setup. If he had a rail, it could have seemed something a little bit different. Bit of a shame there, but it's like we said before, and we'll say it again since the beginning of the show, some very, very minor errors can, of course, cost you this game here. And as you can see from the accuracy, 43% for Nosfer, 38% there from Dramus. A lot of rail damage, but quite even really across the board. I didn't really check the items in control, but yeah, again, that was also very back and forth as well. We know Dramus had a little bit early lead to begin with, but yeah, all about those totems as well. And even after all those totem plays, Nosfer still played incredibly well with that visor place as well.
Definitely. Jamis has struggled for large parts of that game, but as soon as he was able to build that overstack up, get into control in the later stages of the set, he was forging his way into it. But Nosfer kept his cool. There was a few times he was on the rope, but managed to sustain himself, and Jamis wasn't ever to reclaim his position. Even in map 2 that he won, he was a little bit fortunate there. I felt that he didn't adjust enough playing that Sorlag. So either way, it was a cracking set, and full credit for Nosfer for taking it 2-1.
Yeah, fair play to an entertaining series it released. And yeah, we've still got one more series left to go. Of course, we know you've all been waiting for this one. It's going to be Tox versus Wenger, but we're going to have a quick short break. And when we come back, we'll have the final series underway for you, so stay tuned. an absolute doozy of a series in that last map. Ridiculous stuff, and I'm sure things are going to get a little bit more hectic here, Dan, as I'm looking forward to the Tox versus Wenger matchup. And we know that Wenger's been performing extremely well, on par with Rafa at the time. I suppose if he wins this match, he'll be probably one of the people with the least amount of maps in terms of loss count, but I'll check that in a second. But Wenger, you know, pretty much the Quake gymnastic, extremely aerodynamic, very fast, very adaptable player. He's been the champion before back in 2021, extremely strong in his own right, and has already got off to an incredible start in this Pro League regular season alone here. But he's got to be careful though, because with Tox, you know, used to be a champion once upon a time in the past. Of course, a very open-ended player. Very hard to know what to expect from him sometimes. And yeah, we'll have to see if it can create a cause for concern here with Wenger.
Yeah, couldn't summarize it much, but I don't think we could, ironically, name a more erratic player than Tox.
Yeah.
You know, when he turns up and he plays well, then get out of his way. But we also know he still has those deficiencies, those lapses in concentration, and just misses a beat with the fundamentals sometimes. You know, old Sirius S. Sirius was flawless today. Old Sirius S. And we've said it time and time again. That was kind of what we saw from Ron in the map 1 today. You can't make those mistakes in the QPR. Maybe you could a few years ago, but the standard is the level it is now, and you just can't make those mistakes. And then always going against a former champion who, as you rightly put it, has only lost 1 map all season. Best performance so far to date. So we need to see the best of Tox today if this is going to be a close series. If the best of Tox doesn't turn up, I'm expecting a Wenger 3-0.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting as well. But let's not muck around here, Dan. Let's have a look at the picks and bans to see what's going to be upon us here in this final series of the day. So it's going to be Molten Falls, Corrupted Keep, and then Blood Covenant. I think, and just a very extremely quick look at the champion picks, I think very standard from what we tend to expect.
Yes, Tox gets his slash though, so that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Wenger lives it in, takes out the Anarchy instead, so we're going speed for speed on Molten Falls. Moving on to Corrupted Keep, as you said, pretty meta there nowadays, with the BJ against the Ranger, and then we end up in Blood Covenant, which, you know, this is actually a fairly consistent draft from what we've seen today with the Visor against the Galena. So, you know, I'm surprised neither one of them maybe picked a Doom on Blood Covenant, but I can see where the strengths lie. Galena is a little bit more unusual, but you can still get a good level of overstack up on that map as well. So yeah, pretty much comfort picks across the board.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting the same vibe as well. Looking at these champion picks as well. I think no matter what's going to happen though, this is going to be a very entertaining series. I love to see two players with a very fast and aggressive strategical play style to really go at each other's throats. We saw Wenger and Max do it last time. It was nothing short of spectacular, and this should also be something in terms of a similar magnitude here. But again, like you mentioned before, it does depend on how Tox is going to perform. We know that he's a very open-ended player. We don't really know what to expect. Yes, he can adapt to certain situations. Yes, he may do certain things here and there, which is maybe a little bit different to everything else. But one thing he's very good at is playing with that high mobile agility and his speed, and still, even at his age at this point, incredible aim skill across the board. But we'll have to see how Wenger is going to be able to tackle and contend that. So against a slash, especially if it's a Tox slash, it's going to be very tough indeed. Final series of the day here. Getting into the first map between Tox and Wenger. Kicking things off from Tox's perspective.
Absolutely. And this is the only map that I feel the picks are the most even on. I prefer the Ranger on the next map, even though the VJ is really good. And I do prefer the Visor on Blood Covenant. So for me, this is Tox's best map of the 3 to get a victory. Not that he's not capable on all maps. Just on paper.
Wenger hearing that TP, backing down, picking up the heavy straight away. But Tox's main thing is got the time in. Nice little bit of damage there. Wenger does miss the rail. Tox backing away. He's the one with the stack advantage. May not have position, but of course, perfect stance here to grab this heavy.
Yep, a lot of respect coming out from Wenger. Decides to double back and play, defend the exit.
Tox just lurking around at the moment. Playing it fast, but playing it cool as well. To see if he can get another angle, to see if Wenger's either going to be rotating from rail, TPing up to shotgun, or maybe go around to LG this time. So, info on each other. Mega's up in 5, but Heavy's up right this second, and Tox is just doing a good job just being on standby. But I kind of feel like right now he's hoping the opening comes to him rather than vice versa. Maybe Tox will change this up, we'll see.
Yeah, both players playing slow, calculated at the moment, trading major items, but more than happy to do so. Particularly, obviously, when you're a light champion, any unreturned damage is pretty crippling. And as would expect, we're going to be heavily rail-based in this so far. Wenger with 0 damage to his name in the first 2 minutes.
Unbelievable, but LG Bella comes out between the two. Tox. Not gonna have to stack though.
Tox. Yeah, and Tox leaving both major items pretty much for free. So either way, as long as he's managing his own stack, it's not the end of the world, but you can see how healthy Wenger is, and he hasn't even popped the inject. Lovely damage there from Tox and a return rail. Wenger get away, hasn't popped the inject still, so he's confident he can. He does hear the pickup as well from Tox, so he knows the exact timings of both. He knows he can get this Mega and get out. But there you go, Tox showing his hand there.
A slight fumble down the door frame, but that's not really going to change too much. Just trying to get a little bit of an edge on each other with the Tribot, as you can see, as Tox has got this better position now, and as you can see, Wenger clearly realised this and just backed away instantly. The whole point of the Tribot for Wenger is to try and push him back a little bit more, push him back enough to be able to secure that heavy. Couldn't do it, as he gave Tox too much position at that angle, and then had just to leave the heavy and go straight back towards the Mega. As the heavy's up in 12 once again. It's been a very good series so far, so a very good first map anyways. Both these players are just taking an element of caution, but also at the same time trying to strategically outdo each other by a certain degree. But Tox now picking up this Mega soon.
Well, I thought Wenger was going to push that. Instead, he's going to keep control of the exit once again, but Tox goes through the low way. Once again, they're just so slow and calculated. Wenger averaging 20 damage a minute so far. Oh, massive rocket to the face of Wenger from Tox. This time, Wenger has to retreat. Can Tox make anything of this?
If anyone in chat's quite curious, it's actually 604 damage to 143 of Wenger's. So not really. It's funny because it feels like there's a lot more, even though the scoreline's 0-0. But
nice.
no one really giving each other an edge at all in the slightest. But Wenger's up in this damage count. Now it's actually just over doubled now, so it's at 323. But main thing is getting a little bit more action, but just a fast pace of chess here.
Oh, lovely read by Wenger. He knew exactly that he could push that one, how weak Tox was, and he stuck around a little bit too long. And that's all it takes.
You're just waiting for the next light to reappear. Heavy's up in 10, picks it up. It's going to see if it can make the rotation. Heavy's up in 7. Tox has got a read of this, so he doesn't want to really try and go for the angle. LG comes up from both these players. Having to back away as Wenger took quite a bunch of that damage, just barely missed that rocket. Mega's up in 2. Looking to circulate around once again, and this is where Wenger's got to be a bit cautious here. There's one mistake. It's going to cost him dearly here. Tox has picked up the Mega, Heavy coming up in 5.
Wenger just forfeiting the map now. Playing keep away. Tox has both major items to his name. What can he do with it though? That's the question.
Oh, the LG comes out here from Wenger, but the inject comes out as well. Some good rockets keeping Tox at bay. Oh, the rail would have been a great finisher to Grab that second kill, but he done it in style with the Mega to boot. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, he's just letting Tox push into him at the moment and executing extremely well.
And going back around, getting positional advantage. Got the drop on him, but Tox does sneak away with the heavy.
Yeah, Wenger favouring this high ground at the moment. He's more than willing to let Tox pick up major items. He knows that he's the one dealing this unreturned damage on the defense now, so he's prepared for that as long as he gets this upper level.
Ooh. Good initial rail, but Tox needs to try and figure out a way to get himself back in this matchup.
Oh, big rocket, but Wenger's still very healthy. Once again, has the inject. He's barely had to use it. He's actually reserving it purely as a defensive tool at the moment.
Good rail there from Wenger. This is all he needs to do, just continue to chip away at Tox, but let's be real here, Dan. It's actually Tox meant to be doing this, not the other way around.
Yeah.
This is the first rail, but Tox needs to find an opening, but needs to try and hit these shots here, trying to progress towards the heavy, but if he secures it, it could be a way in for him. And does manage to get it. Tickles him a tad with that last rocket, but oh no, and it just deteriorates just like that with that tri-bolt. Thinking now. Goes back for the TP, catches him with the LG as well. It's literally trying to put lights out for Tox, but he has to really win this engagement in order to have the opportunity to climb back up. Still only on 79 HP as both players just spamming the hell out of each other with those rockets. But the main thing is Wenger's got the heavy, so rockets did pay off. Items 6 seconds apart. Tox does pick up the Mega.
We're in that territory where Tox has to do something. There needs to be some life in this game if he's going to bring this one back with a minute to go. Yes, you can convert adequately on Molten Falls, but at the same time, you have to get a frag first.
Not wrong, that would be a start, and Wenger's just not having a victory lap just yet, but just lapping the map just to kind of get an eye. Oh, to 60s, that's going to do itself justice there, and you can see he's trying to catch up to him, which he should be able to, don't get me wrong, but the problem is, by the time he catches up to Wenger, how much damage is he going to consume? Oh, he hits the rail, but the inject comes out on Wenger. But yeah, it's like the next 10 or 15 seconds, he really needs to go for this now if he wants to try and tie this up.
Yeah, he has to barrel through, but Wenger's just playing plus black, playing keep away, and there is very little the Slash can do with the air control. Just makes this Anarchy incredibly difficult to capture. You can hear where he is and barely even see him, let alone do damage.
Well, 12 seconds left. That's going to be it, as it was a close affair in itself, but Wenger just did a great job with that commanding. He comes up with the LG, and in style, we're going to finish off with that trade, and it's going to be 3-1 the win to Wenger in this first map of the series.
Most amount of action we had all map. It was so calculated and careful, and very low action, but very intense in terms of just the mental game of that map. Having to read each other, play that careful, calculated game can take a lot of stress. Feel that Tox maybe should have picked that tempo versus short towards the end earlier, because Wenger was respecting him a lot as well. So definitely could have done that. This was the maneuver that broke open the game, and then any time from there it was more Wenger just keeping Tox at arm's length. Whatever Tox was trying to push, Wenger was ready for it, playing the choke points, and this was a great round.
It certainly was. Nice little way to finish things off is, like I said before, didn't get a lot of action, but this is a great thing about Quake. You know, if you like the chess-style matchup in the mind games, or the absolute chaos and mayhem which you get in some of the other matches in terms of airfares, and of course you're in the right place. Wenger does start things off 3-1, and it's weird considering the Slash Anarchy matchup. We expected something a little bit more explosive, but of course they did use the fundamentals which they had in terms of the mechanics of both champions, but yeah, they just weren't really giving each other any room to take advantage of each other when it comes to stacks. Corrupted Keep's going to be up next for the BJ versus Ranger pick. Your thoughts, Dan? Your thoughts?
It won't be as slow as map 1.
Yeah.
I like both champions here, but I like the Ranger more in the hands of Wenger. The way he usually can play this Ranger is probably the best Ranger in the QPL at the moment. It's fast, it's intense, it keeps the pressure on his opponents. So I want to see that from Wenger, obviously. See how much respect he has for Tox. Obviously, Blaskovic has just great damage output, which Tox will want. But at the same time, I just feel that range of pressure will probably be too much.
Yeah, it's what I'm kind of a little bit worried about as well, especially for the items as well, not just for the damage. And it's going to be quite tough. I think BJ suits the way Tox is going to play, especially on Corrupted Keep. I think the opening first few minutes is going to tell the tale of the story potentially going into Corrupted Keep. Hopefully, Tox won't let things spiral out of control. He didn't in the last game, considering how fast and crazy the matchup can be, even on a map like Molten Falls. But he did perform quite well, considering how awkward Wenger made things in terms of the feelings and the process of contesting those items as well. How Wenger's going to contest the items this time round, it's going to be beyond me, but let's see. I'm sure it's going to be a incredible affair in itself anyways, as Tox, Wenger, map number 2, Wenger currently up 1-0 in this series, in this final series of the day. Back and forth so far. Tox has picked up the light, mind you, and he's got a heavy machine gun to boot. Waiting for Wenger to circle round, but he's actually just prepping early bird for this heavy. Tox realizes this, but he's like, okay, we'll just go for this mega for now. And he took a tiny morsel of damage on Wenger just then, but Wenger looking just to collect more weapons in his arsenal once again. Heavy up in 15, 4 seconds between the two items.
Wenger respecting the dual wheel, just doing little chip damage from above with the items to where they are until now. Not one player could take both, but with that split now, the next rotation is pretty big. So I think that Wenger's going to play more around that heavy to try and steal that away, but Tox cut him off there, did a lot of damage, which changes the game plan from Wenger. Instead, he's going to have to try and do some damage on the pickup of Tox here to try and prevent him from getting that full double rotation. Instead, he actually bullies his way in, gets the frag, gets the item, and hopefully, inevitably for Wenger, will take the Mega as well, but the dual wield is there to prevent that.
And that was a damn good dual wield as well. Oh, it goes in for the light, but
nice.
Oh, he stops him going for the light as well, Dan.
Yeah, Tox blowing the lid off there with his LG. That's what we want to see more of. More action. Quite early for this, so Wenger's got a little bit of time to push on in, but that LG doesn't want to take that mid-range fight.
Yeah, Wenger with a slight stack advantage here. Decent tri-bolt damage considering how fast he was actually going from the LG. LG barrel comes out between the two, and Wenger comes out on top by 20 HP. Trying to keep him back with a heavy machine gun, but the dual wield machine gun comes out for Tox. 55 on that last rocket, so it's going to keep Tox at bay just a little bit, just to trying to calm the lad down a little bit.
Exactly. Trying to contain him, but he's got so much stack now, he's pushing, but without the LG, he's just running into these rockets. That was careless from Tox, as Wenger wanted him to do that, no matter how low he was. We'll take that all day. Tox going to get caught again here. Uncertain of the intention.
Oh, catch him again with the LG. He's dropping on down. Good damage. And he doesn't burn the heavy, sadly. 5-1 now in favour of Wenger, as things have escalated very quickly over the last minute, and still cleans him up there. They're trying to bag that Mega, which he has done. It could be getting worse here, Dan.
Yeah, this is the moment where there's a big question mark over what the game plan is for Tox, because it becomes predictable, and that style of throwing your body at the wall in Quake Champions doesn't work as effectively. So he has got back into a degree of control now. Can begin to stabilize, but doesn't have an LG, and Wenger knows this, which is why Wenger's holding his ground here.
Not wrong, as Tox did a fair amount of damage in that previous fight. We found out though, as he's still charging into that red room with the LG, gets away. Tox with a slight stack advantage. And I love this as well, how proactive Wenger's been, just collecting the odd health bubble here and there, but also continue to fight. So that was great stuff from Wenger. Mega getting him up any second now, and Wenger's on the hunt once again, Dan.
Yeah, and Tox is trying to do this ship damage, but then he's also going in aggressive at the same time, so it's neither here nor there. Very early for this heavy as well, so Wenger knows he's going to stick around. Wenger has time to restock and get back across. He's actually just going to instead favor playing slightly more reserved with a 7-1 lead now, deal the second damage, preventing Tox from getting out.
Oh! Isn't this rocket edge? When LG comes out for Tox, and Tox is just flying on in with
this game.
Oh, it's got him again though. This could be a time for if he takes it down. He doesn't. The mid-air rocket comes out from Wenger to put an absolute halt to any potential comeback.
Yeah. Tox gave no Fs there as he just flew on top of Wenger. Stealing away the items, but he needs to make this pressure count. At the minute, Wenger's managing it.
Oh, dearie me. Wenger using the orb just for the safety measure. Heavy's in 12, Mega's in 16, but the dual-wield machine gun Tox loves that, doesn't he, to try and get the trade-off.
How do you get that frag?
I don't know. Ball goes to mines. Gonna stop the trade. Should be able to get away from this. We know how much of a pain in the backside the tri-bolt spot is. Oh, the tri-bolts as well. Just the damage. Tox is so weak. Directly underneath, just playing with his food at the moment.
Yeah. Just feels like Tox just has some sort of laser heater on his opponent and just has to barrel towards him at all times.
What do you mean, like a fly around a light bulb or something?
Yeah, look, Wenger's playing the items and just spamming behind him, and Tox is running into everything. I mean, at this point in the game with the score difference, doesn't really have a lot of choice, but at the same time...
Tox just loves to fight, mate. He loves a good fight. Probably why his combat skills are so good. But yeah, this is why he's an open-ended player, because you don't really know what to expect from him. Sometimes he adapts well and has control of the items, plays it slow that we saw the last game. This time round, a lot of in-your-face kind of attitude. But at this point, though, when you're 12-3 down, kind of makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, but at the same time, a lot of the reason you are 12-3 down is because of that.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Could make it 24-6.
Yeah. You enjoy tilting yourself to another dimension, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting closer and closer into the Shadow Realm as it is. Oh, the damage has just been taken from these rockets has been unreal. I mean, again, knows he pretty much has this, just needs to secure it by making sure, just making these brilliant defensive or reads with the rockets. A little bit unfortunate, run out of rockets actually speak of the devil and the tri-bolt, so to speak. Yeah, a bit of a shame. It was a nice start from Tox, but sadly things have got way out of hand now.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. Again, if you look at the damage, it looks even. But then you look at the score, it's definitely not. And it's not even that the items are that one-sided, it's just the combat decision-making is so poor. Tox is almost having to do twice as much damage for these fights as Wenger, whereas Wenger's cleaning him up whenever he wants.
You're not wrong. 20 items to the 12 Tox.
Stopwatch.
damage-wise, done 490 damage more than Tox as well. So
The big difference is also the lights. Venger's rotated and controlled those light items. So whenever Tox is spawning, he's doing this and running straight into Wenger with no armor.
oh, Wenger trying to keep his distance, but cleans him up in the end. Not gonna lie, I like the LG, mate. I'm a big fan.
Well, the pink one,
Yeah,
it's a bit different, isn't it?
yeah, it's a bit different. I can't remember what it was. Like, I don't know what the rocket launchers with the hearts on it as well. I've always wanted that, but just can't get it, mate. Just can't get it. Sad.
Get good.
Yeah. If that's the case, I'm absolutely stuffed in that department. 40 seconds left, so it's yeah. At least we could both see. We both agreed on something. Mental, isn't it?
It's just non-stop combat from both players. But obviously this map is long over, and Wenger will take the series. Now it's up to Tox whether he can have a respectable performance to make it 2-1.
Yeah, sure will indeed. Wenger just looking to try and close this out now. Already closed out a couple of minutes ago. Some of the directs he's hitting, I thought side gives was good last week. Deary me. Oh my god. Definitely a lad who doesn't have a day off here. But that's going to be it. Second map, 16-4 in favour of Wenger. It means it's going to be a 16-5. Excuse me. The 2-0 series currently going to the last and final map it down. I think it was Visor Galena on Blood Covenant.
You got one right.
Oh, you stop it.
Who was who?
Something.
Who was who?
Tox
50-50.
was Visor?
50-50. Yeah, no. Wenger was Visor.
I tried. Oh my god. I tried. Did my best. A bit cringe, but I tried.
You tried. Anyway, so did Tox in this map, and unfortunately for him, he almost tried too hard, it would seem, as he lost control of his decision-making and combat and forgot to play the items. It's as simple as that. The items were massively different, but Wenger nearly doubling in that department and just played, obviously you could see, a lot smarter. Maybe frustration from Tox, I'm not entirely sure, but either way, it wasn't the best performance we've seen, and Wenger just did what he had to do. He played careful, he played the items, and he allowed Tox to run at him. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's not really, in terms of getting in depth, in terms of what occurred on this map, I think, of course, around the 5 or 6 frag deficit cycle halfway through, we knew it was pretty much a done deal. Kind of felt like any road to victory Tox had, Wenger put a stamp into it straight away and just put a halt to it. We saw it was a good example in that red room earlier on, as Wenger just, in terms of his mindset, and just making Tox feel like there's no comeback into this matchup. And yeah, of course, you know, there's little things like, yeah, not running into a situation constantly every single time your opponent's picked up every single item. But by then, he was way past it. It was like, okay, crap to keep. We've seen what's happened. Can't do any more than I can in terms of what I did on CK. Let's just move on to the next one here. And Blood Covenant's going to be a little bit different. Of course, you know, having these medium-style champions, no slide champions, none of that shenanigans. As Blood Covenant, every time we see 2 champions this caliber without the slide mechanic or any kind of speed and mobility, it does tend up or end up being a low fragging game. But we'll see if Tox put a change to that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry. Not sure what that was. But you could see the rocket damage from Wenger just showed you how what that game consisted of. I think it was like 2.3k rocket damage from Wenger just because Tox was barreling into him. But you're right. We're moving on to a map now where that type of game should not happen. It should be far more calculated. It should be significantly rail-based and rail-heavy. Neither one of these champions have the capability to control that mid-level of the map effectively, so it's a lot more strategical in that aspect. And Tox, it's really in Tox's favor to try and keep it a little bit slower and play the heavy side of the map more, the bridge side of the map more, play around that overstack, try and keep control of the heavy, and if he can, control the rail as well. Whereas Wenger with that piercing sight needs to be playing around that. So it should be, as you say, a lot slower pace, a lot more calculated.
Yeah, we get, I mean, a lot more low frag games in Blood Covenant in recent weeks just due to the champion matchups. Starting off from Tox's perspective. On a few rockets just to buy himself a bit of time. Let's have them heavy machine gun, but gets the bubble just in the nick of time. Wenger in looking a very good spot already this early on.
Yep, absolutely. Tox without that rail, and when you're a Galena or a Visor for that matter, it is so difficult to actually get that rail. You have done none of that movement. You only have the opportunity to either walk on it or rocket jump across. So Venga's conscious of that. Oh dear, Tox is going full on aggressive. It's going to work out as well.
Nice.
Venga not expecting that, missing the first rail. Tox blows the map open.
Venga's been picked up though. This is a good start from Tox. Very, very close to this overstack. Interested to see what rotations he's going to make to try and keep these totems in check as well. And look at that, Venga, just very, very disciplined, not even showing any vision, but Tox knows he's around that area. It's just a matter of how and when he's going to creep on up. And he hasn't got any rockets, so sadly he can't rocket jump up to try and catch Venga. I'll just pick up the LG ammo. He's here to get the rockets as well, but he can't really fight back that well either. Just going to dive in with the LG, you absolute madman. Good LG damage there to boot. And Heavy's going to be coming up in the next 10 seconds. Both items very close together.
Yep, Tox more than confident with his stack that he had to push on through. It was a bit risky going into the piercing side, but made it work. Venga now has a rail, but not in a healthy position.
Oh, this overstack as well. Toss is going to take so much advantage of this. Venga's up. It's going to be Venga's. Sure, Tox is not going to be crying about it too much as of yet. But if he cleans up the totems, which he is doing now, then it is going to be a cause for concern here. Overstack was going to come up in 2, but it's going to throw a totem down anyway. Heavy's up in 2. Tox in prime position now, and good fake rocket there.
Yeah, but as you say, Venga taking out some of the totems at least is a blessing for him.
Venga's going to have to wonder what is he going to do to try and get his way back in this match. Has to stack it. Good LG coming out from Venga. Oh, the rail straight afterwards. There's him a totem up. Heavy's also up here, but Venga, he's going to back away, which means he's not going to have no idea what the time is going to be. So we'll have to see realise at 45 when he's going to pick that up.
Rail just took out 2 totems. That was nice. Just used the piercing sight. Spots out where Tox is, down by Banana. As you say, he doesn't have a concrete idea of when the Heavy is.
Do not die.
Ooh. Trading rails here, Dan. Drops down for that light. Outside the Mega first just in case. The sneaky devil puts the totem up on top of the statue. Venga just managed to hear where Tox was just before doing that drive-by here. Good
Nice.
first rail again. Replenished his rail count just in the nick of time. It's looking good so far from Tox. He's stabilized, in control, looking very good.
Yeah. Oh, that's not good though.
My life sustains you.
Unsure as to why he felt the need to pressure that. Venga punishes him significantly, but he gets out to fight another day. The Mega is up as well, so he can restack, but definitely needs to check himself before he wrecks himself, to phrase a 90s famous phrase.
Oh, yeah. I remember last time I heard that.
Bringing it back, mate.
You are, yeah. Even though we're probably... hey, we're 80s kids. We're too late 80s growing up in the 90s. I think that's our issue. Not one of those people that's like, yeah, we're 80s kids when it's like, we're probably like 1 or 2. For like 1 or 2 years during the 80s. Yeah, oh, I remember the 80s. Yeah, oh, they were just great. No, they weren't. We're just in our diapers the entire time. As the Heavy
Nice!
is still up. Venga gets... Oh, sorry, Tox rather gets his 3rd frag. Oh, he hits the next rail as well here. Dan hits the 2nd. Oh, it's kind of close. Does have to back away, but 10 seconds until he has that overstack. Looking in prime position now. We're just at the halfway stage here. Hitting another rail onto Tox. Sorry, onto Wenger rather.
This is what we want to see more of. Just a lot more calculated, and when he's connecting, which is 65% rail, a lot of them flick rails, this is the scary beast we know. Still plenty of time left though, Lethal, so let's not count our chickens.
Death is the only release.
You're not yet got a bit of faith from Wenger, considering the rails he's pulling out from his backside. That was ridiculous from that angle as well. Mega's up. Of course, Wenger well aware. And he's found the two totems. This could pay itself justice. Look at the rocket damage as well. And Wenger's looking to stay alive, and he does. Can't it close? 36 HP. Heavy's up as well.
He took a lot more damage than he wanted, but the big thing he has done is he's taken that rail away from Tox. Now Tox needs to absolutely re-establish himself. He's also taken a couple of totems down, even though there is another overstack to come up next. But that lack of a rail is huge now.
Mega taken, of course. Good rail there from Wenger, rotating back around again. He's in the piercing sight. Good first rail, looking for the second, but Tox isn't gonna give too much away. But at some stage, this could be a great opportunity for Wenger to try and close that second frag out. Sadly, he could not. Almost back to equal stacks.
Tox almost has to forfeit this Mega in favor of the rail at this point. As I say that, he's actually got aggressive through the TP. Lovely rocket, but no weaponry to close this out. Wenger's goading him in, and he has lost out on the Mega before this.
Yeah, Wenger been...
Oh, he's got the overstack. Wenger doesn't know. Well, Wenger might know, but either way, he can't pressure now. So Tox has done a decent job there to... Went out that heavy, and he should be able to rocket jump over to finally get himself a rail. So well played by Tox.
Oh, the damage there. Hits another. 2 minutes 10 left remaining. It's a regular occurrence when you've got two medium-sized champions with not too much mobility. Create this low-scoring game here as he drops down and he hits the rail to boot afterwards. Not gonna secure the frag. Instead, he's just gonna rocket jump back up after the heavy. And he has to get this frag now, though. Needs to be as clean as possible, which it is.
Yeah.
Minute 45 left.
Right before the next Mega, and the major items are so far split now. Tox spawns on the low ground, has no weaponry, only an LG, a starting machine gun. Wenger knows the timing is all the time in the world. He's a lot of damage, but he ties it up.
Gets away, takes a brunt of some of that damage, but Tox, of course, cannot engage yet. Mega's up in 2 though. Wenger's gonna give that a miss. Tox is gonna pick that for himself. He's dropping down, just collecting all the goodies down below.
1 minute.
Just gonna quickly switch over to Tox actually to see what it's like to his totem count. Only 1, so of course nowhere near that overstack, but could be beneficial later on. So 50 seconds left. Heavy's gonna be picked up here. Then use that piercing sight to try and work to his advantage, but not gonna happen. Tox looking extremely good. Not as good now because of the LG damage Wenger just managed to do onto Tox.
Tense. Next frag's gonna win this one, so no mistakes. Wenger has that full control and the piercing sight up now with 3 seconds to go. And hitting that rail means we know what's coming next. There we go. GG.
Oh, I thought maybe a 20-minute overtime, Dan, but nah, not happening. So it's just going to end it right there and then call it an early night. 692 damage in comparison to each other. Marvelous stuff indeed. So good stuff from Wenger. A great start from Tox. Sadly, he wasn't able to secure that win outright, but he made a good performance nonetheless. The first one, of course, very even partner in the mind games. No one could really fit the bill in terms of how they're going to try and proceed against each other and try and find an opening, but in the end, Wenger was able to cut to keep, pretty much a hit and miss really. Tox just had enough and just was relying too much on his combat skills and not enough item control. And there you saw Tox, good control overall to a certain degree, but Wenger with a little bit of creativity at the end, bit of flair, style points, and to be able to secure that 4-3.
Yeah, I thought map 3 was brilliant. Map 1 was obviously very slow, very calculated. Map 2, as you put it, was the absolute polar opposite of that. Zero calculation, zero chill. Map 3 was a great in between. Tox put all of the ingredients together and played a more stable map. There was still some errors here or there. You also got to credit Wenger. Tox had periods of dominance in that map with both control and just stringing together some incredible rails. Wenger had to adjust and play reserved and kept himself in the game. And then when the pressure mattered towards the end, he was able to stabilize, get that control, and ultimately win the game. So that map 3 was great throughout. And I think every time we watch Tox, it's normally quite like this. And I always end up saying the same thing, is I want to see that Tox every week and every game, not sporadically. And if that happens, then he will solidify himself in that middle to upper leaderboard. But at this moment in time, there are so many good players in this league. We just need to see more consistency as well.
Yeah, Tox doesn't like to show this side of him every single match because it'd be too much of a treat. You can't have too much of a good thing, Dan. This is the issue. And you can see there, Tox, 60% rail, 46% for Wenger. They obviously fired a lot more shots, kind of average things out a little bit. But yeah, good stuff from Tox. It's like you mentioned before, I'd like to see a lot more of this style of play from him. I don't think it was too bad at all. First and third map, very good in itself. Corrupt to keep. We'll let that slide. I think we will. Just in general, no sliding champions, no issue, no problem. But yeah, I kind of feel like not just this series, but a lot of the series overall over the course of the day we've had has been remarkable in itself. We've had a few upsets as well, like with the Zeneku and Rafa matchup. That was just incredible to see. About the entirety of it. We had a close series as well between Strong Sage and Killson with a couple of maps to see what indicators we have for Strong Sage, how he's going to perform for the rest of the season to be really challenged to this point. And he has proved himself worthy here, and so is Sirius. Look at that start, 3-0, not really too shabby.
What was it, 65% LG on map 3? That was nuts.
And 70-something rail on the same map. It was something ridiculous. Like
that Avec Chain series was bonkers as well. I mean, yeah. Pretty much all the series through the day. I think this was the worst of the series of the day, if we want to call it that. I think every series today had, actually all maps were insane. So I would recommend watching them if you missed out.
Yeah, I might even watch a couple of them myself because we really were spoilt for choice. I wasn't too sure how things were going to go. I knew it was going to be quite a spicy day seeing some of the matchups with the Rafa Zen matchup, Strong Sage Killson. Everyone has like a bit of context or storyline behind it nonetheless. But no, I agree. It was an incredible day in itself. But that is all got with time for here at the Quake Pro League. Dan, any final thoughts before we head off on our way?
No, it's good to be back with you, Lethal. Good to be back casting, even if no one appreciates my attempt to celebrate Brazilian culture. Otherwise, yeah, another amazing day. I think we're not even halfway through the season yet, and we've already had so much great Quake. All these great players, amazing communities. So here's to another great week.
Another great week in itself. We're just at the third way mark. Can you call that halfway mark? Third way mark. Yeah. I'm creating English as I go, but sometimes Dan just puts a stamp of authority saying, no, stop it. Stop making up words as you go along. My vocabulary is fantastic. But anyways, thank you to Dan for being along my side to basically hold my hand for the entirety of the broadcast. But not only that, thanks to everyone at PGL for the production, Bethesda, and you guys at home in chat. It's been emotional, as always, with the memes, the copy pastas, all the shenanigans you get up to there in chat. We love every single bit of it. But apart from that, that's from me, for us, for everyone here. We'll see you next week in the next version of the Quake Pro League.